Expo Europe 2025. Right, so here's the thing. So if you were here yesterday on a Sunday in Bucharest, many things you could do on a Sunday, but many of you, more than 1,500, would you believe, decided to spend it in this gathering here for day number 1 of AI Expo Europe 2025. Well, guess what? If you enjoyed just even a little piece of what you heard, what you felt, what you kind of understood, or what you walked away with, guess what? We're going to do it all over again today for day number 2. Again, it's all about those perspectives, insights, ideas, conversations, right? Conversations to help you kind of make sense of really where we are in this AI sphere landscape, which for many is a kind of natural place to be. For many others as well, maybe not so natural, and kind of like moving forward, learning as you're going as well. And for others, again, by the end of this, hopefully you'll walk away with some ideas and things that can actually, again, help you make sense, to help you make better decisions in the work, in the creativity that you do. So we're all here for many different reasons, but we are all here for conversations to walk away with as a resource within the AI sphere. Right, before we go any further, my name is Peter Hopwood. I am a speaker and storytelling coach, so I help people to share stories on stages just like this in front of people just like you. And again, we will hear lots and lots of stories of AI and what's happening now, and really what's going to be moving forwards, certainly in the future. Again, just to remind you, everything here that happens in this, not just in this, in this room here at AI Expo Europe 2025, doesn't just stay in this room. Oh no, because we are actually live. We have the live feed through our LinkedIn page and also YouTube as well. So AI Expo Europe LinkedIn page, AI Expo Europe YouTube page as well. For those, maybe you've got colleagues, maybe you've got other people that are not here, but you think perhaps they'd like to maybe just jump in and see a little bit of what's happening right here as well. Share the link to them, and then they can be a little piece, a little part of this, even if it's on the other side of the screen. Shall we continue? Yes, we will. Right, I say to you, open source. Many of you understand what that is, and really how the impact of it as well, and really where, kind of more or less where it's moving forward in the future. What's going to happen now, we're going to get some perspectives, more deeper perspectives, unpacking really maybe ideas about OpenAI that you maybe haven't heard before, but more importantly, by the end of this, help you again maybe make better decisions, stronger decisions, and maybe help you as well take all of this in OpenAI to the next stage, wherever you are on that ladder. I'm intrigued as much as you are really to hear how this is going to unfold right now. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our speaker right now. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Alex McLennan.
Hello. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for having me. It's a delight to be here. As mentioned, today I'll be talking a little bit more about open source AI, particularly our perspectives and thoughts on this at Alibaba Cloud. Before I get started, I've been at Alibaba now for about a year. Prior to that, I was at AWS for about 8 years. So I've been in the cloud space for, give or take, 10 years now. But of course, more recently, as the industry's sort of moved into the Gen AI space, so have I. So today, of course, AI is at the top of everyone's minds. We're hearing a lot from customers. It seems to be, of course, what everyone wants to adopt, see what's possible in their businesses, and even personally, how they can improve productivity, etc. But it does feel increasingly at an inflection point. Businesses don't want to feel like they're falling behind their competitors. They want to feel like they're at the forefront of their customer experiences and creating frontier industry experiences. And that just comes with the ability to learn. How do we adopt this into our organizations? But that being said, there has been some teething pains. So some businesses are finding that, of course, they want to adopt it, but it's not as easily said than done. So there was this report that came out from MIT earlier in the year talking about a big headline figure saying 95% of Gen AI pilots had failed, which got a lot of people thinking, actually, is there much here behind the hype? But of course, the number is slightly misleading, because of course, many people are using high-level AI in their work for productivity gain. So of course, many people have used ChatGPT or a variant, but this is talking about the big P&L moving pilots, the ones that are going to really shift the business forward, the high-risk, high-investment pilots. But that being said, we've still seen some successes, and that's what I want to talk about today, is some of what we've seen, particularly how open source AI has played a part in these decisions. But I've been talking to quite a few people at recent events, and it's been fascinating. Not many people have heard of Alibaba Cloud, so just curious, by show of hands, who's heard of Alibaba Cloud? Okay, that's more than I was expecting. I was curious now, who's heard of Gwen? Interesting. Usually it's the opposite. So today I just want to talk a little bit more about Alibaba, and then Gwen, then some of the infrastructure that we help our customers with, and then the customer stories. So Alibaba, of course, we started as a cloud computing business, started in Asia, headed out of Hangzhou in China. But of course, over time, the business has grown internationally. So of course, I'm based in London. I'm here with a colleague who's based in Germany. We have got offices in France, and we have got infrastructure that's being deployed across Europe. So we are seeing quite strong expansion and interest from our customers. But of course, cloud is sort of the bedrock for AI. Without the cloud, you wouldn't necessarily see the same advances in AI that you've seen today. So it's left us in a really good position to then start to, of course, share how our models have been trained and for our customers to deploy them. And over time, our family of models, we've not just gone from the traditional LLMs. We've now gone multimodal. So we've got some models that encompass visual, sound, video generation, etc., but covering a broad breadth of languages as well. And the important thing is they are open source. Of course, we've got commercial models, but the open source ones have been really strongly adopted. So we've seen 600 million downloads of our models. So that number on its own, in isolation, doesn't mean very much. And I'll start to contextualize that number as we go on. But essentially, the power of open source is it's free to download. So you can go to Hugging Face, download a model, deploy it into your own environments, and you are free to manipulate it, fine-tune it, train it however you like, and then redistribute it to the market and use it within your businesses. And for some customers, this is a key part of their strategy, is having that ownership over the model, having control. And we'll talk about some of the decisions that people have made over that open versus closed source debate. But of course, we spoke about the foundation being cloud. So we have got the majority of our infrastructure in China, but growing quickly outside across Europe. So we have announced more infrastructure in the Netherlands, France this year, and there'll be more coming. The important thing is, especially when we talk about the use of data, privacy, sovereignty, the point is you can deploy this in a country which, again, will abide by your laws. But the big part of AI is, of course, the models. So at Alibaba, we've got the Gwen family models. This encompasses the LLMs, the visual models, video generation, etc. But we have seen some really strong adoption. And one of the things which I wanted to mention is the original LLM, Gwen 3, the latest iteration, we've seen some really strong feedback on the language support. So I had dinner here yesterday, and someone said they actually really like this model because it's really strong in Romanian. And apparently there aren't that many that have such strong support for Romanian. So that was really interesting feedback from dinner last night. But we've also heard that because it covers 120 languages and dialects, it's quite broad and really useful for a wide range of customer bases.
Skyscrapers loom, shadows against the pavement. Dreams stacked high, but the soul's in the basement. Pocket full of lint, chasing gold like it's sacred. Every breath a gamble, the odds never patient.
So this model was very recently announced. So it's a little bit freaky, because of course this is basically driving video generation from the sound. So depending on the prompt, the sound is actually the driver of the content, and the image and the prompt you use can generate videos. So this is our latest WAN family. So WAN 2.2 is fully open source. This one was just released a few weeks ago. But we are seeing that increasingly, these recent models, you've got far more complex videos that can be generated. So it's one thing being able to have good quality imagery, but how do you really take that into practice? How do you take that into a commercial context? And really now we're starting to see this being adopted within marketing teams, really accelerating the way that they can test their ideas. And I think that's really the part where AI, it's not meant to replace teams, it's meant to augment your teams and accelerate the ideas, accelerate the innovation within the organization. It's reducing the barrier to essentially getting to the proof, the value of the thesis that you have within teams. And one thing is, how do you really get started with it? So a lot of people are still a little bit on the fence. They're not quite sure how do we get going. So we have got Model Studio, which is a service which is a model as a service. Just go in and test it. We've got a playground, test it for free, which is a really helpful way for you to go and experiment and really just see, are these models fit for purpose for what you're looking to do? But of course, these are open source as well. So you can download them onto your machine. We've got some small models that work on your laptop, but also within your own environment. So you can go and download them into your own infrastructure and test as needed. But if, let's say, you don't have your own infrastructure, if you want to test the really, really large models, you do need infrastructure, you do need GPUs. So within Alibaba, we've got not just the model as a service, but we have got also the platform, which enables you to have access to the GPUs to run these models. And to quickly bring this to life, I wanted to talk you through a customer case study that we've had in London recently. And this was a fintech startup, newly formed, 2 or 3 years old. And they were focusing on how to facilitate easier tax reclaims for people once they've visited certain countries. So you've gone on holiday, you've bought some expensive clothes, or whatever it might be, but you need to reclaim the tax. So as a small startup, they're trying to make this easier for people rather than queuing at airports. But they had a very large customer opportunity with a partner in Asia. It's a very, very large financial institution with potentially hundreds of millions of customers. So very, very large opportunity. But, of course, if you're going to be reclaiming tax on certain goods, you need receipts, you need to check identities, so you need OCR capabilities, so object character recognition. And particularly for this kind of use case, you needed all the processing to happen very quickly, in under 3 seconds. So this is a really key part of where we're seeing customer success in adoption of AI, is being very clear on the metric that you're trying to improve. So for us, in this case, it was, we need OCR in under 3 seconds. How do we do this? So of course, there are some out-of-the-box solutions where you can upload a receipt, an image, and it will spit out all of the information from that document. So we have one actually, it's called AI Doc. We did test this with this customer, but truth be told, we were seeing 8 to 10 seconds, which is too slow for us, far too slow. And while this is good out of the box, so if you needed this just to have some data off some documents quickly, but you're not in a big rush per se, this works just fine. However, this customer has to do this for lots of customers on the fly in sub 3 seconds. And it didn't have the choice of the model, so you can't choose which model we want to use, and of course the underlying infrastructure either. So we thought, okay, we've got to quickly discount this, it's not going to work. So we went to Model Studio. So now we've got more choice of models. So OCR, we've got a few different ways of doing it. So we tested with a few models, one which was dedicated to OCR. It was very good, it was very quick, but we didn't quite have the accuracy we were looking for. And then we went to VL Max, again, pretty quick, but again, not quite good enough. We were still hitting about 4 or 5 seconds. Still too slow, not quite good enough. So while you can choose the model and it's faster, we've gone from 10 seconds to 5 seconds, we can't choose the underlying infrastructure. We can't choose the GPU. Perhaps the same model on more powerful infrastructure will be better. And so that's what we did. So we went to the next level down. We went to Platform for AI, where you can now choose the GPU. So even though these models are open source, we're slowly getting to the point where actually this is now getting close to viable. So we started testing with another open source OCR model, tested on an NVIDIA T4 chip, and we got close. We got to sub 3 seconds, we got to 2 seconds, but the CTO of this startup tested us to see, actually, can you push the envelope? Can you go further? We switched to an NVIDIA L20, we got to sub 1 second. So now, actually, for this customer, they've got plenty of breathing space for these customers to actually meet the requirement from their partner to then go forward with this opportunity. So the story here really is, the model's important, but it's also right the way down to the bottom of the stack, the infrastructure you use. And so for open source, there's a really strong misconception that of course it's cheap because you're not paying for the license, but you are still paying for the underlying infrastructure, for the GPUs. So I know this slide looks a bit scary and it's a bit busy, but the main point I wanted to share on this one is this column here, the model version, the size of the model, the number of parameters is really important. Because you can go for very large models, they're very, very powerful, but to run them, you're going to need a lot more GPUs. You might need up to 8, say, with H100s for a 235 billion parameter model. And so it's one thing to be happy with the model, but is it efficient? Is it the best thing for you? So open source models can get you to a point where it will work, but it also gives you the option to fine tune and get closer to what you need. So the lessons learned. Ultimately, it's being really clear on what the requirement is. We've seen it so many times. People say, we want to adopt AI, but why? Where is it going to fit in the business? What is the metric that you are trying to improve? So being really, really clear on that makes a big difference when it comes to actually testing and finding, are we improving? Are we making a difference? Open source, so the ability to choose lots of models and fine-tune gives you a lot of flexibility. And that makes a big, big difference if you're going for very niche use cases. GPUs, of course, make a big difference. Are you going for the latest GPUs? Do you need the latest GPU for what you need to do? And that's really important. So the model choice, the size of the model, then the GPU. And then control. So we've spoken about how you can download open source models, deploy them where you like, and that control can be really, really important, particularly in regulated industries. So a lot of the feedback I've had recently from people in healthcare and particularly in financial services has been, our data is so sensitive. It absolutely cannot get leaked, of course, but we need to really reduce especially the landscape of where our attack vectors can come from. So they don't want their data to leave their environments. So they can't ship it off to cloud source providers necessarily. They would much rather bring the model in-house and do that. So how to succeed? So of course, testing it is the first way. Being able to adopt it in-house, so understanding it is really important. What are the business metrics you're hoping to target? And what does your business need? Do you have the right people? Is your data in the right place? Are your processes ready? There's a lot of factors to consider. And so this is where, of course, we can help our customers to navigate this journey. So understanding where the business is going, do we have a clear program of what we want to achieve? How prepared are we? Do we have the teams? Do we have the people? Do we have the tools? And it's ultimately the first few use cases can be so key. Are you going for a big bang project, or are you going for something small to build momentum? It's a very natural tension in the business to say, we want to prove this has value, so it wants to be big enough, it can make a difference. But if it's the first one, do you want to start small, build momentum, before tackling the big, thorny issues? It's a very natural tension that we see within customers, and finding that balance is key. But essentially, you have to start somewhere. So I would typically try and start with something which will have enough of an impact that people can celebrate it internally, but it's not risky, so it's not going to expose customer data or be risky publicly. So internal use cases are very good for this. And of course, over time, as you build confidence, the capabilities, you can then reinvent your business. So some of the customers that we've worked with, so this is LVMH in France, one of the largest luxury businesses in the world. So they've been working with us for quite some time, and they've really adopted our open source models for their customer services. So of course, LVMH have very, very high net worth individuals as customers. So their expectations in terms of personalization is sky high. So being able to have a model which you can fine-tune, train, to offer really high levels of personalization, but accurately, is really key. So we've been working with LVMH on these use cases, not just in Asia, but now across the globe. So the projects have expanded quite significantly. We've also been working with the Olympics. So it's really interesting because, of course, for the Olympics, working with us, their entire stack is open source with us, which is fascinating because for them, they've got so many interesting use cases and things they want to do. But in terms of transparency, it had to be open source for them. And particularly for us as a business to prove where open source can add value, this was, again, a real chance to show how it can be used at Olympic scale events. So for us, we had a new way of showing the Olympics itself. So first of all, we broadcast the Olympics, which is just the images and the video goes over our network backbone globally. But in terms of the broadcasting itself, the actual viewpoints that customers and broadcasters can choose from, we really took our AI technology and took it to the next level. So within stadiums, there's an array of cameras around the stadium. All those video feeds are pulled up to the cloud, created into a mesh where essentially the broadcaster can pick the best angle to showcase an athlete's achievements. So from a broadcasting perspective, it gives you a lot more flexibility in terms of what you can show. Colorization is another. This isn't new, but again, it just goes to show you can bring archived footage back into the modern world, and then sustainability, of course, as well. So how do we improve the carbon footprint of the games? Taking all the data from all the various events and people to essentially reduce the carbon emissions of the games. Now, while open source has got a number of benefits, this was released October 22nd, so just over a week ago, and this was quite revealing, because a lot of the feedback I've had is open source is great, but the trouble is we don't necessarily know who's using it. Because anyone can download it and deploy it anywhere they like, we don't always know who's using it and where and what for. So this was quite a revelation for us that Airbnb picked Gwen over ChatGPT for their customer service chatbots. And I think quite a few of the other AI labs have given us the same feedback. And ultimately, again, it gives them the freedom to modify their chatbots as needed for their use cases. Not just because Brian Chesky, the CEO, also mentioned it was cheap, which of course helps, but it really was the robustness and the freedom to make changes as needed. So I think the long story is, well, at least the short of the long story is, we're going to see a lot more adoption of open source AI going forward. McKinsey shared recently that a lot of the people in one of their recent studies said lower cost was a big factor for them. Developers enjoy the experience using open source AI, and actually 75% expect to increase their use of open source going forward. So really strong numbers. And this, we had NVIDIA on stage yesterday, and it was fascinating because they shared this last week. So this is Jensen, the CEO of NVIDIA. And so this is the adoption of open source models since 2023. And so this yellow box here this is Gwen. So this is Alibaba's open source models. And this, I think, took a lot of people by surprise. So contextualizing that 600 million download figure that I mentioned earlier, this is what it actually looks like in practice. And so, of course, we've got ChatGPT or OpenAI who released their open source models this year as well, and they're starting to see some adoption as well. But I think because we've been doing this for quite some time, we've got quite a large family, the adoption that we've seen has been really positive. And so I think, essentially, I don't think this trend is going to change. And we saw previously from the McKinsey study that open source is only going to grow. I fully expect this to continue as well. And so, to quickly summarize, why open source? Easily, flexible adoption. Change it for your use cases, fine-tune it, adapt it as needed. Lots of options, but also you've got support from the community. Open source, you have people contributing from all over the world, from all different industries. And then domain-specific customization. This is really key. So this is the next big thing that we're seeing is, of course, you've gone from these very large language models, but now you're going to these much smaller domain-specific models. So specific to industries, specific to roles, specific to use cases. That seems to be where I'm seeing a lot of focus now, is going for these very bespoke small models. And where do we see our work going next? So of course, I think multimodal is going to be really key. NVIDIA mentioned yesterday as well that they see robotics being the next frontier for AI, and we agree. Our event in Hangzhou a few months ago, robotics is going to be the next big thing, and the AI models will have to follow and suit and actually adapt to that as well. So multimodal models is going to be really key. So adapting language with vision, with all the various forms of data that it can use, building that into complete models for robotics is where we see a lot of investment. And of course, agents. So having these very specific, smaller models for agents, again, is going to be a big thing. We see that being a big trend coming up as well. So that's me. I will be around for questions. Thank you very much for having me, and I'll see you around.
Thank you so much. Wonderful.
That's right. Can do, yeah.
Yeah, actually, so just asking if it's open to hear from you, maybe a couple of questions, just because we've got a couple of minutes to spare. If you're curious, you have a question, pop up your hand, and we'll give you the microphone.
Hi, and thank you for coming and presenting. I was wondering, is Qwen model used on the Alibaba e-commerce website? Is it like a free model you give to the commercial players on the Alibaba e-commerce?
So, in terms of the business, Alibaba e-commerce does use Qwen. For e-commerce customers, they wanted to use Qwen. It is free, so it's fully open source. So if you wanted to download it and adopt it in your business, you can do. And you have your choice of which model you use. But within the platform, Alibaba, yes, you can use it.
Just here on the left.
Hello, thank you very much for the presentation. It was great. You mentioned about the model being open source and securities. and cross-region DR and BR systems. I wonder, do you feel any risk, or do you receiving any feedback from customers related to security risk, related to its being open source, and having it open means that people can also search for vulnerabilities in the system, and how you are facing with this type of questions, or can you elaborate a little bit on more security?
Yeah, that is a really important question and a very timely question. So I think there were some stats from Hugging Face that came out talking about the growth in the number of models available, particularly in the open source world. And in terms of, so I think there's a 4x growth in number of models available, but the number of malicious models had grown by 7 times. So of course you've got more models available, but a lot of malicious models as well. So knowing where the model came from is really important. So going directly from the source of the vendor is really key, making sure you're not taking a random model off of Hugging Face. It's one that you can trust. So that would usually be step one, is making sure the way you're getting it from the first place, it's a safe place. That'd be key. And then of course, testing it and making sure that you host it in an environment where you have got complete control. These sorts of things are really important when it comes to securing the model.
Hi, my name is Daniel. I have a question for 2.5 VAN, the video model. When it's downloaded on your local machine server, is it absolutely the same with the one that is running on your Alibaba cloud, or it's a reduced version? I know those models have to be trained on thousands of videos in order to generate. It will download all these database, or it's like a reduced version for the open source?
Yeah, so in terms of, we have some commercial models and we have some open source models. So depending on the one you use, it may be slightly different. But the ones that you can access on the platform are exactly the same as the ones you would download if you can download them. So yeah, not all the models are open source. Some of them are commercial, but the open source ones will be the same as what you can get on the platform.
I think you'll agree it's been an intriguing way to set the tone of day of our second day, and kind of a great way to kind of introduce this AI Expo Europe second day ideas of AI, with certainly these ideas around open source. And hopefully, again, by the end of this now, you're perhaps in a mentally, maybe emotionally even as well, a better place in terms of where we move forward with open source AI. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Mr. Alex McLennan. Thank you so much. There we are. Right, ladies and gentlemen, as like yesterday as well, we have a full room, almost standing room only as well. Just to let you know, there are quite a few seats here in the front. I can see, maybe you can't see this from the back, but I can see there's quite a few seats here on the right-hand side as well, and a few seats here as well. So you can come forward, you can find those seats. There are seats, in fact, just need to find them. And if you're sitting next to a seat that's free, maybe put up your hand and just invite somebody to sit next to you to make sure everybody can have a seat as much as possible here at our event today. Right, I ask you this. What is that strategic impact on your business? On transforming your business? What would that be? If I ask you that, I'll let that sink in a little bit. Because what's going to happen next, again, the gentleman that's going to stand on this stage right now, he's going to share his perspectives, again, to kind of help you kind of make sense of this, and again, making those better decisions perhaps moving forward. Let's see. Again, another intriguing speech right now here on stage, as I'm intrigued as much as you are really to see how this is going to unfold. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together, a warm welcome for Mr. Bart Veeman.
Well done, thank you. Hello, good morning everyone. It's great to be here. And it's great to be back here, to be honest. My journey started here in Bucharest, my AI journey. A few years ago, presenting on stage in the opera, and today being here back with this large audience. I can't see you with all the lights, but I know it's fully packed, and really happy to be back here. Let me introduce myself quickly. My name is Bart, and I am from Amsterdam, from the Netherlands. And within KPMG Netherlands, I'm leading the AI services. And KPMG is not just known for its accountancy, because many people ask me, oh, you're an accountant. No, I'm not an accountant, and I'm advising the largest organizations in the world on their transformation journey. Because AI is about transforming your business, transforming people, transforming everything you do, going back to the core. I'll come back on this topic later. And I'll take you today through a journey that we see at our clients within the market, internationally, but also especially in the Netherlands. And this is a non-technical discussion. So if you expect a lot of technical topics, you can still leave the room if you want. You can also stay. I have had, over the last year, because I've seen AI evolving in terms of technology, in terms of adoption, and I've seen it evolving. And I had a mantra over the last year. AI is able to make IQ scalable throughout any kind of organization. You see the quality of the models you bring into the organizations with a high IQ, and the newest models, I will show you later, get up to 140 IQ points already, which is far above the average of any organization, any society. So we need to rethink, okay, how are we going to deal with this external IQ? Sounds easy, right? We bring in the IQ, the intelligence, and we start using it as an organization. But what we see is that organizations are struggling to capture the real value of this AI, and especially to do this at scale. And this is one of the reasons. We're focusing too much on the individual tools, individual solution, individual tools that we try to implement within an organization. So we're tool focused, we say we need AI and we need to implement it within our organizations. I want AI. That's what organizations tell me. Okay, but why? Why do you want AI? And what we do normally is we try to take a solution, find a problem, and try to put it in. And you remember the kids? My kids did it a few years ago with this blocks and tried to put it in the wrong format hole. This is what we try to do with AI as well. But we need to turn it around. So we have problems, we have challenges, and we need to try a solution. And AI is not always the solution. It can be standardized automation or more complex agentic AI solutions. But we need to rethink how we're approaching AI. And I'm glad Alex also showed this research. Who has read the research of MIT? Good. So 95% of the AI solutions or projects fail to deliver any ROI. And now a lot of people say, yeah, it's a bubble, it doesn't work, AI is not real, because it doesn't bring any value. It does, and Alex already mentioned. But there's a few reasons for it. First of all, organizations are approaching AI from isolation. It's an IT thing, or it's a customer care thing. They start developing a solution and try to implement and try to create value out of it. But this is not scalable. This is not creating value at scale, and it's pilots. It's just trying to do some things on a short term. Another topic is confidence. Organizations are not ready to really move forward in adopting AI and transforming their business inside out. Confidence in models, but also confidence in the organization, the internal organization themselves. Are we ready to really reshift and re-transform how we operate? And the last one, and it's comparable to the tool focus, we're focused too much on GenAI. But GenAI is just one of the elements of a good solution. Because it started 1956, even back to Alan Turing, of course, AI has been here for a long time, and we need to leverage all the different models, all the different solutions that we already have, starting with machine learning. And sometimes you just want deterministic modules, not only GenAI solutions, because those are non-deterministic. So, talking about AI, let's rethink. Normally when I ask questions, this question, what is AI to you, to organization, during workshops, during presentations, the answer is ChatGPT, GenAI, efficiency tools aside me. But this is what it's all about. It's all about intelligence. And it sounds logical, right? Because it's in the name, but still we tend to approach it as a tool solution. So we need to rethink. We should need to focus on creating intelligence and bringing this intelligence into our organizations. This technology has brought us from standardized, advanced analytics, really going into depth into big data sets. And step by step, due to the increase of the quality of Gen AI solutions, yes, there it is, we went to adopting it slowly, steadily, and solutions become smarter and smarter. And step by step, we're moving towards personas. So I'm a persona, and I can use it for whatever I want because I need to do this repetitive task. And I want to tell you, forget about these personas. Because the agent part is a different ballgame. Agents, of course, we're all talking about agents. It's another buzzword. It's another hype about just using AI in the right form, combining the right models. And it's like, I used to compare it to mici, your favorite, or my favorite Romanian dish, mici. It's about, you need different forms of meat, you need spices, you need a good pan, and you need to do it the right way to have the right value or the right taste. So we need to really approach it differently. And we see different kind of agents. One agent is not the other agent. There's different kind of agents to be adopted within an organization. So you have agents that can perform just a task, individual task, create a report out of data. But there's also agents that are really good in automating some tasks. And especially within the multi-agent approach, you need to have different sorts of agents, focusing on a different task, having different instructions. And one on the right top, it's the orchestrator. This is where agentic starts. Because just individual agents performing tasks, that's nice, but you need to have, like humans, you need to have a leading orchestrating agent as well. So we need to think about how we're going to bring in those agents into our processes. How we approach this is look at the existing processes. And what you can do is improve and optimize existing processes. Processes that are based on previous industrial revolutions, and we try to put some plasters on it, right? It's solving a broken process by putting some plasters on a use case here or a use case there, and we create an agent. And these agents can be really, really good. But will it bring the value that we need on the long run? I don't think so. Yes, you need to start here, but this is where we need to move to. It's redesigning processes from its core. Because AI and AI solutions are able to not only solve individual holes within the process, but bring it together and even redesign the functional process. And what we did here for a large telco company, for their compliancy department is, okay, normally there's a lot of people analyzing regulations. And they analyze regulations, they need to extract the obligations, and the obligations are put into policies, manual, and these policies are put into business rules, and those are connected to internal controls, which is a comprehensive, difficult process to follow, a lot of manual work. So what we did is look at the value chain, end-to-end value chain. How are we going to connect those dots? And different AI solutions were brought together, and we brought it into one program, one solution. Like I said, redesigning the processes, extracting the obligations from these regulations, and automatically map it to the internal controls. Meaning, organizations can be real-time aware of their compliance issues, which normally would take weeks to analyze, months to analyze and translate it into internal controls. It's only a few minutes. Continuous real-time improvements on the internal controls. So rethink your process and rethink how you approach this. Here you see different agents interacting together. Different agents have a different focus. And you see the human on top. And forget about human in the loop. Human in the loop is for individual agents, right? You ask something, you get something out of it. But here, it's a human on the loop, because the loop is being orchestrated, and you, as end user, are the critical thinker, you need to decide how the system is functioning and the value coming out of it. So the human on the loop is the next thing we need to talk about. How are we going to manage these autonomous systems? This is not something you just put out there within your organization and it's there. No, you need to control it. One thing I wanted to say about this, the difference between agents and agentic. There's a lot of buzz around agentic AI, right? Yes. But there's a big difference between agents and agentic. And this is about the multi-agent approach. Because a lot of organizations, we're agentic, we're here. They're not. They have 1 or 2 agents running in their organization. Agentic is about redesigning this process, connecting multiple agents into a workflow, getting from A to Z faster, A to value in this case. Some quick examples, this is what we apply the most. Standardized AI agent, directly integrated into ERP systems, generating a report, being able to chat with data. And it sounds logical, but still a lot of organizations are struggling to interact with their data and understand their data. And with this, organizations give their data a voice. Sounds weird, but it's happening. Another one, employee onboarding. A big manual process, step by step by step. In this case, we guide organization in different steps. Sorry, it's in Dutch, but you can translate it with AI. Guiding a new colleague in his onboarding. What do you want? How can I help you? Do you want me to create your email signature? Do you want to send me an email there and there? Do you want me to include it within your Outlook? It's all automated on the back end. Another one is complaint handling, dispute handling. And this is, and you see the different colors, right? Do you see it? Every color is a different agent. So you as a user, you interact with one system. Dispute handling, you want to complain about boots not being delivered or in the wrong form. You talk to one system, and on the back end, it communicates with all the different source systems, IT systems, with one orchestrator in the middle, activating the agents that need to come up with the right answer directly to the consumer. So this is changing the game. This is the example I showed you or explained to you before. Regulation into internal controls. Normally she speaks slower, but here you see 74 obligations extracted from the regulations. Of course, as a human, you need to analyze, especially in this compliance field, you need to analyze, and this is how the system works. Just to give you an impression on how it works. But it's really getting to the core of how processes are executed. This is another interesting one, because we talk about agents. We started with non-agents, with ChatGPT-like systems where we put in a prompt and get an answer back. It helps us adopt AI solutions. And slowly but steadily, we're moving towards these autonomous systems. One agent can be autonomous, but the more agents are really putting pressure on how organizations are performing. And here, now, we see more in organizations, see more the agentic workflows where autonomous systems are performed. So we have, for example, large organization, international organization, focusing on their accounts payable process within finance, automating the full purchase-to-pay process. Not only one agent, but also including intelligent document processing, but making sure these systems are interoperable, can interact with each other, communicate with each other. But we're moving towards these autonomous systems, where AI is first. And we always talk about AI-enabled processes, but what's happening in the world is moving towards AI-first organizations. Meaning we are getting this complete different kind of organizations. So the first question, can AI do it? No, then a human steps in and will perform it. And this is a way organizations are changing their game and their thinking, because it can bring higher value faster in terms of getting to the stage that you need to deliver the value that you require to deliver. And knowing that today is still the worst AI you will ever use, which is open door, but it's still the truth. And with the pace of innovation at the moment, we need to be aware. We need to prepare organizations. And it forces organizations to go back to their drawing board. really understand in the core, why are we doing the things we're doing today? Are we still relevant in a few years from now? And especially the bigger organizations are struggling with this because they have a lot of people, they have a lot of legacy systems, but they need to transform. Otherwise, they will be out of business in a few years from now. You need to prepare for the agentic web. You need to prepare for a different kind of organizational system. And this is critical. And what we see is this kind of future state. And some organizations are already getting to this future state. It's about the agentic organization, or call it intelligent enterprise. And it's a different system. It's a different setup. No longer working in silos. It's all about end-to-end value streams, multidisciplinary teams. And normally, it's a finance department, it's a sales department, it's a marketing department. And they're all acting separately, with separate systems, separate communication channels. And of course, organizations have been evolving already over the last years, but we need to bring together into one organization. And I'm not just advising organizations on this, it's also our own organization, globally. As KPMG, we are transforming as well into one type of organization. And one thing I want to highlight is the digital brain. This is your foundation. Eventually, we're going to, let's call it neuromorphic kind of setup of organizations, but we need to think, how are we going to leverage all the data we have, all the models that we can leverage, into one system, one foundational platform, where a digital brain of the organization is bringing all the IQ to every individual within the organization. And this is a different way of thinking. So organizations without legacy systems are already working on this. They start with this organizational brain. That's their core, that's their power. That's where their value is. And then you can leverage with the right models, and don't just rely on GPT-5. You heard about Quen, about open source models. You can leverage these models to bring the right value to the people within the organization. Even it's a financial professional, HR professional, compliance professional, or a customer care agent. A human agent then, right? Important. Different staging, because it's not a thing you do just overnight. It's a process, it's a transformation. You need to start small, applying, offering general purpose systems. General purpose system, internal GPT system, of course, in a safe, secure environment, leveraging the right models, but adopting, making sure people start to understand, how can I leverage this within my own organization, with my own work. And a lot of organizations skip this step. They think we need the most complex systems. Just put it out there and then we'll fly. No, it won't work like that, because people need to transform. Technology on the long run can do everything. But people are the blockers here. So you need to involve them, create an intrinsic motivation to transform the way they do their work, and then step by step move towards these autonomous systems. And I want to take you shortly into the future of organizations. We've started an experiment early this year. Last Christmas, one of our professors, one of our partners and professor at the University of Amsterdam, he started a 0-person company. He thought, okay, I'm on holiday, Tenerife, let's get my laptop instead of spend time with my family. His choice. But he thought, okay, what will happen if I just start organizing or set up an organization without any people, just agents? And he thought, okay, let's do this. And let's do this for 2 weeks, CFO, COO, CEO, and put this into an agent. And he thought, in 2 weeks, I'm flying home, and then I will kill the project. Now, almost 11 months later, there's 20 PhDs from the University of Amsterdam working on this project, and it's selling products. It's an organization with hundreds of agents running the show. And one of the things that happened is he learned, and we learned, that you cannot replace one individual with one agent. So the focus of a CFO into an agent, or 2 agents, will not fly. Forget about it. You need to extract the tasks, and tasks can be transformed into an agent. So maybe the whole organizational system will change. So don't apply the human thinking of, okay, we need a person for this, this, and this. No, agents perform. So task-specific focus when creating agents. Also, they perform 24/7, much faster. And by the way, it's selling artificially generated art. The first idea, because we asked the agents to come up with an idea to sell, the first thing they said, let's do a crypto investment organization. And we said, Escape NG, let's not go into that. So we said, okay, come up with something more open to a broader audience, let's call it like that. And it came up with artificially generated art, and it's selling selling products, fully running on agents. And the good thing is, you see them interact, communicate even within Discord. So they have their own communication channels. You see it happening real time. And the good thing is, they can not just talk to one person at a time, they can talk to multiple other agents at a time. So the speed is incredible. And step by step, we're growing this into a more technical approach, and we're applying this for our clients as well as a solution. Let me focus on this. We tend to rely on GPT-5 or these open models available in the chats. They're really good. They can be really good, but also full of bias and full of mistakes, hallucination. So what you want is to bring in this IQ from the models, this intelligence from the models, bring it together with your data, and then create this organizational brain. Don't just think, okay, these GPT-5 models are good enough. No, it's always a combination. Think about the meech, right? And bring it into the right systems. And we're moving step by step towards this intelligence. Like I said before, last year the models were up to about 100 IQ points, and step by step we're moving towards 140 IQ points. This is a research from before summer, and the newest models in development are getting up to an IQ of 200 points. I know maybe some people here in the room have IQ of 200. I want to meet you, by the way, but I don't know anyone with an IQ of 200. But think about the scalability, bringing AI and make it scalable throughout the organization. If you bring an IQ of 200 into your organization, imagine what will happen when you have the right setup, right foundations, right organizational structure. And then you move into this organizational brain. Let me explain this. Normally the business has a request. They have a challenge. Then you want to have a use case and you have a platform to develop, right? Even though it's a Bedrock, Amazon Bedrock, or Azure AI Foundry, doesn't matter. And then you create this app, and often it relies on one data source. This is okay, pretty linear, pretty straightforward. But it becomes complex when you have multiple data sources, when you want to become this one organization, create real value, bring real value to the market. Then you need an intelligence layer in between. And then you can fly and bring step by step, bring these solutions to the business, and even bring solutions to the business that they can configure their own agents. But this is where the organizational brain comes in. So if you orchestrate it correctly, bring this data correctly together with the right models, then you're able to bring this organizational brain to the market, to your business, and let them fly and let them accelerate with this redesigned processes from A to value. And then, looking at the future, last few minutes to capture here. The future of organizations relies on how well they are able to capture this intelligence. And captured intelligence, not just the existing data, but in the Netherlands, a lot of people, we call it vergrijzing. I don't know how you call it here in Romania. People that are old enough to get their, how do you call it? Stop working. A lot of people in the Netherlands. Instead of thinking, okay, let them go, we need to capture their experience and their intelligence into this data. So you need to involve them in training these models and training the output as a feedback system. But if you do so, if you capture it, if you enrich it, augment it, and then distribute it equally to the right people in the organization and make it available, then your organization is future fit. And this is really important to understand. If you do not focus on this, you will have really complex years ahead as larger organizations. Then the question is, okay, all of us, nice people here in the room, all humans, what are we going to do? We need to stay relevant. We need to prepare ourselves to stay relevant. And this is a different way of working. We need to adopt it. We need to start using it today. We need to start thinking, okay, how can I leverage these solutions? How can I orchestrate my organization in leveraging these systems? It's about critical thinking. It's about being more creative and using this output. And be flexible, because we don't know exactly how the future will look like. So be adaptable in what the future will bring. But don't start waiting until it will overcome you. You need to overcome the transformation. You need to drive the transformation in your environment and talk to people about how to move this. Because it's not just you, it's the whole organization and the whole society that needs to shift. Because it's here and it's here to stay. And then back to where I started. AI is making IQ scalable, but I want to top it on, or how do you call it? I want to take a next step. It's about AI is making IQ a superhuman asset. A superhuman asset outside of ourselves, which we should leverage because the human-machine interaction is changing. And then, what will accelerate us is our EQ and CQ. That is what all of us will make our superhuman. We need to be more human, which sounds weird, but I believe AI is able to make us more human, interact with each other, focus on each other, ask the right questions, and instead of asking, how was the weather, you really ask a question. If someone says, the weather was good, why was it good? Where was it good? You need to learn how to interact with each other, become human, and your EQ, CQ is going to differentiate. Right? So IQ, scalable to everyone. IQ is something not where humans accelerate or are the best in. We're not the dominant species anymore. But where we are good at is EQ and CQ. So my question for all of you is, who wants to become a superhuman? Thank you. And yeah, open for any questions.
Fabulous. Yeah, we've just got just a couple of minutes, 2 minutes max for any questions. So if you have a question, pop up your hand. I'll give you the microphone right now. Any questions here at all?
No questions? Yes.
Hello, I'm Daniel. When you're talking about organizational brain, how you're going to protect information and distribute it to different units and do not access information that you're not supposed to access?
Yeah, that's a good question. So identity and access management is key. So orchestrating this foundation with the right buckets and making, it's not one deck of data that you make available to everyone. So you need to organize it, orchestrate it correctly, and distribute it equally to the right people. So identity and access management is essential, and not just into the core system, but also understanding this AI system. The user there is able to tap into only that data that is required for them. Otherwise, it's just one big mess, and everyone can know what the CEO is earning, and you don't want that.
Okay, one last question. Hand up, this gentleman here.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. I'm Bogdan, and I'm wondering how you see the digital brain controlled or having some barriers that cannot get out of the scope.
Yeah, and that's where it starts with, good question, it starts with starting small, because you cannot just implement the whole organizational brain. It starts with individual use cases and orchestrating these agentic workflows in combination with the right data foundation with your question. So start small and then step by step scale fast. And what we're now experimenting is to have a set of agents obsolete, a directory that you can use for a specific task and then delete afterwards. And then you tap into a new agent. And so this is how you bring together this agentic workflows with a controlled functioning with orchestrating the right data foundation.
And with that, we say thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Mr. Bart.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, in just a few moments, we've got a very, very special, intriguing, resourceful. I say resourceful because by the end of it, it will become a resource, something you can use and something you can actually take from and move forward as well. Join us with Microsoft in just a few moments' time, moving on to AI agents and really implementing those into different
Good.
sectors.
Happy to see you here. Yeah, me too.
We just need to turn that mic off. Fantastic. Right, join us, as I say, in a few moments' time, just under 2 minutes, for our next session with Microsoft. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get cracking with our next session right now. Those of you that are coming in, not quite sure if there's seats or not, there are plenty of seats here on my left, in the center, and on the right as well. So come forward, take a seat, get comfy, and get ready for this next session, which essentially is looking at AI agents, really implementing AI agents in different sectors. We're going to have some inspiration from finance, from pharma, from energy, from manufacturing, and pretty much everything in between. So again, another intriguing, resourceful session for us now. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together from Microsoft for Sonika Kapil.
Hi, a very good morning. I'm sure it's more than morning, but for me it feels like morning because I'm slightly jet lagged. A very good morning, and there seems to be, we need some more energy. And what brings energy? Well, I will do presentation, but that's nice. But I will also try a live demo on stage, because where's the fun if you don't try it live? And you have to do a little prayer with me, because I hope the demo gods are with me, and it works out. So a little bit of support there. All right, we're going to look at agentic AI. KPMG introduced it very nicely, actually. I thought he stole some of my slides, but no, I'm just kidding. So I'm going to show you some of the processes in finance, pharma. We look at some use cases in manufacturing. I have a case from Toyota. And then we will end it with a case from space, because why not? OK, let's get started. Agentic AI. I'm sure you've heard this word like a zillion times by now. But what does it mean, actually? So we start with something basic, an agent. I'm sure most of you know what an agent is. Unfortunately, when I go and speak to people, I get different definitions of agent. It's very funny. But there is one that I particularly like. And now let's imagine you're going to hire an intern in your company. So what does an intern have? The intern has a brain. Remember, I'm not comparing. The intern has a memory. They have some knowledge. They are trained, maybe finance assistant or something on finance. And then they have some tools. They can talk to people. They can go back to university, get some more information, search the web, stuff like that. So similarly, an agent is an embodiment of a person. Now, I'm not comparing the brain to a large language model, but I'm comparing it to a processing power. So similarly, an agent has a large language model used for the processing power, has a memory, has knowledge that you have provided, saying you are an expert tax assistant, or you are an expert financial assistant, and then has some tools. Tools are what? They can search the web and call a lot of APIs. So that is what an agent is one of the definitions that I like. Agents are getting more and more capable. This was an analysis, actually, this was a report from last year, November, where they actually said on a percentage of task completion rate, if humans are between, the pink one is humans, 70 and 80%, the far right, agents are already between 60 and 70. Pretty cool, right? And that's from last year. A lot has changed since then. So this was employee onboarding. So let's take a simple example. This is an example I've implemented at quite a few companies now. Employee onboarding says, what happens? When you start at a company, you get a welcome email saying, hello and welcome, we need these 4 documents from you. Maybe 5 documents if there's a specific process, but the process is very similar. So it starts out by an HR manager or a person asking you for some documents. There is an iteration or a cycle over there. You provide the documents. What's next? The manager has to set up a laptop for you and give you permissions. Very similar process. It's the same iterative. There are 5 laptops maybe in the catalog that the manager can choose from, and then set up some permissions. And then finally, you have a training manager. A training manager is one who sets up, maybe in the company, who sets up your onboarding. Again, if you know the position and you know what you're getting hired for, the trainings are very, very similar. So now let's reimagine this process in an agentic world. What would we change? We replace the manager, for instance. No, I'm just kidding. OK, yes, we do. So we actually take out the HR agent. No, I'm not taking out HRs. I will not be popular at all. Take out the IT agent or the IT manager, the task actually, and the training agent. We create 3 agents instead of 3 people who are actually doing this task. We remove the mundaneness of this task. It's a very repetitive task. And the new hire still has the same experience. So this is how, whether we take it as KYC in banks, or we take it as, in retail segment, or we take it on an onboarding, just imagine the amount of repetitive things. So in your companies, in your organizations, such a process can actually be implemented. So Microsoft did something quite interesting. So we analyzed from 30 countries, we interviewed 31,000 people and said, what would a future firm look like? And we came out with the idea of a frontier firm. I think it's exceptionally good work if you have a chance to go read on Microsoft's site. It's called a frontier firm. So what does a frontier firm mean? A frontier firm is one, because the first thing, what do you want to do in your firm? You want to augment or improve productivity. And how do you improve productivity? By giving the right tools to the people so they can do their job faster. So our first step, or phase 1, was human with a co-pilot. So every human gets augmented with a co-pilot so you can do your job faster. There are a lot of studies which show M365, which we introduced in Word, Excel, etc., that it has actually improved. GitHub Copilot, for coding. It has really, really improved or augmented productivity. At least we have lots of reports saying that. Okay, phase 2 says, and this is where a lot of companies are starting to get now. Phase 2 is human agent teams. For example, the process I just showed you. So what we have is, we have humans, and we have deployed a lot of agents who are going to help us solve this process. I have a lot of examples to show you how in some of the companies. So that's phase 2. But phase 3 is quite interesting. Phase 3 says human-led, agent augmented. That is where agents become truly autonomous, where we are saying that you will have the concept of an agent boss. It was very interesting, somebody said, we are probably the last generation who will only have humans in workforce. Take a minute to think about it. It's a very, very huge thing to say. We are probably the last generation who will have only humans in workforce, because we are going to also have agents in workforce. And there's a whole analysis on how digital labor, it is no longer going to be an IT cost, but it will be a digital labor cost in balance sheets. Or you can read about this study. I think it's quite transformative to think about your company in terms of a frontier firm. Let's see one of the areas which is truly getting disrupted. And what is that? Coding. So you see a lot of these rise of these coding agents. And I wanted to bring this up because a lot of times you say, is there ROI? There's so much money which is going into AI. Are we seeing the return on investment? But one very good indicator is, this is an actually open source website. It's the PR Arena. And what you see over there is, the first one, total PRS, actually shows number of tasks or pull requests, coding requests in production. And it's showing OpenAI Codex has almost 2.2 million. Pretty impressive, right? These are public numbers. And then look at GitHub Copilot. It is actually at 266,000. And look at the accuracy. So it is, OpenAI Codex is 87%, but GitHub Copilot delivering 93. And you see down here, you are seeing some on 96% also. Look how much this task of coding is getting disrupted. So it's quite interesting to follow these patterns. But let's look further. GitHub Copilot. GitHub Copilot is one of our most popular products, which says it augments productivity. A lot of organizations have implemented it. But I want to show you a couple of things over here. So, sorry. It is adopted by 77,000 organizations. Like literally every organization I speak to, they're probably implementing or in the process of implementing GitHub Copilot. The important thing is to say, do we have ROI numbers to show it's actually improving something? So this is actually a quote from Thomson Reuters, where they talked about 46% faster task completion, 39% improvement in code quality, and 45% changes are merged faster. You will see, actually in GitHub Copilot, we've given out metrics where you can actually see how fast your developers are developing, resulting in reduction in backlog, allowing you to work on tasks which you did not even think you could achieve. And that is the interesting part of it. But then, bringing live to you from GitHub Universe. So it was only on 28th, 29th August, 28th, 29th October, they showed this at GitHub Universe. So we have launched something called agent mode. So earlier what was done was you could vibe code. You must have heard of the vibe coding. If I have an idea, I will code it, sure. And now what we launched is something called agent mode. So here in vibe coding, you had to like copy paste or do something. Now agent mode says, you describe the task, it will do it for you. And that we launched 3 months ago, agent mode. But then we said, what happened is, you must have heard a lot of things, that it started to do something or override databases or do something which was not quite correct. Then we said, what is it that humans do? We don't like say, go do and it starts doing. We think, plan, and act. 3 stages. So what do we want the agent to do? So for example, if I give you a task, what do? You first think, then you make a plan, then you find out if your plan is current. If it's good enough, you go do the implementation. And that is what we launched in GitHub Copilot. I want to show you a small example. Let's see if it plays. Yeah, so here it's saying, add the ability, I'll stop it, add the ability to share wallpapers to X or Twitter. Now, this agent is actually going to do this task for you. If you follow along, first it's going to think, the reasoning part. It's looking at all the possible Twitter implementations, it's searching for code bases or where this information is available. Then it's creating a plan. And then it's asking me some questions. Is this what you like? Like, is this what you want me to do? Or you want me to find something else? And when I answer these questions, at the bottom, you see over here, it says, start implementation or open an editor. Think, plan, act. That is what we want our agents to do. So this was just launched like 3-4 days ago. And I think it's pretty cool, this particular feature. OK, so that was GitHub Copilot. Now let's move on. It's one of the common ones which is getting used across organizations for agentic AI enablement. But let's move on to Toyota. I really like them because the most value comes from these agentic processes when companies have thought through the process. The better you're thinking, the better the outcome. Toyota did something quite interesting. You see a number 15%. They have 70,000 people in their company. 70,000. Let that number sink in. They were able to reduce the effort of out of those 70,000, 15% work on finding out what should go in the product backlog of the next car they design. Interesting, right? 15% of 70,000 people spend time on finding out from customers, from everything, what should go in the product backlog of the car that I have to design. And that's quite a complex process. And they were able to, again, like every organization, documents are everywhere. There is no proper document management strategy, blah, blah, similar problems. Then, what they used to do was, this is earlier. In Japanese, it's called obeya. Obeya is a large meeting room. They used to invite 20 experts, battery experts, motor experts, different engine experts. They would sit together in this large room, go through all the customer feedback, and find out what should make to the product backlog. Because they're very complex problems, because the customer will say, my engine is saying room, room. Okay, it's a problem. Now you need to break down that problem. Where is that noise coming from? These are very complex problems. Let's see actually how Toyota solve it. They have built a system to actually solve this with multi-agents. It's a very long video, so I'm going to show you small snippets. Obviously, you'll get it later. Before we get started, what we are doing is they created 20 expert agents. Every time there comes a new customer query, it will find out which agents to select, and then based on those agents, they will tackle the problem. They'll break the problem step by step down. Take a look.
This AI registers customer feedback.
I will ask the AI. The engine is noisy when the accelerator is stepped on.
I want to get rid of the engine noise when the accelerator is stepped on. What is the factor in the voice of the customer?
And heating.
So it's a very, very long video, so you don't have to go through the entire thing. But I want to show you is how they actually systematically said there was this noise. And now they have broken it down. On every step, there were different agents. And if you look from engine noise, they find out it's muffled sound. From their measure, they find out it's motor assist. Then they find out, oh, the concern is battery. And this is the final evaluation.
I see. These evaluations are indeed necessary.
So the challenge was battery at low and high temperatures. Quite interesting, right? What a complex problem this was. And it's quite interesting. They were able to do such a good job. This they implemented last year. So it's not even this year. They actually presented it last year, end of last year. And they are improving on this system. But imagine the amount and the productivity they have been able to accomplish. Okay, so that was Toyota. If you're like, oh, I'm not feeling inspired yet, let's move on to finance. Okay. One of the areas which is also facing disruption, I have lots of use cases which I've put over here, but one of the top use cases which I want to show is customer service. Customer service is truly getting disrupted. One of the things I never liked was calling a call center, waiting and figuring out, what's happening. It's one of the most, I don't know, I thought it was very mundane task, but take a look of how it can be solved.
Hi, Adrian. Thank you.
What we are going to see in this particular video is an agent, a call center agent is having a conversation with a customer in real time. So first of all, the first thing to notice is the conversation is taking place and there's real-time transcription which is taking place. Right now, it is possible to do this in 57 different languages. What you'll also observe is the information is getting extracted and going to the backend. So over here, you will see on the side of the customer that whatever is the relevant information is getting picked up in the backend. The third thing to observe over here is as the agent is talking to you, you can get suggestions from Azure OpenAI, meaning you're using GPT-4 over here to actually find out information from your CRM system or whatever while the call is taking place. And the fourth thing to observe in this particular conversation is the sentiment analysis. There's a real-time sentiment analysis happening. And the purpose of this is to make sure that it moves from the left side, that is the negative side, to the very positive side. Let's go.
Thank you for calling Woodgrove Bank. My name is Madison, and I'm here to assist you. How are you doing today?
Hi, Madison. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking.
I understand that you're interested in our home equity line of credit offer. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. I'm planning to do some remodeling on my house, and I think a HELOC would be a good option to finance it.
Before I proceed with the HELOC, let me take a look at your account. I see that you have a mortgage with us that's a little over 2 years old, and you've accrued about $200,000 in equity during that time. That's impressive. Can you tell me more about the improvement that you have in mind?
Sure. My wife and I are expecting our second child, and we're going to need more space in our home. We're planning to add an extension and update some of the existing spaces.
Congratulations on your growing family. A HELOC could be a great option for you to cover the costs of your home renovations. Before we move forward, I want to let you know about our high yield savings account. This account offers better return on your savings and could increase your interest rate from 0.1% up to 2%. Would you like to learn more about this option?
So what you'll see is at the end of the call, the agent is also, in this case it's a human agent, the agent is also able to see that this ticker actually should move towards very positive. And if we go further out, we will be able to see that it actually moves towards very positive. Call center insights, and that is what combination of Azure yeah, okay, maybe it's not showing it. But that's the idea, basically, of this call or a call center. That in real time, when you call, they're able to look up the information, connect it to probably your CRM system, make the suggestions, and make it meaningful rather than saying, I will set up another call to tell you what I can do about this. So that makes it much better. And who actually implemented this? It's Ally. They were able to see a post-call effort reduction by 30%, and Money actually found out 50% of the customer interactions were positive. One of the key things to actually retain a customer is give them good customer service. It's so basic, and yet when you call a call center, you are like, okay, I want to do something else with my life. I don't know, maybe I've had that experience. So this is the way that actually call centers or customer service is being transformed. Another option is Commerce Bank. Commerce Bank said, let me put a digital avatar over there. And actually, we found out it's quite interesting. People who are in the younger demographic, around 30, they really like talking to an avatar. People who are above 30, they are finding it a bit creepy. So it's a little bit strange. You know, we have a mixed one. And interestingly, Commerce Bank launched Ava for 2.2 million active users. And a lot of it, you know, if you go to Commerce Bank, you can actually interact with the avatar. A lot of banks are actually considering that, to have a digital avatar to interact. And we are seeing the younger demographic wants to talk more and actually have an avatar. I don't know. The studies are saying that. Okay. All right. Now let's try to do an actual. Now let's really transform something. We saw small bits of it. We saw call center. We saw, you know, you can have a digital avatar. There are many other processes. We saw also risk being mentioned, risk processes being mentioned by KPMG. Let's take another thing. If we were to find out, if we were to remove the role of an investment manager at a big company, how would we imagine this? So this is something I built. I was actually working for a bank, and I was investment bank, and I was building something for them. And I said, I want to take it all the way forward. Like, if we were to remove an investment manager altogether, what would that look like? What that means is, what you see over here is, we are removing an investment manager. It's quite interesting. I built this, and I'm actually running it every day, but this is just for me, for legal purposes. I'm not supposed to give it to anyone. But what I did over here is, you said you can pick your favorite agent. Your favorite agent could be Ben Graham. It could be Warren Buffett. Their investment methodology is publicly known. And then I arranged 6 of these agents. I combined it with trading signals from technical, that is basically your balance sheets, your cash flow. Then you combine it with valuation, which is your discounted cash flow, to find out the intrinsic value of a company. You combine out with the sentiment, the news, which is happening, which is quite interesting. I usually run it, you know, by the time US wakes up, because there's a lot which changes there. Okay, and then you combine it with risk. When you combine all of this, the portfolio manager, this is what a typical portfolio manager does. They then decide whether to buy, cover, hold, short, or sell a stock. And this is what we'll try to see in real time in the demo, and let's see if that works out. So, sorry for the very black screen, but can you see it? Oh, you can't see it. Can you see it now? Oh, not quite. Okay. Yes, now you can. We are running this analysis live right now for Apple, Microsoft, and NVIDIA. Now it asks me, select your favorite agent. I say, you know, take a combination. Take Ben Graham, Kathy Wood. Then it's saying, what model would you like to use? I've used all sorts of models. I'll try one. Now it starts to do an analysis for you. It's actually generating all the signals in real time. Of course, it's a live demo. If you see, it's calculated everything, and now it is making it has gone to portfolio management, and it's making trading decisions. So please, this is not investment advice, and again, I run it when US wakes up, because these are US stocks, so please note that. Do not take it as investment advice. All right, so we have an analysis over here. It says, what should you do? Apple short, Microsoft short, NVIDIA short. Oh, wow. I just ran this. This is not going well for AI. No, but Okay, there is some reason why. Last week, their earning report came out, and actually most of the stocks, they spiked, and now they are, recovering from that. So obviously, that is playing into that sentiment. But we can also read the analysis over here. It's very detailed, actually. The fundamentals on, let's say, Apple, it's bullish. The technical analysis is bullish, but the valuation is bearish. The sentiment is bearish, clearly. There was earning reports last week. Phil Fisher is neutral. Ben Graham, and you can actually read why they are neutral. So, for example, Charlie Munger, oh, he's dead. Stanley Donwiger, he says, I'm neutral because the debt is higher than ideal against the ratio that he likes, and therefore he thinks, or the agent thinks here, it's neutral. So anyway, I just wanted to give you an example of what it could look like in real time to calculate, something like this. And that is where truly autonomous agents, an exercise like this, if you think about it, an investment manager is only available to, let's say, the most high net worth individuals. And here, with 12 agents, we have been able to run this particular thing. Okay, I just wanted to show you that. We will move back to the presentation. At this point, I hope you're really awake. Give me a minute. Okay. Okay, I am struggling to get my presentation back on. Let's see. Yes, it's back. And that was the analysis that we just saw. Okay, let's move on to pharma. At this point, you should be like, yes, I love agents. I hope so. But let's move on to pharma. Pharma is one of the places where we are seeing lots of advancements with agentic AI. And one of the first ones is drug discovery. I work with a lot of pharma companies. So what Adaptive did was they actually had to process 500 million sequences. And then it would have taken them weeks and weeks. They used AI to find out which molecules they should actually be targeting. And they were able to do this work in weeks rather than 29 years, which means a lot, because the last antibiotic that was discovered was 60 years ago. Because it takes a lot of information to actually process and find that. And that is where AI is playing a very critical role. Another example is bio. Bio says something quite interesting. They have come up with an AI decision board. So normally what happens is when they have to bring a drug to market and they have to decide which one has to go to market, they have to get information. So what they built is they built an expert committee which will decide of agents with a human oversight. In this expert committee, the first one will get information from FDA regulatory approvals. The second one will get information from market to find out prices and reimbursements for a particular drug. The third one will find out demographics and patient economics, because these are very important decisions to decide whether a drug goes to market or not. And this kind of information, when available to a committee, they can actually make a decision to say whether they will be proceeding forward with it or not. And I think that was quite interesting of what Bayer did as a multi-agent use case. The other thing what we are seeing is the quantum advantage. When AI combined with, quantum is not quite there, stage 2 only, but when AI combined with high performance compute, then you see something like this. And I want to show you an example. This was done for lithium ion battery. 32 million is the number of molecules that we had to look at, 32 million. From that, they ran an analysis to say, how can you screen it fast with AI? We came down to 500,000. From 500,000, we ran a DFT, it's basically a physics thing, on high performance compute. We came to 800. Even if you have 800 molecules, for a molecule to stay stable in nature, because it's a living thing, it moves. So what you need to do is you need to find a stable state for that molecule. From that, we ran molecular dynamics using AI, out of which we came up with 150. Now 150 is a digestible number for a human to go through, not 32 million. Now from 150, then we had an expert team who sat through and looked, with the help of AI, of different properties, such as novelty and the availability. And from 18 of them, we were able to identify a new electrolyte. Quite interesting, right? And that uses 70% less lithium compared to existing lithium-ion batteries. That is the level of analysis that you need to do. And I have companies, even, you have companies who are making shampoo, which is like, should be perfect for your hair. I'm not going to mention which company because we are working with them. But that is a level of analysis because there is so much data within us as human beings also. We are quite complex. You know that anyway. Okay. Then what we have done is we have achieved it. This is something we launched in May of this year, Microsoft Discovery. It's still in public preview. And what it does is, it does something like this. What we asked is, we wanted to identify a new coolant for data centers. This is an exercise which we have just done. When we ask it a question like this, it gives us an analysis. Behind the scene, there are models. Just like with transformer architecture, the GPT that you see, we trained it on different languages, English, I don't know, German, other languages. Similarly, can we not train it on chemistry? So we actually trained it on chemistry SMILES, which is carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen. And we actually trained and said, can we not train it on chemistry? Of course we can. And there's TamGen behind it, which actually runs this analysis. So we were able to actually discover I wanted to show a demo, but we don't have enough time. We were able to discover in less than 10 days a data center coolant material in just 200 hours, which is quite interesting. Okay, so we have a lot of companies who are working with us on the whole AI and quantum to be able to personalize things for consumers because that is what consumers like. Finally, I have an example from space. So we also partnered with European Space Agency to say, can we actually use generative AI and talk to a probe in space? So if you have time, there is something called Hera.space. The name of the probe is actually called Hera, H-E-R-A, .space. You can actually talk to this probe, which is millions of miles away. So let's take a look at how we can achieve something like that. Just a second. How much time do I have left to show this demo? Okay, never mind. All right. You can see it, okay. So here, this is actually Hera.space, and you can try it out. So I have been asking it questions. Can you explain your mission? The mission of this particular probe is actually to find asteroids and see how asteroids can be deflected so we can have a better planetary defense. And this is from the European Space Agency, so we should be very proud that the European Space Agency is doing this work. They sent out this probe earlier this year. So I'm going to ask it a question. Where are you now? So it can tell me where it is right now. Let's try it live. How nice. It's actually showing me where it is. This is where Hera is. You see, it did a flyby by Mars, so I've been following it. If you're space nerds at all, I've been following it. That is where Mars, and that is where Didymos, the new asteroid that is actually, not new, but the asteroid that is actually studying. So that is where it is. Finally, I have one last thing to show you, moving back to the presentation. Before they actually send the space probe was asked this question of how do you feel? So many scientists are working on you, and you are going to go out, and I want to show you a small snippet of the interaction of what happened when this space probe was asked, how do you feel about going into space?
Presentation, it will tell you what the launch was like.
Guess what? Looking at a batch of photos from the Aztec Assembly Hall.
This is before it was sent.
Lots and lots of engineers putting together one of your solar panels. Remember that one?
To be honest, I really feel scared. I'm worried that I will go into space, break down, and disappoint all those engineers. They must have put years of work into creating me. Do you think it's normal to be scared before a trip like this?
So I guess it's absolutely...
Okay, so please note, it cannot feel emotions, but I wanted to show you this as just one of the things. But the last thing I want to say is before we end is this capability overhang. Capability overhang is something, there is a lot which is still unknown about this transformer architecture, and every day you read lots of papers, lots of new stuff comes out. We are in an incredibly unique space where the pace of innovation is, as soon as a paper drops, in 3 months it's a product. This cycle has never been faster, and it's quite impressive. So actually, when GPT-3 came out, the idea was to talk to people, and we could converse and have a conversation. What some of the engineers did is, they said, why can't it code? We actually did not know it can code. There was no knowledge that actually these models can code. Some of the engineers started to ask these questions, and it started to produce code back, and they were like, oh wow, it can code. So there is this capability overhang where we have only seen the tip of the iceberg. Yet there is a lot which is hidden, which we don't know right now. And there is a lot of analysis and work that needs to go to find out what are the new cases. So my final message. The big leap in AI might not come from a new model, because there are 180,000 of them on Hugging Face, but from a creative use case. So we are very, very fortunate. You are only limited if you're going to build something by your own creativity. We are in a very, very fortunate time to have the amount of compute, to have the amount of intelligence. It's only up to us to build whatever is it that you desire. Next. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Sunil Kapil. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Right, we steadily move on now. So I want you to think about the world of, which I'm sure you're thinking about already, the world of work. So the talent we think about, in terms of AI, we think about maybe for the future, the talent, the needs for talent, the certain diverse talent needed, the skills for the future as well, and maybe more specifically, more importantly, the skills for the AI future. What does that look like? How is that being redefined, reshaped? And at the end of it, what does that all look like? Hopefully, just hopefully, in this next session now, we're going to get some strong, concrete, straight-talking perspectives to help you understand that, and again, help you make sense of it all as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage from LinkedIn, Mohammed Ben Sakour.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mohammed, and I am a Senior Customer Success Manager. I work for LinkedIn, based in Dubai. And today, we're gonna spend some time together to talk about the future of skills and talents in the AI era. So I'm just trying to test this. Perfect. So just going back. Yeah. So I work with large enterprises, government, and academic customers in Dubai, but on a regional role. I'm also a regional AI champion. And my core role is to help organizations hire, retain, and grow talent. So today, I'm going to share with you some of the global trends we have seen as AI is disrupting the labor markets, is reshaping the way we see the jobs today, and the skills required to succeed in the AI era. We're going to also talk about some of the agentic HR innovations that has been released recently by LinkedIn. So, before we dive in, I have a question for all of you. Imagine we are already in 2030. By how much do you think the skill set required to perform our jobs, your jobs, today will change? Can someone guess? If you think it's higher than 20%, please raise your hand. If you think it's higher than 40%, raise your hand. Oh, I have a lot of enthusiasm in the room. If you think it's higher than 60%, raise your hand. Oh, I think we are all aligned because it's going to be 70%. So even if you don't change, your job will change on you. The agents that we are seeing today, all the agents that we are using, whether it's Copilot, Gemini, and all the existing solutions, are automating a lot of tasks, are removing a lot of the repetitive works, and making us refocus on different skills. Now, as LinkedIn, we launch every year the economic graph, which is a digital representation of the global workforce. Our mission at LinkedIn is to empower every individual to find his next play and connects him or her to an economic opportunity. So we have more than 1.2 billion members on the platform who are working for 69 million companies and who have mentioned more than 40,000 skills. And they have all graduated from more than 136,000 schools globally. Now, all this workforce has been going through a lot of changes in the past 2 years, as we are talking about AI. So let me take you about some of the trends we have seen. So first, AI has impacted both the demand and the supply. So when we look at the demand, companies have increased the number of jobs mentioned in AI on the platform. It has increased by a factor of 21. But then on the supply side, us as professionals, we see a lot of excitement globally. People want to develop these skills. They know that it's not a nice to have, but it's a necessity today to develop AI skills. And the number of people who have mentioned AI skills on their profile has increased by a factor of 140. So that tells you how much excitement is happening globally. And I think every company now is seeing that. More than 70% of the employees are already using AI to improve the way they work and the way they deliver results. Now, let's focus a little bit on Europe. We have launched recently the LinkedIn AI index for talent. And that specifically looks at the concentration of AI talents globally. And today I'm excited to say that Europe is placed in the top 20 countries. So we have more than 10 countries in the top 20 globally who have a high concentration of the AI talent. Now let me walk you through what we mean by the AI talent index. So first we look at the the proportion of professionals who have added at least 2 AI skills on their profile. And we divide that by the working population. And of course, we adjust it by the proportion of the population that has a LinkedIn profile. So there's a lot of adjustments there to make sure we are capturing the right index. Now, I want to walk you through, let's start diving into the skills part. So when we talk about AI skills, we have 2 main categories. We do have first AI engineering skills, and these are the very technical skills. We're thinking about all the professionals who are building, running, maintaining the AI systems. And that includes deep learning, generative AI, natural language processing, machine learning. And then we have the AI literacy. And the AI literacy is the competency that helps you use AI agents, and that helps you use AI at work or on a personal level. And that includes using solutions like Copilot, Gemini, and other agents in the market. Now, we also released recently some of the trends when it comes to both categories of the skills. First of all, companies are actively looking for AI engineers, AI consultants, those professionals who know how to build AI systems, and the hiring rates have increased by over 25% year over year. Now, on the AI literacy parts, which I think can relate to all of us, so knowing how to use an agent has been the fastest growing skill in 2025. So I'm glad that we are all here in this room, learning about all the agentic solution that has been launched by all the global players, because that's a key skill to develop today. Now, as we're thinking about how organizations are thinking about reskilling, upskilling their employees, we have developed at LinkedIn what we call the AI upskilling framework. But I want you to think about it as a way for you to assess where you stand on the AI skill map globally, or where do you want to be? Where do you envision yourself? So the good news is we will not be all at the top of the pyramid. the very technical, specialized folks who will be building the AI systems. But as you can see, it's a pyramid. So at the bottom, there is a foundational layer where we will all have to develop what we call AI literacy, which is understanding all the generative AI solutions, understanding what we mean by responsible AI, what are the right ways, of course, to implement this system across the organizations, and then we will move slowly to applying. And that's where you will be using a lot of copilots and all the chatbots that can help you, of course, improve sales, HR functions, or any other business function in the organization. And then some of us will be building AI agents. I myself build a lot of agents that helps me smoothen and streamline my sales processes, but also help me improve my productivity. So for that, you need to understand databases, how can you connect the agent to specific sources, and I think we have seen an example this morning of how we can build an agent without having a deeply specialized skill. Now, as we go to the top, that's where we will see the very specialized skills. And that will be the people who will be train the models, build the AI system, run them, and maintain them. So, see where you want to be. Get ready for the future, because that's how you're going to build the AI-ready workforce. And coming here, I thought to bring a gift to the AI Expo, which is more than 30 courses from LinkedIn to help you start the journey today. If you have started a long time ago, it's for you, again, because you can go and learn about prompt engineering, learn how to code actually in the AI space, and of course you can also learn about the foundational skills of AI. So these courses are unlocked until the 22nd of November. So not saying that you should start today, but almost. Now, let's talk about the jobs of the future. As we are upskilling ourselves, and as we are getting ready for this new AI era, maybe some of you are thinking that AI will replace us. And probably will be less in the room. Who thinks that AI will replace us? Can raise his hand or her hand. Oh, we have few enthusiasts in the room. Well, I have some good news for you. AI will not replace us, but someone who knows how to use AI agents will take your job. So, it's up to you to choose if you want to move in that direction. Now, as we are thinking about organization in the future, again, I want you to project yourself in 2030. In companies where we'll have AI agents collaborating with humans, humans collaborating with humans, and AI agents, of course, orchestrating a lot of work, while humans has still to be the key pillar of the transformation at organizational level. Now, as we are getting into that era, I really want to simplify how you could think about how your job will evolve. And for that, I took an example from the talent space. So the way we define jobs today is based on the title. Recruiter, L&D manager, VP of talent. Now, as we are moving into the AI era, the way we define jobs will shift toward skills and tasks. So in the example of a recruiter is in charge of defining the role, engaging with the candidates, scheduling the phone interviews, building the relationship with the hiring managers, defining the talent strategy, so on and so forth. So all of these are tasks and skills required to succeed in this job. Now, as AI agents, and AI will automate a lot of these tasks and skills, some of the skills that we know already will be reprioritized, and some will completely disappear. So, automated, to be very precise. Now, to understand which ones will be automated and which ones cannot be replaced, we have to look at it from a two-dimensional perspective. The difficulty of automation is one, and then the value-added human touch. And that's exactly why we will not be replaced by AI, because that dimension is super critical to succeed in the future workforce. Now, as we are classifying these clusters, some of the repetitive tasks that can be automated by AI agents, such as taking notes from an interview, sending the summary to the hiring manager, assessing the candidates based on specific sets of criteria, scheduling even the interviews. All these tasks can be automated and don't require a lot of human added touch. Now, as we go up in the scale of value added human skills, that's what AI cannot replace and will never replace. Even though we are orchestrating a lot of intelligence, we still need empathy, persuasion, critical thinking, strategic thinking to succeed as a recruiter. So whatever I'm showing you today, you can also think of it in your own roles and your own jobs to see what AI agents can really help you streamline it at work, how you can integrate them into your work, and which skills will be required from you in the future to succeed in the AI era. Now, as all of these AI agents are coming to play, recruiters will have more free time. Then ask me, what will they do with this free time? Well, they can take a coffee for sure, but more importantly, they can focus on the human side of their work. So it is maybe a paradox to say that AI agents are automating a lot of tasks and skills in the most human-centric function of the organization, but this is the reality. Today, you will have a lot of agentic solutions helping in the sourcing of candidates, screening all the database of CVs, reaching out to candidates, even doing the interviews, the assessments, orchestrating a lot of tasks. And we're going to see today some of the examples that have been released by LinkedIn so that you can envision and imagine how this field is evolving. But at the same time, imagine all of us in the room writing our CVs and LinkedIn profiles with AI. I'm sure some of you are doing that. If you're doing that, can you raise your hand? Oh, I like that. So you're going to send the perfect CV, and I'm glad you'll do. The CV that will portray exactly the perfect skills for the job. I'm glad you're going to do it. Now, on the other side, recruiters will have agentic solutions. They will have agents, I'm going to show you later, that can analyze the CV, get the skills, compare this qualification required for the job with the skills that you have mentioned on your CV. And you'll ask me, are AI agents hiring AI CVs? Well, I hope not. And that's why it's all going to be about the humans. So recruiters, and definitely you in your own jobs, will be required to be more critical thinkers. But before reaching the critical thinking, you need to know how to prompt, because you need to write and converse with the agents in the way that help you get the best results. So prompting, analyzing, fine-tuning the results of the AI agents, understanding is that candidate a good fit for the organization. You will also need to assess the cultural fits, have strategic conversations with the hiring managers, and all of that to ensure that the hiring process is fair, transparent, inclusive, responsible. Think about it. We are still humans hiring humans. We are not agents hiring agents. So it's all about human touch at the end. And as I'm thinking about that, I like this quote. So in the past, our jobs were all about the muscles. Now, they are all about the brains. But as we are creating more brains that mimic us, in the future, it will all be about the heart. So, soft skills. So, critical thinking, empathy, making sure you're really understanding what the agent is proposing you, whether it's a candidate, whether it's a financial advice, whatever you're using the AI for, making sure that this results goes through a framework where you ensure it's fair, inclusive, transparent, it's matching the values you are bringing to the organization. Now, I still want to walk you through some of the challenges we have seen globally when it comes to AI agents adoption in the HR space. And I'm sure it can speak to all of you in your jobs, on your organizations. But what we have seen as concerns, which is a fair concern, is some of the recruiters think there are privacy issues. There are uncertainty about the results. Is it accurate? Is it giving me the right candidates? And why? There are, of course, a lot of legal and compliance matters that arises with that. And I think the one that I want to touch upon is the uncertainty about how to use the tools. And I think that's what I want you to reflect about, what skills you need to succeed in that era. Knowing how to prompt, knowing how to use that agent, knowing to understand the limits of the agents, knowing also that the agent will not take decisions on your behalf. And as you're getting a proposed candidate, in my example, you are the one taking that decision. The AI agent is only a copilot. It will never replace decisions taken by humans. Even if it goes to the most extreme level of automation, we still need humans to take that final decision. And that's why I'm thinking about it as a change journey. I don't know if some of you know Prozai, but they speak about 5 stages in the change management journey. First of it is awareness. So understanding really what the change is about. New AI agents embedded in the process, new ways of working, new ways of collaborating, new ways of selecting candidates. Then desire, understanding what's needed for you. So in the case of recruiters, I'm going to walk you through some of the agentic solutions. Some of the roles where they have used the AI agents have seen a saving of 4 hours per role, which free the time of recruiters to go and do lots of value-added work, such as making a strategic conversation with the hiring manager to ensure that the candidate is well qualified. Then we go to knowledge, and that's key. So knowing the limits of the AI agents, understanding how to prompt it, understanding that the results have to be fine-tuned and not taken for granted. And then we reach the ability, and that's where you need to practice. So my call for you is go to practice every day. Any AI agents you have between your hands, and if you don't have it already, just go and create an account in all the existing platforms, and make sure you are practicing, understanding how the results works, understanding what's the thinking process behind the AI agents before we reach the reinforcements. And that's where we will all embed these processes in our flow of work. Oh, I also like this one. I think that's when we think about a business, an AI transformation. At the end of the day, it's a business transformation. So we talk for days and weeks about the algorithms, LLMs. Is the agent going to give me that prompt? Do I need that other prompt? Who's going to give me the prompt? But then the reality is algorithm and technology are only 30% of that transformation. 70% will always be about the processes, the people, and the organization. So making sure that the vision has clearly been shared across the organization, connecting that with business outcomes, connecting that to a lot of the benefits, what's in it for them, of course, us, the employees, and making sure that is landing well with everyone. So now I want to walk you through some of the agentic innovations that are happening in the HR space to make things more concrete for you. We're going to talk first about Leah, the LinkedIn hiring assistant, which is the first agentic solution for recruiters that help them source talent, find the candidates, build a strategy, understanding the hiring requirements, and even reach out to candidates. Now, we have launched that solution a few months ago. More than 500 organizations have already used it. And what we have seen is 4 hours saved per role, the reduction of the number of profiles that the recruiter has to go through by more than 60%. But the AI agent is proposing candidates, and then the recruiter will fine-tune, assess the cultural fit, and of course, take that hiring decision. Now, I want to show you a quick demo.
You can access Hiring Assistant directly in LinkedIn Recruiter and Jobs. To get started, simply describe the role or your ideal candidate. You can also add a link to your job or copy and paste your job description. Based on your hiring goals, Hiring Assistant instantly drafts a set of required and preferred qualifications unique to your role. From here, you can chat with Hiring Assistant to fine-tune your hiring goals. For example, you can ask Hiring Assistant to look for profiles similar to high-performing members of the team, like Samantha. Or double down on some of your non-negotiables, like 5 to 10 years of experience. Hiring Assistant will update your hiring requirements based on your conversation. You can also make direct edits to the requirements to better meet your needs. Now that everything looks good, let's approve the role details. Based on your criteria, Hiring Assistant will instantly surface candidate profiles to help calibrate your search. If a candidate's a good fit, Hiring Assistant saves them to your pipeline for outreach and uses them to inform its sourcing strategy. If a profile isn't quite a fit, it asks for feedback to refine its approach. The more specific your feedback, the better the results. This process helps Hiring Assistant learn more about what you're looking for in a top candidate. When you feel confident it's on the right track, you can ask Hiring Assistant to start sourcing for your role.
Thank you. I hope you start understanding how agentic solutions are coming fast also in the HR space. And now let's talk about about learning. So again, we will need to reskill and upskill ourselves on a shorter period of time, because just every technical skill will expire. So technically we have to continue upskilling ourselves, and that's why lots of innovations are coming into the space for the LinkedIn learning part. So some of it will be about helping the L&D managers curate a learning path for all of us using AI. So just by giving a job to the AI, it will propose a learning path needed for you to reach your goal, what is your next play or the next role that you want to take in that organization. And then as the learners, we will have access to solutions such as the AI coach. An AI coach, as the name talks about it, it's a coach that will understand your goals and that will propose a lot of learning content for you from LinkedIn Learning. So again, I'll show you a video to portray and visualize all of that. And the video will talk about the role plays. So we all have maybe experimented ChatGPT or other solutions where you get a live conversation with the agents, and that helps you, of course, improve on specific skill. We have developed the same on LinkedIn Learning. So let's have a look at the video.
Human skills are essential to your career success. But providing effective training on these skills is no easy task, especially at scale. LinkedIn Learning's role play with AI-powered coaching gives employees the chance to practice high-stakes conversations and build their confidence. We partner with subject matter experts to create role-play scenarios around delivering feedback, performance reviews, navigating sales and customer service conversations, and more. All LinkedIn Learning Hub users can create new role-play scenarios to support organizational priorities, either for their own personal practice or to share with other people at their organization. Just click on AI Roleplay in the left rail and describe the roleplay scenario you want to create. Let's say you're an admin and you want to help your employees practice how to deliver feedback to a colleague. AI Roleplay will do the heavy lifting of generating all the scenario details, including the goals, personality of the AI, and more. But you can always edit these fields to better fit your needs. In this scenario, let's edit the evaluation criteria to reflect a popular framework for delivering feedback: the situation, behavior, impact, or SBI model. You can test the role play a few times, make any additional edits, and when you're happy with it, share a link directly to learners or embed into training assets. After learning about the role-play scenario details like what the goals are and who they'll be speaking to, employees can just click Start.
Hi, Roger. What feedback do you have for me?
Hi Sam, thanks for your time. I feel like you haven't been speaking up much in our kickoff calls, even though I know you have so many great insights. Why is that?
Thanks for bringing this up, Roger. I appreciate the feedback. I guess I've been a bit hesitant to speak up because I'm not always sure if my ideas are fully formed or if they align with the team's direction.
Your input is always valuable, Sam. You put in so many great insights into the briefing docs, but unfortunately, most people don't have time to read the docs beforehand. I think we should start each of these meetings with you voicing over these insights.
I understand, Roger. I didn't realize that not everyone had the chance to read the briefing docs. I'm definitely willing to change and contribute more during the meetings. Do you have any specific suggestions on how I can start doing that more effectively?
After engaging with the role-play feature, employees can end the session and receive feedback on their strengths, areas of improvement, as well as tactical suggestions and relevant content taught by industry experts. With AI role-play, you can tailor scenarios to your organization's unique needs.
So, one last word for today. You know, we are running out of time. If now we know that more than 70% of the skills will change in the future, what I want you to live with is making sure that critical thinking, creativity, empathy, adaptability will still be some of the core skills you're going to keep with you in that future AI era. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. Right. I imagine you, unfortunately we don't have enough time right now for questions, but I guess you'll be here for the rest of the day, right? Absolutely. So you're curious, you'd like to know more, have a chat, have a coffee, take those conversations forward. Once again, round of applause for Mohammed. Thank you so much. Right, as you can see right now, we are preparing the stage for our next session right now. All I can say at this stage is I am real, right? I am real. However, a little bit later on, we'll be meeting on stage. I will be on stage with an actual AI robot on stage with me a little bit later on towards the end of the afternoon. And I'm sure what the conversation we'll have, what you see, maybe will surprise you just a little bit and maybe, again, get you thinking for maybe the possibilities of what could be certainly in the future. So that's a little bit later on and coming up. Again, just let me remind you also, we have everything that goes on, that unfolds here in this room throughout the day, as yesterday as well, is beaming live, streaming across LinkedIn and YouTube. All you have to do is go over to the AI Expo Europe channels on LinkedIn and YouTube, and you can see the live stream of this right now. So again, maybe colleagues or other people maybe within your network that you would like to maybe share a little piece of what's happening here in Bucharest with them, share that link to them, and they can pop in and out and see what's happening, all the fun we're having right here in Bucharest as well. Right, we move on now to our next session. This, in fact, automation to autonomy. Again, agentic AI, really looking at how running the next generation of businesses and how that is moving forward with agentic AI. What we're going to do now is bring back some of the speakers we had, great speakers we had a little bit earlier on, back to the stage for this healthy, productive discussion right now. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our panelists and our moderator as well. Please welcome back to the stage Alex McClellan, Felix Klijan, Alexander Gurita, Bart Viman, and our moderator Luca Dejan, who will shape this forward. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panel and our moderator.
Hello, everyone. Happy to be back here. So I will start by grounding this discussion. So automation has been in practice for a couple of times up to this moment, but right now agentic AI seems like the upgrade or the new thing. So what has happened now that agentic AI is bringing to the table that makes a difference from what was before, in your opinion? Open question for everyone.
If nobody wants to start, I will. I think that this step between automation and agentic AI and a lot of other things based on AI were the differences between the, let's say, determinism of what it's needed to be done. In automation, you need to have a very precise process. You need very well-defined inputs and outputs, while with agentic things and AI, there is maybe not a very big degree, but there is a degree of uncertainty and let's say, randomness that can squeak into the process. And basically, I think that that's the main difference, because in the end, if you look from a business point of view, that one that implements automation and one that implements agentic things, the goal will be hopefully the same.
Yeah, and to add on that, automation, of course, is a deterministic approach. And now we're moving to non-deterministic. So like you said, it needs to be correct, and you need to be able to rely on it. And there's a few things happening. First of all, quality is getting better, better quality data, better quality models. And also because of the agent-to-agent protocols coming up since last year, or either it's agent-to-agent or MCP servers, they're able to give the right context within the right environment. And that's increasing automation to autonomy, so we can rely more and more and move away from the deterministic part. Still, organizations are hesitant into taking the real step because they're not confident that they are well organized enough. But yeah, we're moving quickly and swiftly towards autonomy.
If I can add to that, at UiPath we were working with RPA, so the classic automation, traditional one, for quite some years for now, maybe more than a decade, and I think we reached the saturation in which RPA can be implemented. So companies have been asking us for more complex use cases that I think now technology is ready to do it with agentic AI. So it's also the moment, but it's also the need.
And I think, just to add as well, I think, yeah, the reasoning aspect is a key part of this next phase. So of course, when things are slightly unclear or ambiguous, of course, agentic can start to tackle that with a bit more freedom. But of course, you need to have some guardrails around it. But yeah, I think especially in terms of sentiments or things around summarizing for certain roles or things like that, you can have some interesting perspectives from this next wave of AI. So I think probably the reasoning part is a key aspect of agents as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
If I can add on it, it's also about people. Are we ready for it? And last year, early 2024, Andrew Nung was already talking about agentic workflows, so it's not something new. But we need to get aware and accustomed on using GenAI within our workflows, etc. And now we're step by step getting ready, understanding how agents can support us. And now we're moving towards more autonomous processes. But it's a learning curve. We need to be ready for it, be confident in terms of not just the models, but also ourselves. And I see this change coming up.
Okay, thank you. So it looks like the world is changing. So I would like to approach the business perspective because I think there's a lot of business owners in here. So how do you think the business world and specific activities within a business will be reshaped by agentic AI in the future?
Everything within business. Yeah, it's from the core, because we were most organizations, the larger organizations especially, are designed based on previous industrial revolutions. And this is really, should be treated as a new revolution. So we need to go back to the core, understand why are we doing the things we're doing. And what you will see is that our core processes are really going to be reshaped and redesigned based on the AI principles. So if you look at what is going to change, I believe everything in the foundation and the core of a business, especially how we treat everything and all the intelligence we are getting out of it.
I want to dwell a bit on two of the points that my colleague here made. Is the fact that if we remember the first industrial revolution, where the term sabotage came from, it was actually the workers that were fearing the machines will take their jobs, and they were sabotaging them. I feel that we are, or we will be in the same kind of mentality here when it comes to the business, and when it comes to the leaders of the business who need to present the benefits or whatever improvements that might come to the lives of the people that most likely will be affected by all this drive towards AI, in such a way that we don't encounter the new flavor of AI sabotage, let's call it.
I think I will touch a bit upon a specific topic about what will change in businesses, and something that I've noticed, I'm also doing my PhD in this, is actually career development. So I know that entrepreneurs here, and probably a lot of you, would like to replace the people with agents, and that's of course the dream, but there is also a bit of things that you need to be careful. So it has been proven that not everyone can be replaced by it due to a few things. One of it is expertise. So AI works good at replacing novice or people that are, let's say, more junior, but it actually optimizes the work better with people that have 3 to 5 years into their domain experience. So I would say see it more as a tool instead of a replacement. Of course, it can replace many things. We've seen it today. But do also think about it on how you can make use of the people that you have to get more money.
Yeah, and I think, just to add on the previous point, sometimes, I completely agree, I think everything's going to change. But I think sometimes it's important to think about what isn't going to change. So when I was at Amazon, for example, we knew the things that are never going to change is that customers are never going to want things slower or more expensive. They're always going to want things faster and cheaper. So while all the processes to achieve that can change, I think it's still being very clear on what are the core competencies of the business, and then using your process to accelerate and improve those to pull ahead of your competition. So I do agree with all the points made, but it's still got to be centered around what makes a particular business or organization unique and what's their unique selling point for their particular market.
I want to make a final, let's say, underline on this topic, in the fact that from a business point of view, for a, let's call it leadership point of view, for a management point of view, the big difference will be in relying on processes versus specifying very specific goals. Because hopefully in an AI-driven world, you won't have to have very well-defined processes of how do you reach from A to B. You will just specify, I want to reach to B, and then hopefully an army of software and hardware robots, which, by the way, will be able to work also during the night, which is, again, an improvement, and the change will be able to figure out how to reach from A to B without a predefined plan.
This is a very interesting topic that I want to approach as well. So we all agree that the world is going to change. We're all going to rely on AI agents. How will the leadership look when we reach that moment? What will be the skills of a leader when most of your business or part of your business is relying on AI agents? Because the things will be different for sure. How will the leaders look like in the future, the business owners? for example?
Just digging deeper in what I previously said, the leaders will be less required to be familiar with all the operational aspects, and probably they will be more. They will need to be more accustomed with specifying goals and have in mind that. Due to the nature of all these agents that will be involved, which have as a let's say training function, all this reinforcement learning and improving from each run some specific aspects, specifying goals which will be very well measurable. That's a key point. And maybe when you interact with regular employees, let's call them human employees, because in the future we will have to differentiate between human employees and AI employees. When we interact with human employees, we can be a bit more non-deterministic, because they will, based on the processes and their past knowledge, they will infer what needs to be done. But when we talk about the AI employees, they will need to be goals which are very well measurable in order for them to be able to perform.
Well, I want to make a joke, but from what I've seen how businesses without people work, probably leaders will be in Tenerife in holiday, right? But to add on that, I do believe they need to be more responsible, but also more comfortable with uncertain things, because this is how agents work. And still in holiday, I hope.
Yeah, and I think just to add to that, I think it will be, of course, you're delegating authority, but the accountability still stays with leadership. And I think understanding the key parts of the organization where, of course, you'll still need the very specialized humans to be involved. So it's, I think, really steering the org between which parts can be actually for that particular org. Is it better to be, of course, you will have AI support, but are these really your differentiators, having humans in these roles versus agents? And I think if you do have them, what are the rules, the boundaries you're setting around them for those parts which are automated? So I think, which parts you're delegating authority but maintaining accountability, and then where are the sweet spots where you'll have humans and AI involved?
Yeah, and if I look at leaders today, they struggle with really looking forward in 2-3 horizons ahead. So there's a demand to be more creative and visionary, understanding technology, not just looking and based on what they've done for tens of years, but really understand, okay, how is our business changing? And then one example I want to highlight is we talk about process automation and going to autonomy, but we really need to be aware of what's happening in the market. Of course, OpenAI has released Atlas, the browser, AI browser. There's plenty others already out there. And what they're trying to do is to create this agentic web, to control everything that's happening on the internet, to get more data, but also to be able to steer how organizations are selling their products directly to consumers. So there will be products and services that you design and communicate, not tailored to a human, but tailored to machines and tailored to other agents that can get this. And this is not just internally. Leaders need to understand our business is going there. It's another audience we're talking to, not just the humans we tend to talk to. So that's another thing that we, besides, of course, creativity, adaptability, all the things that have been said before, the soft skills, it's also the visionary state.
Okay, thank you. You said about accountability, and I like this topic a lot because I'm a lawyer, so it will be very interesting to find out in the future who is responsible when the AI agent is doing some wrong stuff. So what's your opinion on that? Who should be responsible in this case? Because from a legal perspective, it's an extremely interesting one.
I think that as long as a business employs any kind of software, that business is responsible. It's not very different with any kind of, if I use Excel and Excel has a bug and I pay somebody $1 million when I should have paid only $1, it's not, I would not go to Microsoft and tell them you had a bug and it made me pay. In the end, it's the business, the one that employs these AI agents and these AI employees, and it's not different with any kind of responsibility between a customer and their provider.
Yeah, and I believe there's a lot still unclear also within the European environment. Okay, who's accountable, who's reliable, and I believe the Data Product Liability Act is going to include AI solutions as well. But we're still searching who is accountable, who is responsible for failure. And I believe as well businesses should be responsible and accountable for it. So there's a lot of focus, should be a lot of focus, okay, doing the right things and making sure it's safe, it's trustworthy.
Well, for me, I will be short. I was hoping that everyone is going to say the same thing, but if it's not us, then we shouldn't probably be here on the stage. So for sure, it's the people putting the things out in the world. We are responsible for it.
Yeah, and I think AI is a tool like any other. I think it can be used for harm or for good, but if you're using the tool, you are ultimately accountable for it. And we talk about autonomy in agents, and of course you can delegate authority, but you're still accountable for what it produces and the outputs. So yeah, I think businesses are still accountable, and I don't think that will change.
It's very interesting to hear your answers, because I want to point out one thing. There's been from past experience, I've seen cases where a software developer, even though the software was used by some other people, was considered was taken into court because he was not able to prove that the software was meant for any rightful purposes. So as long as the software was from the starting point not meant for doing good, that it doesn't matter who's actually using it. Even you, as the person who has created it, you can be responsible for it.
Well, I mean, here we have a kind of a famous example of non-related to the Tornado Cash thing, in which a guy that wrote code that he didn't deploy anywhere, he ended up and he's still in jail because somebody used that code for nefarious purposes. I mean, at least I expect that when we talk about business that employs software written by somebody else, to be again some sort of a contract which covers some or all of the aspects.
That's why I want to outline, because some people say, as long as I'm not using it, it doesn't matter, even though I'm the creator. So that's one thing I wanted to point out. So is the regulation necessary at this point of development of the AI? Because we know the European Union likes regulation a lot. We have the UI Act. We are probably the best in the world at regulation. Some countries have a different approach with respect to development of technology. Do you think the regulation is the answer at this moment? Do we need regulation, at very specific or comprehensive regulation at this moment, considering the development of the AI agents up to this moment?
I think it's pivotal for the European development. It slows us down, but make sure we do it the correct way and do not lose our values. Because we can go all the way, all for money, but then we lose track and maybe implement systems that do harm on the long run. So I'm really happy we have the strict regulations. Regulations are always behind, that's another thing. So we need to, as businesses, take responsibility in doing the right thing as well and support governments in updating regulations, etc. But I want to point out, I'm really happy we have these strict regulations in Europe, because then we can focus on really creating innovation with having the right base in terms of guardrails, in terms of safety, in terms of ethically responsible development.
I will take the opposite bet on this, because I haven't seen any domain where government intervention is actually a positive thing. So you know, it's my maybe libertarian hat that I put on, that I say that regulation, especially the regulation that the European Union is trying to enforce, where so-called they put the căruța înaintea cailor, yes, so they move well ahead of what needs to be regulated. So I'm absolutely sure that because of that, and I'm sure because I know startups that instead of incorporating in Romania, they said, or in EU, they said we will go to US because in there we have a more free to do some of the startup related things.
Yeah, and the question is, should we let startups do things that will do harm on the long run, or should we support them? Yeah, you do. Okay. Let's agree to disagree.
I think from a regular standpoint, I think I'm with Felix. I think we need to have, some strong guardrails to at least, especially for high risk AI use cases, especially for certain industries around, healthcare or defense purposes, for example. I think we should have, some strong guardrails around transparency and ethics, for example. But again, I think it's a very evolving field, and I think, as Felix mentioned, of course, it always lags slightly behind the technology. So I think for the time being, they're starting to see some early iterations of the UK's announced their AI framework, and I think the US has recently as well. So it's coming. I think it'll just be interesting to see how it evolves over the next couple of years.
If I can add one last thought on this topic, I think it's really up to you. You can open a business anywhere you want, right? Let's say. So freedom gives you speed, and if this is what you need, go for it. But I guess a second thought could give you better quality. So it's up to you in which state you are in and to choose which direction you want to go, because you are responsible in the end.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have time to get questions from the public? It looks like
one or two.
One or two, right, we'll do this not on the screen, but we'll do this right here. So if you have a question, put up your hand, I'll give you the microphone, and we'll do this quite quickly before we finish. Any questions at all?
No one?
No questions. Listen, that's okay, because
there's one hand in the back.
Is there? Right at the back, on the last row, believe it or not. Right.
Hi guys, Maria Dodao, Goga Services. Just a quick question. We are currently developing an AI internal tool, and we were just wondering, actually I was, which would be, in your opinion, the best infrastructure to deploy while trying new things? Because we were thinking consultants, getting a team to handle daily work, and then another team to handle the AI development. And for a small company, as you can imagine, with limited budgets, this might be an issue. However, we would like to tap into the potential that AI has. So, in your opinion, as experts and guys working with huge budgets, a lot of teams, which would be the ideal infrastructure setup for a company that wants to develop but has, various limitations? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. If I may answer first, it doesn't matter if you're big or small. So it starts with the right foundation, and what you don't want is to have a robust platform for the next years that is fixed. You need to start small and start growing modularly with new use cases towards the future. So you stay flexible, and it doesn't matter if you start using Microsoft or Google or Amazon as core, but you need to have an environment where you modularly can rebuild agents and start building new solutions on top. And like I said, it doesn't matter if you're big or small, they all have the same vision on this.
My recommendation is to start with some local things. If you can get a laptop with, 32 gigs of RAM or something, you can deploy Olama or something similar and start testing with some of the models that are available, for instance, through LM Studio, and figure out at least the way in which you will work. You will be heavily performance bound because that laptop will not be able to give you the right tokens per second that you need maybe for specific business cases, but at least it will give you a functional validation of the process that you want to take. And once you have everything ready, then you can move to one of the hosted models if you don't have like things that you are very fond of and don't want to share with the world. You can move to hosted models and then the performance would not be a problem anymore.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the time is up. Thank you all for being here. It was a very nice discussion. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, there we are. Hands together for all our panelists and our moderator. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Right, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? We are about to go for lunch. Remember, we are back here 1:30 on the dot. We will be moving forward with the next session right here, as I say, starting exactly at 1:30 for more AI Expo Europe 2025. in Bucharest, AI Expo Europe 2025, moving forward again with perspectives, ideas. Perspectives and ideas you don't necessarily have to agree with, and that's all good as well, right? If you want to challenge some of the ideas, what you're hearing, what you're absorbing, you don't have to agree with them. Listen to them, and then again try to make sense of them, and then help you make the right decisions that's relevant for you. That is what this is essentially over these 2 days all about. And right now we move on to the world of marketing. So marketing, clearly the human aspect for centuries has done so well on its own, but clearly with AI, as we heard a little bit earlier on, certainly with e-commerce, it's coming into a whole new world of really embracing the AI landscape and really helping us get even better results. So what's happening right now, what we'll have right now on stage is we'll hear perspectives from someone who's going to kind of give us that, how we can really build those strategies with human and AI together, that relationship, really, that great marriage to create great results as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Floriana Onețiu.
Hello, I'm very pleased to be here with you today. Among all of you innovators, entrepreneurs, people that challenge always the status quo, like he mentioned before. So I want to start with a question. How many of you spend and invested money in marketing this year? Please raise your hand. Okay. Okay, so keep your hand up, please. How many from the ones that you raised your hand invested money and you have a good ROI from marketing? Okay. Okay, and how many of you can measure exactly the ROI from marketing? Okay, not so much, but it's good. Okay, starting from here, this is something that we are going to talk today. Because for the last 25 years, I've been obsessed with one question. How can we bridge the gap between marketing investment and good, measurable results with a good ROI? So this is something that I didn't find an answer quite right, but lately, let's say, we can say that AI could do this. But it's not only AI. Because only with AI, it will be a marketing that will have no heart, let's say, will have only data and not the soul, the vision of the humans. So today we will talk about a marketing strategy, human plus AI, that could enhance our conversion rates up to 35%. So before that, we will move forward and we will go through 3 different subjects. First will be, let's see, how is the Romanian entrepreneurial reality right now in discussion with marketing. What is this AI marketing strategy and how can we use it in collaboration with human for better conversions? And the third subject will be a calculation, exactly how exactly we can improve our conversion rates through human and AI. First of all, let's start with something a little bit funnier, and let's look a little bit of how entrepreneurs are starting a business in Romania and maybe all over the world. Let's see. So when we are starting a business, everything is good. Yeah, everyone is happy. We are starting a business. 2 years later, what am I doing in this business? But after, let's say in the 3rd year, we are equipping ourselves and we are starting to get used to business. In the 5th day, we are paying Meta and Google Ads. Then in the 10th day of the month, we are paying the salaries. And in the 5th day we are paying the rent, of course, as entrepreneurs. And in 25th, here will come the taxes. And if an energy remains, you have energy and maybe enough money to pay the dividends. How many of you are entrepreneurs and you can find yourself in this situation? There is, okay. I salute you all, and I completely understand you. So yes, let's take an example. Let's say Aline, a marketer and an entrepreneur. He has a business, an e-commerce business, where he sells product online, and he's using marketing. He's using Meta ads, Google ads, and he's spending almost 10,000 euro per month. But he doesn't have any results, or he has an ROI, let's say 1.5 or 2, or he doesn't know what ROI he has, but he's not alone. So also, a lot of entrepreneurs in Romania struggle with the same issues. And I put here some of the results that we have in Romania this year that says that 70% of entrepreneurs using traditional methods report that while they attract attention, they are struggle to turn interest into paying customers. This is a study for this year. So we get exposure, but we don't get enough conversion. This is the first one. Second, we cannot track what it works, and this is something that it's very painful, and 65% of SMEs says that they cannot measure the effectiveness of their campaigns due to the lack of tracking and analytics that it's in the best way. This is a source from Club Entrepreneur. And also, 68% of entrepreneurs admit that their traditional marketing budgets are not linked to a clear ROI. So we spend a lot of money, but we don't know if we are effective or we have a profitability or not. And let's say the most painful in terms of profitability, it's that 83% of small businesses relying solely on traditional methods, and they lack on retention. They don't move along of acquisition the clients, and they don't have retention. And this has a great impact on profitability, because sales are occasionally, and we are losing returning customers. So what is the solution? We can say the solution is AI marketing, because this is what we are talking about, and this is true. But what is AI marketing? And I want to define this, well, let's say, from all the books and all the special readings that exist right now on internet and academic researches. So AI marketing is a discipline, it's a field, let's say it's a new field that uses artificial intelligence technologies such as natural language processing, machine learning, or predictive analytics to automate marketing processes, to analyze massive volumes of data, and to personalize customer experience. AI marketing has, let's say, a clear goal: to increase marketing ROI. If until now, in traditional marketing, maybe we didn't have this clear goal. We didn't have a goal for ROI. We have a goal maybe to spend money, to have beautiful campaigns, to be present on social media. Right now with AI marketing, we can focus on investing properly in marketing and have a proper ROI. And let's see the difference between traditional marketing and AI marketing. And we have 6 layers. And we will look at this from the perspective of decision-making, from the perspective of speed, of personalization, scalability, feedback, and the human role. Let's say from the perspective of decision-making. In traditional marketing, when we are making a decision, we are making it based on our intuition. I know a lot of entrepreneurs and leaders that says, okay, I know this, we've done this before, and based on my experience and my intuition, I will do like this. And let's say I will ask a small group of people, 10, 12, or 20 people, and then I will do my campaign. In AI marketing, we analyze millions of data points. We are doing predictive behavior based on specific behavior of our customers or specific data points that we can gather from different people. Second, from the speed perspective, in traditional marketing, what we are doing? We are doing planning, we are launching campaigns, we are monitoring slowly, and let's say we have this monitorization weekly or monthly. But with AI, we can plan, we can monitor, we can optimize, and adjust instantly. Let's say we have a campaign and we get a notification from AI and we can adjust instantly. We get the notification at 10 a.m. and at 10:05 the campaign is adjusted instantly. Personalization. In personalization, we are doing in marketing, in traditional marketing, let's say a broad segments. We are doing marketing segments. We are doing buyer personas, and we are building them ideally. We think about our market segments and we said, okay, this is what I want to be for my business and for my product. If we have AI marketing, we can do this micro-personalization. We are looking exactly specific at what kind of people access our website, click on the product page, they have a behavior of adding to cart or dropping the cart, and we are targeting them directly. And this is something amazing that AI marketing can do, and with traditional marketing, we cannot do this. In terms of scalability, we are limited. We are limited by our team number, our resources, our budgets. But in terms of AI marketing, we are unlimited because we have this automation. So we can plan, program campaigns unlimited. We have chatbots with AI. We have agentic AI that can scale with this automation unlimited. In terms of feedback, we have this, we are doing a post-campaign analysis, let's say, or a post-strategy analysis. We are doing this monthly, we are doing this weekly, we are doing this annually. But with AI, we can do this continuously. We can do this every day, and we can be notified, and especially we can change everything in the real time. And the last but not least, the human role. In traditional marketing, we are doing them all. We are doing strategy, we are doing tactics, we are doing executions, but let's say strategy not so much because we don't have time. So a lot of time we don't have the critical thinking, we don't have time to analyze data, we don't have enough data, so because we have to do everything that is execution. When we have AI marketing, humans are becoming creators, are becoming strategists, are becoming critical thinkers, are becoming curators of data, are becoming decision-making. They don't need to, let's say, to execute every campaign every day because they have this help. And this is the biggest win that we can gain from AI. Okay, so from here, let's move to a specific thing, what we can do. What is the strategy and what is the execution plan that we can use in AI marketing? So we, at Brilu, we invented this strategic layer of 12 steps of human and AI integration for AI marketing. And we developed with almost 15 companies already, and we are doing an academic research right now to prove that this method really works. And let's see the methods. So this framework, it's called High Marketing Wheel. It's come from human plus AI marketing strategy. And it's the first marketing strategy framework that it brings you, first of all, time. Because usually, when I work in consultancy with a lot of my clients, they said, okay, we don't have time. We have businesses and we need to work fast. We don't have time for strategies. We need to work effectively. So I said, okay, how much time do you need to create with me this strategy? And they said, I don't know, maybe 1-2 months, but not most. But usually when you are doing a strategy, a really good strategy, you need at least 3-4 months to create it properly. So when you are using a high marketing strategy, you can do this in 1 month. You have this QR code here, you can scan it, and you will see it's an assessment, a very complex assessment that will assess how much you are using in your marketing strategy human versus AI, and how much you will need to use human versus AI, and also you will get recommendation about your actual marketing strategy right now, and you will get prompts for each steps of the marketing wheel. So let's see a little bit about this marketing wheel. So High Marketing Wheel has 3 different layers. First layer is the foundation. Like in every marketing strategy, you need a foundation. You need to consolidate a vision. You need to have clarity, analysis about your data, about market, and so on. You need to make decisions. And then you need to set up the amplification, the channels that you are going through, and so on. Then you need to evolve. So you have this evolution, we are calling. So you need to have courage to test, first of all. And then you need to converge every messages, every story that you have, every channels, and everything in the same place. And then you need to find a team. You need to collaborate properly, and you need to collaborate with a team that will give you results. And then you have to create systems. Marketing needs a system to work properly. And if you have a system, you can predict and have data to use machine learning to make prediction about how you can improve campaigns. And then you have the legacy. So you integrate all of your systems. You will talk a little bit later about this. And you'll transform and you'll impact your business. So how this framework will help you? First of all, the foundation. The foundation, like we said, the first layer, establish the vision, as human, the clarity, the priorities, and what to amplify. And then we will give to AI systems which they can optimize, and they have these specific targets and success metrics that they can optimize. Then the evolution. We are defining the experimentation rules with courage. We have to do this because we are humans. This is humanly type. Then we align the protocols. We do the collaboration models, and we automated the workflows, and AI will be enabled to learn and adapt continuously. And the third layer, the legacy. In the legacy, it's very important because this framework will integrate all of your sources, will transform information into intelligence and measurable and long impact results. And AI will have this unified system that can personalize and give you insights that you need. So if you see here, High Marketing Strategy Wheel sets for you a strategic direction. But for the execution, you need something else that we are going to discuss immediately. So you need these 4, let's say, superpower for your marketing, four systems that will execute this strategy. Because strategy without execution is only a theory, you know that. And execution without strategy, unfortunately, is chaos, so you need both of them. But together, we will see that they will provide plus 35% in more conversion. So let's see the 4 superpowers. What we identify from a lot of time in marketing and with a lot of clients, we identify that right now people have a lot of tools. How many tools do you have in marketing? 10? 20? Maybe more? Yes, so there are companies that have 40, in average 40 tools, 40 marketing tools that they are using for marketing, but guess what? They are not integrated. So we don't know if we have a CRM and we have a data analytics and we have a meta ads, or we have a ERP, or we have whatever tools we have, or booking or whatever, they are not integrating with each other, so we don't know the data behind them. So this is something very painful for each entrepreneur because they need a report, a dashboard, a simple one that can give them all the data in the same place. So this is the first thing that we need to execute our marketing strategy. So one brain for all of your tools. So let's see how this can work. We need so we are putting all the CRM into once. I think we need a sound. You can easily align your funnel stages with Brilu funnels.
You can also define how leads flow into your CRM, sync your e-commerce platform, or connect via RSS, all at the assistant level. Everything works together in real time, creating one unified data layer and a complete funnel KPI report that delivers clarity, speed, and control, powered by Brilu.
Yes, so this is the unified. We need this one superpower to unify what we need. Then we need someone who can speak with your clients 24/7. We need an agentic AI sales that can do this even if you are not there. You know that already, but you need some AI sales assistants that can really work and can understand your business. So this is something that you can do if you fine-tune your knowledge base and you can workflow your system in order to create a seamless experience, to engage visitors, to qualify leads, and to drive conversion 24/7.
When you land on a homepage or change the page, our AI assistant proactively engages you.
In reality,
this
for
helps
two
with
websites,
reducing the bounce rate.
and you can see this.
It is multilingual by default and can change from one language to another. It understands what the customer is looking for and recommends the best options in a clean, visually appealing carousel, letting them add products to the cart directly from the chat, while keeping context from previous interactions for a seamless experience. You can have a real conversation with our assistant, asking questions, exploring products, and getting personalized recommendations. It can even add the items you choose directly to your cart, making shopping faster and more interactive.
Okay, so this is the second power. The third power is what I call the detective. So you need to have a detective in your business that will look on all over your customer journey and can see where you are missing the clients, where your funnel doesn't work. So this is the very important thing, because you know exactly where you lose sales, you track every step of your funnel and journey, and you see exactly what to do in order not to lose clients.
Imagine
So
logging
this is
in
how we
and
can,
instantly seeing your
use it.
ad campaigns, every click, every conversion, every trend, and understanding what's really driving traffic. Then, you dive into your AI conversational reports. It's not just about how many chats you had. You discover the questions your customers ask most, the sentiment behind their words, and the moments of frustration that block conversions. Finally, you look at the full funnel. Every stage is mapped, from first visit to checkout, revealing exactly where your 1,300 plus KPIs show you're losing clients. Suddenly, the picture is clear, and you know exactly where to act.
Exactly. So we map at Brilu 1,300 KPIs, and we analyze them and we model those in order for you to understand better where do you lose clients and what KPIs are not properly delivered. And the fourth superpower that you can use is to generate recommendation based on your strategy. This is very unique right now because you can generate tactics based on your funnel analytics. So you are doing the funnel analytics, and then our AI can generate recommendation for you, especially based on the KPI that you are missing. And also you can create personalized tactics for each content.
Our platform understands your business context. It analyzes customer conversations and maps all your funnel data, surfacing insights in real time. With this data, the virtual CMO generates tactical recommendations, campaign ideas, and copy, all tailored to your funnel and audience. It identifies where your funnel is bleeding most, in this case, at BOFU, and creates a set of tactics to address this stage, including campaign recommendations and ad copy examples. Within a minute, a complete document is generated. Download it to see key tactics, channel-specific campaigns, and ready-to-use ad templates. Brilu turns insight into action, delivering results instantly.
Okay, so this is the fourth superpower. in conclusion, how can AI marketing help? I told you that we can add 35% in conversion through human and AI integration. So let's look at this table. Without AI in traditional marketing, let's take an example of a website that has 10,000 visitors per month with 200 conversion. In traditional marketing, we have visitors live on their own, yes? You don't know where you lose clients. Let's say you can use some tools to see if they were living on the specific web page, but you don't know what was their behavior. You have generic messages for them, pop-ups and so on. You have separate tools, a lot of tools, but you don't know how to integrate them, and you don't know the real data from all of them, and you have slow manual testing. With AI, let's say with these 4 superpowers, an AI agent that is 24/7, that engage visitors, qualifies and closes lead, you can obtain more than 30 conversion. This is from our testing. Funnel intelligence, like a detective, you can find problems automatically, and this will give you 18 conversion in plus. And smart recommendation, like we said, tactics and content with your brand voice, exactly from your funnel data in order to reach this number of conversion to 17. And of course, as a base, as a foundation, you need to unify your hub, to synchronize all of your tools, and this will lead you to plus 13 conversion. So you have 10,000 visitors and you can gain 270 conversion, so 2.7% conversion rate. So this means, let's say in this example, like 3,500 per month, and with the same traffic, you can gain 35% more conversion. This is a simple math. This is not magic. This is not a promise that we cannot respect. This is a math that you can add to your business, and it will work. But I need to tell you about the limitation. So we need limitation and potential. You know the potential of AI, but it's already a technology, let's say, that proved some work, but it doesn't prove everything. And I need to tell you this. In terms of conversions, it's not the generative AI that will do the conversions for you. So you cannot ask ChatGPT or Claude or whatever to give you more conversions or to give you more tactics, but you can use machine learning, analytical AI, predictive analytics to analyze millions of data, predict customer journeys, behaviors, to optimize campaign in real time. But also with generative AI, you will contribute to your results because it can draft content, it can create images, brainstorm ideas. So on top of the funnel, it can help a lot to your marketing strategy. So the conclusion here, we are let's say in the crossroad right now. Everyone is asking, you know, what we can do. Human will be replaced by AI. But I think the real question is not that. It's not if human will be replaced by AI. The real question it's can human be unleashed, amplified? Can they have superpowers and become unstoppable with AI? This is the real question. And we can do this using human plus AI strategy, using superpowers in execution, and responding at 2 simple things. First, stop guessing, and secondly, start knowing. And I will leave you with this short video because it's funny.
You're both the navigator and the DJ. With me, without me. With me, without me. With you. Put some tunes on the radio, Mr. DJ.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, there we are. Thank you so much, Floriana. Wonderful. With me, without me. with me? Are you with me? Maybe. Are you without me? Maybe. Have no idea. But here's the thing, right? So again, we continue our afternoon together again. So lots to look forward to as well. Again, have a quick look if you haven't already done so on the agenda. You can see kind of what's coming up in terms of the discussions, in terms of the conversations that we'll have here on stage. And again, just to let me remind you, a little bit later on, we'll be having a special kind of guest on stage with me here, introducing a human, well, not a humanized robot, but a robot. That's all I'm going to say, right? So we'll have a chat with this kind of robot here on stage a little bit later on, and I'm intrigued as much as you are how that conversation is going to unfold. Right, shall we move on? Yes, we certainly will. This is all about how we can really, all about crafting intelligent applications in Java. Want to know more? Yes, you do. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the stage right now the man who's going to share it all with us right now. Please welcome Dimitris Andriadis.
Hello. Okay. It all works. My name is Dimitris. Oh, those lights are. I actually have 40 minutes on the clock. Let's put it here. Okay, I come from Greece. I live in Switzerland though, so I flew up from Zurich to Bucharest. It's about the same time to go to Athens. The weather is kind of similar, the food is good, the people are nice, very well dressed, and the taxi drivers from the airport are just as bad, so it feels like home, you know? So today, a few things about me. Well, I've done JBoss. Do you know JBoss? Have you ever heard about JBoss? It was an application server project that went well. It's now called Wildfly. And JBoss was a startup back in 2000-something. It was acquired by Red Hat. So I've been Red Hat for 20 years of my life. Then IBM acquired Red Hat, so now we're IBM. And we liked the project so much that 7 years ago we started a new project to revolutionize Java, which is called Quarkus. So we gathered together all the experts, in kernel design, performance, security, transactions, databases, and we came up with Quarkus. So Quarkus is a very popular project now. It's a better Spring Boot. Do you know Spring Boot? All right. Do you write any code here? Anyone? Yes. I'm going to show you code today. So anyway, so Quarkus is doing well. We have about 1,000 contributors to the project, 1.5 million downloads per month. And we bring Java to the next level for cloud-native deployments, Kubernetes, Edge. So we do a bit of everything. So I'm going to show you more of that. Now, do you know this movie? You will give up your age. Yes? Okay, a few folks. So I saw this movie when I was small. And the movie is about a teenager that hacks into the Pentagon computers. And he thinks he's playing a game and is about to start a nuclear war. And then the computer is smart and it's intelligent. I think it was called Jason or something. So I saw this movie as, young, and I said, yeah, I want to do this. I want to do this. So I started with computers. I studied. It became my profession. And then 30 years later, this is boring. It was all a fake. The computer was very, very dumb. There was no intelligence in there. So I was a bit disappointed. So for this first period of time, AI was like, Turing tests, and the Lisa chatbot pretending it's smart, expert systems in Lisp and Prolog. But there were innovations like IBM Deep Blue beating Kasparov in chess. Great. Deep Blue was a very fast computer with libraries of openings, and so it wasn't really that smart, it was really fast. So for this initial period, AI was like, Schwarzenegger and Odyssey 2000, so it was a bit science fiction. And in fact, I have colleagues that studied AI in the university, they specialized, and they were afraid to write it on their CVs because they thought, they're going to laugh at me, so I keep it out. But things changed. The last, 12 years or 13 years, there have been a lot of developments in AI. Most of us were not aware, but now we see, the results of it. You see Atlas jumping over things, Boston Dynamics, their taxis in US driving alone. And there was a lot of work done on neural networks, the new generation of neural networks that started with AlexNet, and the seminal paper for transformers, and the work at Google with AlphaGo beating the best player in the world in 2016. That was a big thing. Most interesting was a year after they produced AlphaGo Zero. So this thing trained on its own. It learned to play just playing by itself, and within 3 days of training, it beat AlphaGo that beat the best player in the world. And they repeated the same thing with chess, and chess in 4 hours managed to play better chess than any other chess software ever written. So that was big and showed that something actually changed. And we saw that change back 3 years ago with the people winning art competitions by prompting. So somebody said, make this picture for me. And it did a bit of Photoshop, and it won the competition. That was generative AI. And of course, ChatGPT, that came and just changed everything. ChatGPT was the fastest internet service ever launched. So in 5 days, they had 1 million users. And the thing with ChatGPT was that now Gen AI was available to everyone, including all your kids, right? So everyone's using ChatGPT. Now, how many know about LLMs and how they work? Oh, okay, many. Well, I can give you a very, 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 very quick intro. So we have the foundational models. Take a picture. Foundational models, data scientists. We have data scientists here. I think, we have the power folks. Yeah, I saw you yesterday. Good stuff. So they set up the neural network, which is like a brain. And the bigger the network, the bigger the brain, billions of parameters. And then you feed it the internet. You feed everything you can put your hands on, legally or illegally. And then you let it train. And for that, you need a huge cluster with GPUs, and it costs a lot of money. So GPT-4 costs something like $80 million to train. And it took as much power as all Swiss households consume in a year. So a lot of power, so it's not for everybody. And what you get is something that you give it a line, and it can predict the next word with some probability. Or it can propose a few words, and there is a knob that you configure. It's called the temperature. And you put it do you want it to be creative or not? So if you say once upon a, it will come up with time, once upon a time. It's the most probable next sentence. But it can keep going forever, and it can produce more and more and more, so it can write a book, starting from a sentence. So this you can imagine a small kid growing. It's born in a family, doesn't understand anything, and then one day magically they speak Romanian, right? How they do it? They just listen. They listen and they learn. That's exactly how the models behave. And then the next step, so that's foundation models. It's not too useful. You send them to school, you send kids. You send them to school to learn syntax and grammar. So we do what's called the fine-tuning. So we give the models questions and answers, curated, high quality. So they learn to emulate this chat behavior. You ask something, you get back a reply, using all the knowledge they have already acquired in the previous stage. And at school also, for LLMs or kids, you teach them also manners. So you don't want the kids to hit each other or don't swear, right? So you teach the LLMs, okay, here's a question, give me 3 answers. I like this answer. I don't like this answer. So You do it again and again and again, and then the LLM learns to behave. So for example, if you ask it, show me how I make a bomb, we don't want the LLM to answer because the LLM knows. It read it on the internet someplace, so it knows very well about it. So that's the fine-tuning stage. So that's a quick introduction. This is data science stuff. So most of us here will never have to do anything with that unless you are a data scientist. Most people are developers. Do we have developers in the room? Yeah, there is hope. Okay. So what about developers? For us developers, the model is like another thing I talk to. It's another API. So I have to learn to talk to this API. Now, this API has two peculiarities. One is that it's completely stateless. So if I say to LLM, hi, I'm Dimitris. Yeah, hi, Dimitris, how are you? And then I say, what's my name? I have no clue. It doesn't know. It doesn't have any memory whatsoever. So anytime you go to ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever, there is some software in the middle that handles this conversation. So I send something, I get back a reply. Next time, it will send back the previous conversation, all the previous conversation. This grows and grows and grows, and this is the context window, which is limited. And we have to manage it. So that's some complexity when you code with LLMs. And the other complexity is that the answers are probabilistic. I ask a question, I get back a reply. If I ask the same question, I might get a different reply, which is completely different to what we have been doing in software development for the last 50 years. So this makes it hard, and we have to deal with this uncertainty. However, they are actually very useful. Despite all the issues and the difficulty, we can do really interesting stuff with this, especially if you feed it extra data. So if I want to ask some question that's hidden in a manual, it helps if I give it the manual. So this is what we call RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation, which is a fancy way to say, I will just stuff extra things in the prompt, which it might not be visible, but it's there, and the model can look at it. So if you want to do AI today, most likely you're doing some sort of Python stuff, but you don't have to do just Python because there is Java. And the fact is that the world runs on Java. So anytime you book a ticket, you take a flight, you swipe your credit card, you put money out of the ATM, or you pick up your Android phone, you're using Java. So if you remove Java, the world stops working immediately. If you stop doing AI, it's going to be OK. So Java is there. It's not going away. And what I want to tell you is that most of your business software is developed in Java. And now we offer the tools to let you be part of this brave new world. And I'll show you some examples. So together with the community, we developed LangChain for J. LangChain is a very popular Python framework. So we were inspired by LangChain and some other projects, Llama Index and a few others, and we created this thing here that handles all the complexity of talking to those, models and stuff. So it's like the hibernate of LLMs. The creator of LangChain works in my team, so we have a very close relationship. And it's becoming the de facto standard in the Java world. So Microsoft is contributing, Google is contributing, Amazon, IBM, Red Hat, So everyone but the Spring Boot folks, yeah. But it works on Spring as well, so it works with everything if you're doing Java. Now, LangChain is the base capability, and on top of that we put Quarkus, and Quarkus gives you, let's say, all the enterprise features. So all the things you take for granted in the Java world. So transactions, persistence, performance, compile to native, logging, tracing, a superb user experience. All that comes by combining Quarkus with LangChain, and you can build serious systems. Because you know, I'm looking at all these, you know, prototypes, mostly written in Python, and I kind of laugh because enterprise software is all about failure, how you fail gracefully. It's okay if I vibe code something, and it works most of the time, but really the value is, okay, what happens when it doesn't work? When the other system is down, when something is overloaded, when a transaction fails, when you have to roll back, when you know, the 100 things that might go wrong. And that's the reality. When I see agents, fantastic, but how are they going to deal with failure? You know, the real world is full of failures, you know, everywhere. So we have to learn to code for failure, and this is exactly what enterprise software is made of and is doing for the last, you know, 30 years or so. So I'll be brave enough to actually try to do some AI, because we talked a lot about AI, but nobody's doing it. So let's do some AI. So let's see. Quarkus. I hope the internet works and everything, and you can see what I'm doing here. So this is our website, and if you want to learn everything about AI, you can say, okay, tell me about AI. So here you can find all the things we do, a lot of stuff, but there's a button here, start coding. So we can try to code an application here on stage. So this website includes all the integrations we have. We have 800 plus integrations, so anything under the sun, we can talk to it. So let's say we want to do a web application, so we have something to show. And then when it comes to AI, if you filter for LangChain, you see all the things we can do. We can talk to Gemini, Anthropic, Azure OpenAI, Amazon Bedrock, all the vector stores, RAG, EasyRAG, Hugging Face, caching, embedding, inferencing, MCP, we do MCP, we do A2A, we do pretty much everything you want to do. So let's pick up the OpenAI extension and try to create an application here. We download it. And let's see, okay. Unzip this. Okay. So we can use the interface to generate an, you know, a base application. And I'm using VS Code here. Can I make it bigger? Yes. Okay, and the way it works in Quarkus is you start the terminal like this. All right. And if you have installed the Quarkus CLI, you just do Quarkus dev. It's all Maven-based. So what this does, it will compile my server, and it will run the server in a special developer mode with extra things. So there's some code that's generated for me. Where's the code? Here. Yes. Is it big enough? Yeah. Okay. So if I press W, so now I connect it to the server I just created. Okay, it's a running process on this laptop. And it has an endpoint called hello. So I can say hello to my server. Hello. And I could actually go there and change it. So let's say Expo Europe. So I change this, I refresh, and the change is there. And this is Java, right? It's not interpreted, it's compiled, you know, it goes behind the scenes really fast. I don't have to do anything, it just works. So what else we have here is we have actually this dev UI. So when I'm in dev mode, this interface is produced automatically with me, with all the components are recruited. And there are many components, look. Yeah, this is cool. So this is what's running here to show this. Those are the top 11 dependencies, right? And this is all the configuration. I can change it. I can say, OK, OpenAI, timeout. Let's say we want 60 seconds. All right. And let's do logging. I want to log everything, so there's stuff I can show you. Anything I do here goes back into the code automatically. Look. So those properties I changed in the web interface. The server knows about it. I don't have to do anything. And then all the components that make up the application are there. So in theory, I could go there and say, a Java developer in Bucharest. When the plane landed, the pilot said, welcome to Budapest. Yeah. Some people were, oh, what's going on? Yeah. All right, so how does a Java developer look in Bucharest? Looks nice. It looks nice, yeah? So I didn't do anything. The only thing I've done is I have an OpenAI key in my environment. And then I said, you know, I want to make an application, talk to ChatGPT. Nothing else. It works out of the box. So it works. So it's not fake. It's happening now, all right? So let's say we want to make our application a bit smarter. So where is that? So the way we do it, greater Java. So I'll write a bit of code like, you know, a junior developer would do. See, code assist. I don't even have to type. It just guesses what I have to do. So we're just adding like a simple method. This is an interface in technical terms. So what I'm saying to the Quarkus is, you know, please implement this for me using whatever module we have chosen. So we chose ChatGPT, so we'll implement it using the OpenAI provider. So let's leave it there, and to use it, you can go back to your code and do something simple like inject my greeter, yes, and then return greeter, greet. Okay, put it in there, yes, no, here. Yeah, that should work. So let's say if we go and say hello again. So now the answer came from ChatGPT. I sent the text and I got back, yeah, it's great to hear you're from Expo Europe. How's the event going? Good, yeah? If you have any questions on topics you'd like to discuss, feel free to share. And of course, if I refresh, I should get a slightly different answer. Yes, a bit different. Are there particular session topics that you're excited about? So, you know, very quickly, I'm talking to the model. And then you can play with this. Let's say, if you want to do it more formally, hello from name, yes. Come on. Like this, okay, and change it, hello from who? From me, Dimitris. Okay, let's see, does it work? Yeah, hello Dimitris, how can I assist you today? So this is how you can do prompting in code. So this is a template, it can have variables and stuff, it can have conditionals, it can be very complicated. It's a language on its own. Here we just saw a very simple thing. And you can add things like a system message. So, what's that? Well, if you do any prompting, you know that LLMs take roles. Come on, don't help me. So you can say, you are a professional 1F, professional greeter. Greet people as if you are Troy Hawk from the Greeters Guild. So who's Troy Hawk? Does anyone know? Troy Hawk is a real person that runs a show greeting people in fancy ways. So the LLM knows everything, so he knows about Troy Hawk on the internet, and it emulates, you know, things like this. So, ahoy Dimitris, a warm and splendid greeting to you. How delightful it is to encounter your splendid presence today, blah, blah, blah. So it's a fancy greeting. And if I refresh, I'll get, you know, a new one. Yeah, That works. So LLMs can play roles. You can say, answer like you are Donald Trump, or a pirate, or my uncle, or my Aunt Maria, or something. So let's keep extending this. We still have time. So let's say we want to ask our LLM like something very difficult. What's the time? What's the time? Okay, and then to use it, we'll do something hacky and dirty here. So let's do this. If you know a bit of Java, okay, this is Java that anyone can write. Time. Time. Let's see if it works. Here. Yes. So tell me the time. What happened there? The almighty LLM doesn't know what time is it. It's amazing, right? The LLM has no notion of space or time. It says F off and, check your watch, you bloody bastard, I don't know the time. So, but there is hope. We can help the LLM find out the time. So how we do that, we can provide some tools. So let's say we write a class, application scoped, thing, get, code assist. So every junior developer can write a function to return the current time, not rocket science. When it becomes interesting and you say, okay, I tag this with this annotation, which is special, that tells the system, look, this method, I want to give it to the LLM. And the way to do that is I have to combine it with my service here and say, okay, for this call, check out this class. And if you find anything that's offered to the LLM, give it to the LLM. So let's give it to the LLM. And it knows the time. Okay, I thought it was amazing. So how this works? Let's see how it works. So the log tells the truth. So first time we ask, what time is it? Okay. GPT-4 answering. And the answer was, F off, I don't know, go figure it out. That was the first answer. And then again, we asked again, what time is it? And by the way, look, I have this method. It's called getCurrentTime. We don't provide any other information, just the name of the method, no other metadata, nothing. So we send it to the LLM. The LLM thinks, I don't know what time it is, but this guy has a method called getCurrentTime. It probably returns the time. So it answers with, hey, can you please call this method for me and tell me the outcome? All this goes behind the scenes, you don't see it. And then Quarkus gets this, it calls the method, gets back the result, and then calls back the LLM and says, okay, I've asked you what time is it, you told me to call this method, I called this method and that was the outcome, and here's more metadata. I have this method, blah, blah, blah. And then the LLM has all the information it needs, and it say, okay, here's the time, take it. So this is the basis of all the agentic behavior. You heard about agents, blah, 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 magic. There's no magic. The magic is this. We talk to the model and we give it some options. I have a set of things you can call. Well, you tell me and I call them for you and I give you the result. And you have the agency to decide, what to do with them. Whether you want me to call them, at what sequence, and all that. And this is actually revolutionary. It's like the LLM can read your code and understand what's doing. So it is revolutionary, and we have to be a bit careful how we do it, because if I give the LLM a method called, remove database, it might call it. So be careful with that stuff. All right, we still have time. Let's do this. So this example here, okay, I've talked to ChatGPT. I could be talking to Gemini, everything. I could be talking to the IBM stuff. What's on X? I could change the provider, say, Olama. Let's switch to Olama. I don't even have to restart the server, all right? So let's see if it works. Yeah, it works. So basically, I have a model running on this laptop. I can show you. It's this guy here. That's the model. It's an 8 billion parameter model. This is a Mac. It's strong enough. It can run it. And it's fast also. Let's call it again. You can see it answers in a different way, different personality. This is the Llama 3.2 model running. But it shows you that you don't have to talk to like a big, expensive model. You can do work with smaller models. They might be specialized. IBM has a whole family of models, the Granite, or any of the open source models could do the trick. The thing is, you need to break up your workflow into small pieces that are easy to process and reliably. I could even check the time. Let's see. Yeah. Function call works with this small model as well. All right. I still have time, so let's do a more complex example. So let me find. In the Quarkus LangChain repository, we have a gazillion examples. Let's do an easy one here, Quarkus dev. This is a more complicated, so obviously I won't code it right now. But the whole story here is we took the 100 most popular movies from IMDb, we processed them, and we put it in a database. With Quarkus, all that is super easy. You just say, I want a Postgres. So Quarkus says, he wants a Postgres. He hasn't configured one. So we spin up a container with Postgres, automatically wired up with Docker or Podmar or whatever you have. And we put there the data. And then we implement this small chatbot. So let's say, OK, hi there. Can you propose a nice action movie for tonight? Yeah. Dark Knight Rises. Okay, nice movie. Now, how this works, though, that's the interesting bit. So let's say, in this example, we talk to the LLM 3 times. The first time, we do what we call a query compression. We have a question that can be anything. Hi, today I'm feeling sad, or the weather is bad, and I want to see a movie. So the question really is, I want to see an action movie. So we take that part, and in the second step, we use that question to ask the model, look, and say, this is our prompt. So the prompt is like this. I have a database with this schema. I want to find this information. Give me an SQL query, please. And the LLM will produce the query. And we can see it in the log. Where's my log? My log is here, so yeah, that's the SQL query. And it's beautiful, right? Select from movies, the action movies by rating, give me whatever. And then having this data, we do the RAG thing. RAG is like I hide the data in the prompt and I send it to the LLM, and then we get back this nice reply. And it's quite powerful. You can do things like, okay, let's say, let's say, what were the titles of the top 3 action movies of the 90s? Matrix, Terminator 2, and Leon. Cool stuff. Okay. And here's the query, look. It's beautiful. It even figured out the dates between 90 and 99. You know, I said 90s, yeah? So, if anything, LLMs are very good with code. They're very good. And that was a bit of surprise because, you know, we programmers thought, you know, we're smarter than anyone. We'll disrupt everyone else but us, but now we've been disrupted by this thing here. And RAG also, you can do RAG directly from here, from the dev UI. So if I go here, I can chat with my model and look at this. There are options to show RAG or tool calling. So if I say, okay, best action movie of wherever, the 90s. Terminator, Matrix, Speed, whatever. So this is the model answering, but I'm not doing any RAG because I disabled it. So if I enable it, and I ask the same question, best action movie of the 90s. And this is this little hidden secret. What is RAG? Yeah, it's this thing here. That's RAG. We hide a prompt under the prompt. That's the magic. People think, RAG, yeah, vector stores, space travel, it's super hard. I have to do, you know, difficult things. Well, maybe, but you don't have to always. If you have a database, you know, just you can do it like this. Okay, so I think enough of that. That will be the most code you've seen in this conference. Good stuff, you made it through. So you see we're in a new era, that's definite. Now it's your turn. So we're here, you know, showing you all this nice stuff, but the innovation will come from all of you that go home and say, that was nice. So what I do now, maybe I have this little workflow here I can enable, and I try a bit of AI, and try it out, see how it works, you know, do it in a safe way. We very much believe that, you know, Java now is very much enabled for AI, and I think I show you, and there's a lot of stuff I haven't showed you. Yeah, so the future is bright. Use your superpowers to do good. This is like a weapon, and we're in a chase, you know, for like Wild West. There's a lot of bad things you can do, obviously, so, you know, be good with the planet and the rest of people, and that's it. I'm done.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Dimitris Andriadis. Right, everyday AI, really finding that balance between trust, between making sure everything is moving forward in the right way, between everything that we're doing in work and AI also. That's essentially what this next panel on stage will be all about, a conversation about using it in the right way and really practically straightforward ideas on how we can use that as well. So join us back in less than 2 minutes for more AI Expo 2025. Right, let's get cracking with this panel right now. Again, really finding that right balance between trust, caution, resilience, and making it work, making AI work for us, but certainly in the right way. Let's now introduce our panelists and our moderator as well. If everybody in the room could take a seat to get comfy, and then we can get going with this panel right away. So let's introduce our panelists right now. Please welcome to the stage Madalina Badescu, Andrea Damian Delia Panat, Felix Krijan, and a man who we've seen many times before, already moderating these panels, Sergiu Vasilescu. Please put your hands together for our panelists and our moderator as well.
Hello to you all.
Good. Perfect. Hello, everybody. Congratulations for being here 2 days in a row at this conference, full of content and bigger every year. It looks like this venue is too small for what's going to be next year. I have the pleasure to have with me a mix from techs to entrepreneurs, bright minds in tech, developers, and strategic advisors. So at the end of this day, I hope you will summarize that you obtain a lot of powerful informations from this conference. So let's try to extract from them as much as possible. I will start asking Felix Krishan, guilty pleasure, sorry. So thinking to one of my favorite industries, like blockchain, you have a huge experience in blockchain and also in AI. So my question is, what do you think blockchain got right that AI hasn't yet? So, and what can AI governance learn from it?
I think that the one thing that blockchain did good is to figure out that if money runs on it, it's not dependent on the government or anything, and it's very suitable to be used by other systems like AI to have like a built-in payment and value transfer rails.
Good, thank you very much. So hope AI will be able to find the right shape and have probably double success. But to do this, we need a lot of knowledge to put in our business. So that's why I would like to ask Delia, because she's like a polymath. She's holding experience from various industries. So I would like to know do you consider that hyper specialization is still relevant in accessing AI? So, or do we need a lot of knowledge when you use such a smart tool like AI?
Thank you for the question. It's quite relevant to everything that went around these days. Because as you've seen, we have AI experts, blockchain experts, fiscal experts. We are surrounded by experts, but there is new concept when it comes to AI, and I'll relate it somehow by saying that we need this cognition, specialized cognition, as human to make it more elastic. So this is the concept of cognition elasticity, because now his cognition, I'm sorry, your processing power can be downloaded in an AI tool, either by an AI avatar trained on all his knowledge, all his degrees. So to make the answer short, stop specialization. You have any specialist in your pocket now. Our job is to interconnect curiosity, the skill of the future human, and going beyond curiosity, validating an idea. How do you validate if a specialized AI is giving you a certain information? How do you know? How do you correlate? How do you mix skills, technical skills with human skills? These are all questions that I've been working on for several years now, more than 7 years. And I'm telling you from my own perspective, this is why I use AI daily, only to test my ideas, only to go deeper than I know, but always with discernment.
Good, thank you very much. So we have the vision from Felix, we have the advice from Delia. Now I think it's time to deploy something. So in terms of deployment, I would like to ask obvious Andrei, you lead Ratio 1 developing decentralized architectures. And my question is, when moving from proof of concept to deployment, what's the single biggest blocker you see in making advanced AI infrastructure to commercially be viable?
I think the biggest problem is the misconception with respect to what blockchain means. I think the biggest problem that we're facing right now is the misunderstanding between permissionless and permissioned, the misunderstanding between trustless system and trusted systems. So I think the future cannot have a separation between blockchain technologies, decentralization in general, and AI. And we already seeing the birth of a market that will be worth trillions dollars in the coming years, and that is the market for your AI, your app, your data. In order to have that, you need to have both AI and both blockchain-based technologies, both decentralized systems in the same bowl. However, using the current perceptions as well as the current approaches, you cannot have enterprise adoption. You cannot have a healthcare system. For example, let's say you're a clinical research organization that runs clinical trials and has employees, uses data systems, uses processing, AI-based processing for clinical trials, for example, using node operators that are totally permissionless based on a blockchain based on a blockchain system. Because that person that holds a node, that processes the data, the clinical data, that holds the data that might also have personal identifiable information, cannot be held liable. So that's a huge problem. So we need to change our perspective. We need to have a little bit of paradigm change when it comes to blockchain adoption in AI and AI integration with blockchain. So the biggest problem, it's actually a twofold problem. First of all is the perception. What does it mean to have a blockchain system? And the perception, false perception that blockchain means automatically permissionless. No, blockchain means trustless, not necessarily permissionless. At least this is my opinion. And the second perception, it's more like a technological approach where providers have to prove that the AI system functions properly in a decentralized ecosystem with liable actors, with trusted, scalable, and fully viable solutions with full data resilience. And one more thing. Recently, we had the launch of DORA, Digital Operational Resilience Act in EU, and a lot of similar acts in US and other countries. And I think the true solution for having a two DORA compliant systems is decentralized systems. Look at Amazon.
Yeah, good. I really appreciate that you mentioned the regulations and being compliant. So that's why you need a lawyer in your team.
Can I make a very short statement, because you asked about the success or the adoption, success in the adoption. And I think that we have to keep in mind that regardless of the domain, if we talk about AI, if we talk about blockchain, if we talk about anything, as long as you develop a product or a service and there is no market for that service, it won't be adopted. So in the end, it's all about the very well-known concept of product market fit. So if you don't have a product that fits the market, then you don't have adoption.
And fitting the market means to solve a problem and to be there at the right time, at the right moment. Good. So after we have a product and after we have it deployed and we start to get customers, it's also time to obtain revenue and to pay taxes. Because two things are sure in life, death and taxes. So Madalina is director within Jasil Group, coordinating the tax and advisory division. So if you want to understand how to sell something internationally or how to get revenues from all over the world, you should ask her after the panel. But right now, I want to ask her, what is the first high confidence use case where you see AI improving tax advisory outcomes without increasing compliance risk? Because there are a lot of risks associated with this.
Thank you, Sergio, for the introduction. And, well, taxes are not something nice to have, but unfortunately mandatory. About your question, as we could observe over the last few years, the technology made an incredible progress. Progress that is somehow useful for us, both for fun and professional purposes. When it comes to tax services, I would say that this division should be somehow split in two separate ways. One referring to the tax compliance, which is highly related to preparation and submission of the tax declaration. And here I would say that artificial intelligence would be the most eligible, considering that this department is somehow using artificial intelligence for a few years. For the preparation and submission of the tax returns, for gathering the information from an accounting and tax perspective and laid it down within the statements. When it comes to tax advisory services, I would say that this division would be, let's say, more sophisticated, because using artificial intelligence within this kind of division may lead to, at least at this moment, to a lack of confidentiality from us in front of the client, because let's take into consideration the latest discussion about one of the most important companies worldwide, which has been accused by the client for using the artificial intelligence in a way that was not so appropriate and not involving accordingly a team somehow formed by individuals, by human beings. This is why now, at least at this moment, I would say that using AI in this division, the tax advisory services, would be more or less sensitive for our clients. And for the moment, I opt for hybrid teams formed both from human beings and from AI. So.
Good. Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's very important where we store and to who we disclose our information. So regarding information, there are a lot of information that we can extract from from the behavior of our customers. So Felix founded Netopia, and Netopia processed more than 40,000 merchants, if I'm wrong.
Yes, around that.
Around
Active
that.
merchants around 40,000. In total, maybe 80,000.
Okay, so how can AI uncover valuable customer patterns in transaction data without breaching user privacy? And what kind of information can we extract from that in order to not to increase our sales, but to offer a better experience for our customers? Because we can use AI for malicious purposes to sell a lot of things that they don't need, but we can also use AI to help them to avoid spending time searching for something that they really needed.
We actually had extracted a lot of information, and incidentally, we had an event last week where we presented some of these results. Off the top of my head, I will tell you that, for instance, Apple users tend to spend much more than Android users, and actually Apple Pay, the transactions to Apple Pay, the average value is bigger than the transaction to Google Pay from what we see. But going back to your question, I think that there are two ways in which you can analyze transactions without, disclosing sensitive information. One is that if you can train your own models which you run on your own infrastructure, then nothing leaves your premises. And the second point is that you can anonymize transactions, because it's probably that there is no usable information in telling you that there is a person that bought something costing, I don't know, 22 lei on a God knows what site. So you can do analysis on this, let's say, anonymized data, and you can extract valuable information. Of course, if you have you need the right tools and models.
I have a curiosity here, actually, and I hope it serves the audience. For example, we can now deploy an AI agent to do purchase online for us.
You can.
I know, I do
Yeah.
it. But when it comes to collecting data, do you know if that purchase was done by a human or an AI agent?
If the agent, I mean, like literally for the last 2 months, we are talking about something called A2P, agent-to-agent protocol. Or as a matter of fact, there are at least 2 protocols which are very specific related to payments for using in an agent context. So provided that the parties involved use that specific protocol, you would know that it's an agent.
Okay, thank you. I was curious.
Good, thank you very much. So right now we can use, there are a lot of AIs and a lot of techniques that we are able to use. I know that Andrei is focused on efficiency, and I've heard him many times using the syntax innovation theater. So my question is, how can traditional enterprises avoid what you call innovation theater and instead build sustainable AI value chains?
It's a very complicated answer for a quite interesting question.
As lawyers, we say it depends.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Contextual.
Yeah, well, first of all, I think we have 2 different problems. First of all, we are living in a world where everybody is divided into two types of people. We have on one hand we have the AI experts. So a lot of people that know how to prompt a few models, like ChatGPT, like Perplexity, Gemini, and so on. They feel themselves like they have superpowers. Maybe they do. However, they do have a big problem. They are too self-sufficient. On the other hand, you have the people who don't use AI at all. They don't trust AI. They don't believe AI can bring anything good. They basically don't understand what AI means. And I think the biggest problem is we still don't have enough literacy. We still don't have enough education. And I'm not talking about universities. I'm talking about like mass media. People don't understand the difference between the general purpose artificial intelligence what we call LLMs or foundation models or ChatGPT these days, between these models and models that are able, I don't know, to discover patterns within financial transactions or domain-oriented models. So, when it comes to your question, I think the most important step is to have basic literacy. And that's the first step. The second step is go one way or the other, go either the way of using foundation models, using automation platforms such as N8N, such as platforms that use AI augmented processes, or go the classic way, and what I believe is the right way, with a data science approach, with domain-oriented models, and truly develop things that are capable of improving the processes within those enterprises. And I'm not talking about big enterprises. I'm talking about small and medium enterprises.
Good. Thank you very much. So we have only a few seconds. So I would like to know from Delia, I know that you're currently developing a robots agency. So my question is how our daily relationship with technology will be impacted if we have AI and robots between us?
To make the connection easier, it is called embodied AI. So just as you hear it as a term from an abstract LLM, generative AI, agentic AI, or any kind of AI. We are not yet at the general AI, but coming soon. So when this happens, and we translate this, any kind of AI, into a body, it doesn't matter, robots or not, it becomes presence. So from abstract to presence, like existence. This is the main hardcore knowledge that we need to understand. We've had earlier a talk about humanoid robots, but we need to understand that AI can now be deployed and is deployed in our smartphones, in our wearables, in our fridge, in our, we have embodied AI. It's just the difference of how we interact with it when it becomes really conversational and we share the same space. So yeah, it's an early stage endeavor. I know we are still pioneering on this. There are many obstacles, there are many doubts, but still I'm waiting for the AGI not to ask for dostar kushina, it's a local joke. When it comes to funding, to money, to tax, this is also an everyday AI still going to solve these kind of problems and optimize these kind of processes, because eventually it all comes down to the powers that move the interest and our funding and our next to be life and our culture as humans.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. So only one idea from Felix and Madalena regarding ethical. Where is the red line in ethics when we discuss about AI in general, Felix, and from Madalena related to using AI when hiring or embedding AI in tax teams?
I think that when it comes to the ethics, at least in Europe, we jump the gun and we draw a lot of limitations around AI before knowing if AI can do that or not. And in my view and on my opinion is that we need to first let it see what bad it can do before actually starting to regulate it. And I'm more of a no regulations type of guy.
From my point of view, we should implement AI within the tax services still. Each input provided by the artificial intelligence should be well analyzed before providing further our input to our clients. And at least for the moment, me personally, I would not upload sensitive information provided by our clients in order to obtain a well-determined input from artificial intelligence. So I would make a mix between individuals, my colleagues, human beings, and the result provided by the AI in order to compromise the information and provide our best support to our clients, for sure.
Good. Thank you very much, everybody. If you have questions, please don't hesitate to ask them after the panel. You will find them outside. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for everything. Wonderful. Hands together for our panelists and our moderator as well. Right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do now, we are going to clear the stage right now, clearing the stage right now for our next speaker to come on very, very shortly. So here's the thing. So this morning when I went to breakfast, just before I sat down, somebody asked me to get them knives and forks, right? I don't know why. But then here, just outside here, somebody asked me for a cappuccino. You can laugh, but it's true. Believe it or not, lunchtime, somebody asked me, like, to get, can you find me a space, because there were no spaces. Something tells me that people think I'm a waiter. Maybe so. Do I look like a waiter? Yeah. What do you mean, yes? Well, that's why I try. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Can you do that a little bit quicker so we can carry on? But they look like waiters. Yeah, then these guys look waiters. These guys do not have... Stay there. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Look. Do I look like this man? No. Go. That is why I wear a yellow shirt with flowers, right? Try to be a little bit different. Try my best. And please, if the next break or if I bump into you outside, please do not ask me for anything at all. Right, certainly not a cappuccino. Right, let's move on now to our next session. Apparently, there's a silent workforce that's really changing business operations. Very true. Let's find out more from a gentleman who's going to share that with us right now. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Yasser Itsogu.
Thank you. Up. Perfect. Hello, everyone. Thank you all for being here today. I hope you are enjoying your 2 days here today in the AI Expo. You certainly got a lot of insights regarding AI stories, a lot of insightful presentation when it comes to the AI as a technology, maybe as a business perspective as well. We have seen some coding screens as well. I'm really happy to be here today. My name is Yasser. I'm an AI application principal, a leader within Oracle. I'm based in Dubai and really happy to fly yesterday and come here with you today in Bucharest for my second time. I think last time was 4 or 5 years ago. So always happy to be here. I, in a daily basis, engage with our customers in Europe, Middle East, as well as in Africa to adopt AI in the most secure, scale, and faster way. So I think you might heard about AI World, which is previously named Oracle Cloud World, a yearly event where we showcase the different AI capabilities within our platform. And I'm really glad today to share with you the latest ones that have been shared 2 weeks ago in Las Vegas. But before that, I actually wanted to share with you one of the McKinsey reports that I have read recently that share the different trends, statistics when it comes to the adoption of AI within business. And there was many of results, outcomes, but the most one that actually stands out to me is how business adoption AI has been grown in the last year from 50 to 72%. And this number is real. I can feel it on the ground. I'm meeting 2 to 3 customers every day, and I can see the demand. I can feel it. And I have been engaging on this from testing to production. And I can tell you that those numbers will grow this year and the upcoming next years, for sure, no doubt. More than that, and since I've been there on the ground, on the different part of world's regions, where I've been located in Paris, in London, Singapore, and now in Dubai, and I have seen our Oracle customers benefiting from AI products on a different levels, different industries, from infrastructure layers to applications. And then come out this question. Now I have note that AI have been growth as an adoption. I know that our customers have been benefiting from this AI through Oracle products. But as an engineer background, I was asking myself, how actually Oracle is helping to get these numbers in a worldwide level? And coming from this hands-on background as an engineer, where myself in the last 10 years, I have started to create from scratch those different models on a different providers, different infrastructure, I can tell you how it is actually overwhelming to build AI products on production. You need to think and take into consideration many aspects. You need to think about your data storage, your data security, the different integration layers. Think about testing the model, evaluating. Think about integrating with your business end users, scale it on different perimeters, different business process. So many things. But still, the adoption is growing. So actually, I found out that to achieve those goals, even though the complexity of the tasks when it comes to the AI is one single answer. And this is exactly everything you need. You need one single platform that integrates AI at every layer, from infrastructure, data platform, AI services, into your business application. And this is actually our strategy as Oracle, to bring AI in every layer of our offering. We talk about infrastructure and AI database data platform, which is part of our OCI, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, that we partnership with all the largest AI providers like Microsoft, Google, OpenAI, NVIDIA, and so on. And on top of it, we bring AI to the business application to create value on different pillars for our offering. Whether an HR use case or a supply chain use case, AI will be there. Think about a CX use case or a finance one. AI will be there as well. So this is actually the answer I found. One single platform, secure, uniform, from the technology into the application. Now, let's deep dive a little bit and understand what's on the behind scenes of this offering. Starting with the infrastructure. High-performance AI infrastructure that includes the cutting-edge GPUs that you need as a customer to run those different models. We have seen and heard about models that are hosted on our OCI, from OpenAI models, from Google Gemini models, Cohere Llama from Meta, and so on. So those are all hosted there. Yourself as well can benefit from those models and also run your own and host your own as well. Same on the infrastructure, we provide different security layer you need. You might heard about some discussions around legal. So you need to think about security, secure your data. That can be very critical in some industries like financials, banking, insurance, and so on. And on top of it, same on the infrastructure, we are also providing all the compute engines needed to compute those large language models that have million, billion parameters in a very fast way. And by the way, we are also announcing a new product on part of our Oracle infrastructure called Oracle Acceleron, which will help to even go faster and boost our OCI performance. So the Oracle Acceleron got the highest speed network fabrics, the cutting-edge networking capabilities to help you even more to run those models. You don't want to have an LLM models to run to your customers that takes seconds, maybe minutes, to answer to our questions. So you need those infrastructure to run your models. Now, moving on. We spoke about the infrastructure. Now you need tools to build those models. So first layer, we are talking about data and AI platforms, where you have, as a customer, on our PaaS layer, platform as a service, the different AI tools from data science, vector database, machine learning models, all as a service. More than that, all the Gen AI models, where as Oracle, we have 2 partnerships with Cohere and Meta, where we host Cohere and Llama model. But on top of that, we are also hosting all the OpenAI models, Gemini, and also you can bring your own models. From open source model, let's say DeepSeek or Mistral, or if you have an in-house trained and fine-tuned model. Still on the PaaS layer, you have the extended AI services, where we give you, as a customer, the different service ready to use as a service, from document understanding, vision, language, think about text-to-speech use case, or speech-to-text use case. Gen AI capabilities, all part of our PaaS layer. And as I have mentioned, we are investing in each layer of our infrastructure. I have just talked and shared with you this Oracle Acceleron on the infrastructure. And same on the PaaS layer, we are also introducing the Oracle AI Data Platform, AIDP, that will give you as a customer the different possibilities to easily and securely create different use cases on our OCI, introducing the Oracle AI Database 26 AI, as well as the different Gen AI service that includes multiple of tools, from LangChain indexed, Llama indexed, the different tools needed to create, vectorize your document, and create on top of it AI use cases. Think about also the data autonomous database, the AI chat app, to help you to create different AI applications on different industries. So now we have seen the infrastructure as a service, then the platform as a service. Now we'll give you a use case, okay? A simple use case where you will see in life how AI and autonomous database will help you to create a RAG application within your PaaS layer. No audio? Small issues could happen. Not part of AI, for sure. But should be an AI agent that will help us to do so. Let's give a couple of seconds, start again. If it's not working, I can go directly to the, okay. So moving on? Okay, no worries. So, no demos. Sorry. I have prepared actually some nice demos, but no worries. Okay, moving on. So we discussed about the infrastructure, we discussed about the PaaS layer, with the different tools needed to build your AI models, AI use cases. Now, the Oracle offering will not stop at this stage. As I mentioned before, we are not taking AI as a separate AI technology. AI is part of our whole offering. So all based from the infrastructure to the different layers of our PaaS, we take AI and embed it in our business application. From different fusion application, ERP, supply chain, CX, as well as HCM, you have plenty of AI use cases embedded in our offering. Now, you will tell me what kind of benefits actually, and what does it mean embedded? Embedded means those use cases are out of the box, they are free of cost for you as a customer. You can use them, activate them, starting day one. You don't need to develop again from scratch. We provide you a long list of use cases that are part of your subscription on Fusion. They are native, meaning they have all the business context of your Fusion data and can interact directly, seamlessly, on a different pillar of your Fusion application. Now, we discuss a lot about AI, but let's put some definition. And also know what kind of AI out-of-the-box capabilities you have in our Oracle offering. There are actually three types. The first one is the predictive AI. So here we are thinking about more use cases that will analyze your historical data and do a prediction, analyze your data to give you a trend. So here we are thinking about machine learning models, data science models, and also some deep learning models as well. So we'll have in your Fusion application a lot of use cases from recruitment, procurement, order management, CX, customer service, and so on. The second type is the Gen AI use cases. So here we are actually generating an output. It could be a generation of a text. It could be a generation of an image, a video. And here we are talking about use cases that have RAG capabilities. And we have seen an example with our colleagues as well. So think about a use case where you feed your agent with a policy document, and your Gen AI agent will extract different information from it. You can ask a question, and you get an answer. Then the third type of AI, what we call AI agent or agentic AI, where we have the generation capability, but also the generation capabilities plus action part. So an agent can do tasks for you as well. And all those use cases are part of your Fusion. So I had an example, but it will not work. But I can tell you, today, we have almost 600 use cases on our Fusion application and industry application. 400 on our Fusion and 200 industry. So think about a use case that I live today, and this is actually the video I got. I came from Dubai to Bucharest for this event. I have taken a hotel. I've been to a restaurant. So I have some expenses, let's say, in these 1 to 2 days. In a classic way, I need to take all those different receipts, invoices, give them to my manager or send it by email. My manager will review them manually, will extract those different item lines, information, maybe create them on an Excel and then send it back to his manager, review it, compare it to the budget, validate, and then create a purchase, let's say, on the system, and maybe in a few days, or maybe a few weeks, I will receive my money back. So you see how the long process, how manual it is. This is a small example. You can think, for example, a big company where they lead in the same process with different suppliers every day, receiving many invoices that need to be processed. And one of those use cases that I wanted to share with you, I'm not sure it will work, but let's test. Who knows? It's not working. No worries. It's document AI agents. So those is an example of our embedded AI use cases of your Fusion application. So the document IO agent is a multi-team of agents that in one single picture, I will take the invoice, send it to the agent, and he will do the process end to end. What is the process end to end? First, he will trigger the email and receive it, extract the attachment, analyze the document I send, verify that it's an invoice, not an ID, not a picture, not generated, not fake. Then extract the different elements, the different price elements, things I purchased, I took from restaurant or whatever, in any language. Could be a Japanese invoice, French invoice. Once extracted, put directly all those information in my Fusion application, send automatically an invoice to my manager. How he knows my manager? Because he's part of Fusion. It's native, so he knows the context I mentioned before. He will send a notification to my manager, can you review? My manager will review in a few seconds, and then the agent will take again the lead to create a reimbursement for me and send directly money, because again, he knows and he have access to my bank details because he's part of Fusion, and he knows again the business context. And in a couple of hours, I will receive my money back. And all this use case, end to end, is free of cost if you are a Fusion customer. So this is an example, but think about those 600 use cases, okay? Now moving on, we have talked about the embedded use cases. So as Oracle, we have invested and we will continue to invest to build those use cases and to help you. But honestly, I have actually met a lot of customers that have some specific needs when it comes to the AI, some specific AI use cases, innovated one, in their specific business process that responds to their business challenges, which are not part of our out-of-the-box capabilities. So we need to think on the innovation part and how we can help those customers to achieve those. So what actually we created, on top of our business application, we are also introducing what we call AI Agent Studio. So AI Agent Studio is a platform, part of Fusion application, zero-code platform, where you as a customer, as an end user, business end user, you can create yourself the different AI agent without a single line of code. So without having any experience on computer science, in an AI background, you can create, test, deploy, and publish the different AI agents on your platform. It's part of ERP, HCM, supply chain, and CX. So you can see that it's a new introduction. But can you believe, so far we have more than 32K, thousands of experts already certified on Agent Studio. And this is just a new release from Oracle. So you can see the demand when it comes to the adoption of AI again, which is my first question. So this is how actually we support our customer to easily and faster adopt AI. So what kind of agents I can build on this platform, on Agent Studio? I will tell you have 3 types of agents. I will start about authoring agents. So these agents will give you a simple response of your request. We have seen multiple examples in the different presentation today and yesterday. So think about, in your application, a single button that says, summarize this conversation, or generate a response to this email. So what happens here is the agent gives you a simple answer to your request. Simple, concise, but limited in terms of sophistication, okay? Moving on, we have the answering agent, okay? The answering agent will also give you an answer, but depends on the context you defined. So he will give you an answer based on your data source, with your data. So you can feed them with CVs, let's say in the recruitment side, or feed them with policy document or invoices coming from suppliers. And the agent will process this document through what we call RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation. You might have heard about this many times during these 2 days. And give you an answer from these data sources. The third type is the action agent. So the action agent can answer, but also can do an action. It can send an email, send a reminder, update your Fusion data, think about migration use cases with AI, and so on. So you have authoring agent, answering agent, and then action agent. And let's say, the beautiful part of Agent Studio is we can and you can assemble this different agent in one single use case. So think about a recruitment agent. Since I don't have the option to show you, think about a recruitment agent that will receive all your CVs, select the top 2, 3, 5 candidates, then go through and propose the different interviews depending on your availability as a recruiter. Let's say the interview has been done. The AI agent built on Studio have the capability to analyze the whole transcripts of what have been said during this interview, do a sentimental analysis, and give you some recommendation that you might miss as a recruiter. Prepare to the next round. Prepare you some questions to ask for this candidate, and so on. So the whole cycle of recruitment can be automated with a lot of agents, what we call team of agents, within Agent Studio, and so on. Now, what kind of capability, let's say, in the technology part of it, what I can have within Agent Studio? So first of all, I have spoke and discussed about the agents or team of agents. So in the current release, you can think about use cases with single agent or team of agents communicating each other. On the different tools, you can think about tools like document tool with RAG modality and RAG process. You can think about tools emailing, notification, again, all with zero code. Calculator tool, business object, which can access automatically to your Fusion data. The topics and prompts, where you feed your agents with the different prompts, so we help you also to generate and give you the most accurate prompts structured to your agent within the same platform. The credentials, so as I mentioned, within Fusion and within Agent Studio, you have the capability to use Llama and Cohere as native Fusion LLM, but you also have the option to use OCI LLM, like Anthropic, OpenAI 4.0, 4.1, and also bring your own LLM within this platform, which is again a zero-code one. Last but not least, monitoring, for sure. There is no AI use case that can be done on production without evaluating. Again, we also provide this option, part of your Agent Studio application. To end with, as benefits, what I can take from Agent Studio. First, it's a zero-code platform, so whatever the use case you want to implement and to plug and embed in any process of your industry can be possible on Agent Studio without a single line of code. Second, it's Fusion native, meaning it inherited from all your Fusion capabilities, including the security, rule-based, meaning any agents you create from Fusion, it will inherit it from your rule. Meaning as a recruiter, if I create an agent, it will inherit it from my role. Means I can have access of my role. However, another employee for the same organization, maybe for the same team, not a recruiter, has not the same access role. If he creates an agent, he will not access to payroll, because in Fusion, he doesn't have access to payroll. He should not. So any agent you create, you will be by default have checked the security part of it. We talked about the business object, the rules, the workflows, the integration part of it, all in one single platform. Last but not least, also we introduced the marketplace. Okay, we have out-of-the-box capabilities of Fusion. If you want to go beyond that, you have Agent Studio to create on yourself different AI agents. But on top of that, we also introduced the marketplace where our partners also help us to create different agents for you as a customer. Unfortunately, I cannot show you the demo, so I will go to my last slide. If I ask you today, before you leave this room, can you summarize me 3 most important keynotes to take from this presentation? I will tell you, with Oracle AI strategy, you have 3 main things. First of all, enterprise data. So whatever the use case you are building is part of your data. It is running on your data in one single uniform, secure platform. From infrastructure, data layer, AI services, into business application. You don't go beyond that. You don't go outside your application. It's on one single offering. Second one, automatically included. AI is out of the box from different Fusion applications. You have 600 use cases. You can activate them day one and start, getting benefits from them. Last but not least is the Oracle offering that give you the possibility to go beyond that. From embedded ones and out of the box, you can create with zero-code platform the different AI agents. You can go outside and create even with the OCI layer, again, in one single and one unique and complete offering. So thank you again, and happy to meet you face-to-face later down this discussion, and happy to answer to all your questions. Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Mr. Yasser Itzoglu. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we swiftly move on now to our next session. Essentially, this is all about how Gen AI really re-engineering business value. What does that really mean? We're going to find out in just a few moments. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage right now, Mr. Patrick van der Hovel.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So I see everyone being excited already. Before I introduce myself, I have to take a memory, and you have to be with me. So I want you all to stand up once. Okay, stand up. I'm going to take a selfie. I'm not good at selfies, but I'm going to take one. And at the count of 3, we all say, Gemini, you can raise your hands, you can do crazy stuff, you can do whatever you want. I hope I can get a picture with the light here, but I'll give it a try. And I'm going to post it afterwards, right? So it's a memory just for myself. Thanks for doing that. Okay, wait a second. You ready? 1, 2, 3. Gemini! There's at least some blood in your veins now. That's good. So you stood up once, you sat back, great. We're perfectly set up. So my name is Patrick van den Hovel. I'm leading the deal pursuit team at Google Cloud, which is the team that actually translates customer needs into something that we are able to deliver at Google. So we're actually negotiation experts, but we want to have mutually beneficial agreements with our customers. We want to make sure that we meet their needs and they meet our needs as well. All right. So you've been hearing this a lot, and I think repetition is the best way to learn. So I'm not going to repeat what Yasser was just talking about word by word, but it's somewhat similar. Why? Because there's no big difference in how we do things in general. We have the same goal in mind. We want to become more productive, want to become more efficient in our processes, want to enable people and enable our data and all the knowledge that we have to be perfectly leading towards the best solution that we can have. So the world is changing. We knew that already from the beginning of AI. It changes everything, how we search, how we learn, how we write, how we create, everything of that. But those are very single tasks that we perform. If you have a business, your business is not run by a single task. It's run by many tasks after another, subsequently happening, ultimately leading to the outcome that you want to have. So, companies have 254 distinct AI applications by average. This is a lot. They don't talk to each other natively, right? That doesn't make a lot of sense then, because you don't get the actual outcome and the actual success that you need when you have all those applications. AI by itself and Gen AI by itself helps you a lot already, but it needs more than that. Our business at Google is fairly complex as well, as you can imagine. We have a lot of employees worldwide. We have a lot of different organizational parts as well, YouTube, cloud, ads, many more. We have different departments that you have in your organization as well. An HR department maybe, IT department, finance, etc., all of them. So it's a very complex business. How do you make a complex business work? So the only way to make it work is you have to apply a high degree of creativity. You have to become more productive. You have to have a larger impact. But how do you do that, right? So AI is helping us on that way already, but we need to do one step further. And it's not going to be the last step that we're going to take as a humanity, but also not as a company. So what we are focusing on right now and how we're using AI as well within our world in Google is the agent part of it, which we call Gemini Enterprise. So it's all about the brains, the workbench, the task force. So the brains means that we have immediate access to the Gemini models, the latest ones, the world-class Gemini models, that we make sure that there is a active collaboration as well across all the tools that we provide our employees with. And thirdly, that we also have some Google-built, third-party built, but also self-built agents as well that we can tap into, ultimately to making sure that all the context that's underneath comes together as one in the most seamless way possible. Because that's been a challenge over years, because you have data anywhere, and you had to have the data talk to each other, or at least to be considering each other when they provide an output on Gen AI. So the multimodality is reimagined, and I've been hearing today about marketing as well. And marketing has been largely impacted by AI. Just lately, we've been launching on our labs Pomeli. It's spelled P-O-M-E-L-L-I, which gives you as a company a profile, web-based, analyzes your website, analyzes your style, analyzes your colors, and then based on that content, provides you with marketing suggestions that you can, marketing material that you can use to share it with your future or existing customers as well. So that has been changing the whole landscape of how to create, how to be creative, and how to become efficient as well at the same time. But there's always a bit of a challenge that we want to overcome. So, for example, our support teams always had the challenge that they didn't have the most up-to-date information available in the knowledge base. Because for us, in Google, everything's changing every day. So we train folks on day one when they join the company. Once they have to respect the policy, probably 3 months later, the policy is updated already. So how do you make sure that everyone understands what they should be knowing about at the exact time that they use it? A couple of facts here as well. Like there are employees who spend an average of 19% of their time searching for information. Believe me, we have a back search, and we use the search internal as well. It's amazing. But guess what? I've been working with other companies before in my life, and I've been always struggling to find the right information at the right point in time as quickly as possible. It's a huge gap that we have to close quickly. 53% of agents say they spend most of their time looking for information to resolve cases based on Salesforce. Like if you have an organization that has a support team they need to work as efficient as possible because they work with the most crucial element of your company, your customers. So they have to provide reliable answers as quickly as possible so that your customers feel valued and are able to continue with their business and not overcome any further struggle. What we wanted to do is we wanted to turn Teams' expertise into custom-built AI for everyone. So how do we make sure that there is a knowledge base that is dynamic, that is dynamically expanding, but also accessible in the best way possible, considering also information that is sitting elsewhere in different databases, different systems, different organizational parts maybe as well. How do you make sure that you get the best advice just tailored for yourself, for your particular support case? So our support cases have been tremendously reduced in terms of numbers and tremendously increased in terms of quality by the use of agentic AI, by the use of Gemini Enterprise. So we have been AI-generated summaries provided, which provide key insights very quickly. We have contract managers who are speeding up faster because they know exactly what clause to look out for, what the customer is actually asking us to do, where the obligations are sitting, what we have to do in order to meet the cluster demands as agreed in the contract, although we have fairly standard contracts in order to operate as most efficient as possible, but still there are some nuances as well for our most strategic and most bespoke and custom contracts as well. And we also wanted to stir summaries across the whole life cycle, and in the end, actually, it should be useful for end-of-day notes as well and provide you with that information at the time without needing you to go back into the case and write everything down personally. So there is a lot of efficiency improvements that we wanted to build in to making sure that the agents are able to go to the next case and reduce the cycle times of responding to a case of a customer with the highest level of quality possible. That's an internal use case that we use. So using conversational AI to streamline your workflows is important and is the key thing that enables you to work as efficient as possible, because you have a human kind of element in between that just operates much better than any other human element you can get. You can enable the people that work on one end and the other end, so the customer and the support agent, by using the tool all together in one. So you get answers actually grounded in the information that you have in your databases. Because the thing that I always struggle with is how do you make sure that when someone uses AI, and Gen AI maybe as a support agent, that there is no information in there that is pulled from sources that are outside of your company, that are probably no longer up to date or probably just web-based. That will create a large problem because probably you're going to give advice that's A, outdated, B, not relating to your services, and that would make customers even more frustrated. So you have to make sure that the agents are tapping into the right level of information. Also, explaining AI is also important. The reasoning behind has to be transparent. If it's not transparent, you have no chance to double-check the information. Because sometimes you feel like something's off, and you don't know, is it really off, or does it just sound off? So you have the possibility by going in, checking the link, seeing the source of information, and double-checking whether the system understood the content that was provided in the database correctly, or probably misinterpreted, or probably the content has been updated lately. You know about that, but it hasn't been reflected in the database yet. So we want to make sure that our support agents are working at the best level by having always a chance to go back in and double-check the information. Something that's important as well is the access, right? I think what you all might be worried about is if you're working in the legal department, for example, you might not want everyone to tap into information that's confidential. How do you maintain confidentiality when you have a generative system, a generative AI system, tapping into information that's available across all the knowledge bases? The best way to do that is really to apply the access restrictions as well and have them built in natively into the Gen AI agent so that you don't have to worry about any of the information that you're sharing is public or marked as public information. Because it actually happened that support agents tapped into information that wasn't ready yet. It was just available on internal search. And they shouldn't have access to it, but due to the access of the Gen AI system, the tool itself, it pulled information from that source. So with the agent space and the Gemini enterprise space, we now have the ability to build access right validation as well right in, based on your profile, which makes it a real ecosystem that works perfectly fine. And lastly, of course, you can add the search results in notebooks and use Notebook LM for further research and double-checking information. The thing that also struck me the most was, I'm a lawyer. I'm not a technical engineer. Yassir knows all this stuff. He probably codes himself, sits there like deep into coding something himself and writing in Python or whatever. I can't do any of that. None. Am I still able to use agents? Of course I am, because they are self-explanatory. It's a bit like, I'm sure you all remember the speech by Steve Jobs when he introduced the iPhone. I just watched it yesterday, when he was trying to explain that it's changing the UI in a way that it's changing the world on how we behave with phones. We no longer have the keyboard. It's a very intuitive module. It's a very intuitive way of how we interact. And that's exactly what Gen AI, but also agent models are like, especially when you use the Gemini Enterprise world, because you can actually do things yourself. And we've done that exercise as well as a leadership team and with more senior leaders as well. We've been sitting in a room and we've been given the task to build an agent that's going to work as expected. There were some struggles, but it was mostly the prompting or the way we wanted to build the agents together, which didn't really work. But the way you could actually step by step do that yourself without having to have the technical knowledge is amazing. So it transfers, as Tristan Essel yesterday said, it transfers someone who has to be an IT professional in order to administer the systems to someone who is just a simple human being applying natural logic. And that's amazing because that enables everyone in your company to improve the way they are working. Of course, some agents require a bit more sophistication because you don't want someone on your team to actually go to the core of your company and build something that's going to pull very important information from anywhere and then providing the results as the great outcome and showing you, okay, oh, we're doing great, earnings call is fine. We're just reading what the AI just wrote here and we're good. No, some things have to be a bit more professional, which is why you have to have a system that not only allows for that level of customization, but also that allows for that level of security and access as well. How do you maintain those very crucial agents in a way they're not disrupted or disruptively used by your workforce? Finally, we were able to help everyone, every individual actually, to go from tedious tasks to high impact work. I can structure things within a blink and not only use Gen AI to give me that structure and then to fill in the content from somewhere else, but I can combine two things into one, and I can combine more than two and more things into one as well. Like we're automating workflows that were highly complex before. We are reinventing the way we research because we can do deep research. We can do different kind of research as well that gives us more reliable answers where the AI is doing a couple of turns and twists to allow for the best outcome possible. And lastly, it's actually the fast track to content creation that will accelerate the way we work, sometimes faster than we can actually think sometimes, so which makes it more complex in the business again. So additional complexity on top of the complexity that we just solved for. But that's something I'd rather live with than to live the old way, where I have to do everything myself and structure everything myself and not able to use any of those tools as well. Something that we use internally as well is how do we make sure that contract managers, for example, are able to respond to customer requests in the way that's the most efficient. Because in the past, there are a lot of steps that had to be taken, right? Firstly, you had to see the seller need, understand it, probably ask a couple of questions back and forth, and then you have to look for the fastest template, send the email and all of that. Now, you just have the end on both, you have both ends, and in between the magic happens all by itself. And you always have the human in the loop into making sure that there's some kind of verification of what you just created. And that's important as well. But it really helps everyone to get to the results faster because you can automate steps that were impossible to automate before because they were sitting in different systems, requiring different access, maybe also access rights, maybe only tapping into certain information and not all of the information that is available across the databases. So that's really important. Training the agents and making sure they work seamlessly is a huge time saver, is a huge increase of productivity and reliability in your business context. The deep research agent is something that actually gives you another intense view of the information that you have available. I'm sure you've been all checking out deep research or features like this as well in Gemini or other AI tools as well. Like it's a very different kind of use, and oftentimes maybe we just tend towards more the flash models that work faster, that give you the answers faster, and we question ourselves, hey, what is that a good use case for deep research? I had a couple of them which actually helped me a lot to get to much better results that I could use right away, copy and paste almost in my business context. So really choosing the right agent for the right task is actually important. And the data insights agents is something that are actually helping me especially because oftentimes, I mean, in my life when I was working for leaders as well, I was hugely impressed by someone who was able to spot the wrong data entry in a cell that's in a doc that's large. Now you can spot that immediately by using the tools that are available here. So with the first-party agent, for example, here you can get data insights of any kind, of almost any form, just as a visual here, which you need in order to quickly understand what the trends are that you're dealing with. What's working well, what's not working well, where's an error, where's no error. And of course, we are also optimizing, as included in Gemini Enterprise, we're optimizing our code base by using Code Assist. Finally, I can code. I would have never thought I could code just one line. I just remember the times when I was working with my Commodore 64, and I was trying to just apply something very simple, like go to something, I don't remember. And it was working, I was very happy about that, but that was the level of detail that I could get to. Nowadays, I'm playing around a little bit with some home automations as well, but that's all I can do. Actually, having code developed just with an AI, but as reliable as if it's developed by a true developer with a true engineering background, that's simply amazing. So, we talked about support agents, but one other category as well is enablement. A big issue is that how do you train, as I shared in the beginning, how do you train your teams properly to be ready for their job? And there are several ways of doing it. One thing I hate, a 1-hour training on something that's not relevant to me in that moment, and something that's so complex and just waste of time, because it probably happens to me once in a year, but I had to have that training done at a full hour. I'd rather spend time elsewhere. Creating training material, but also delivering training in the most bite-sized form possible is something that we had to solve for. And look, it usually takes 3+ weeks to develop a new training content based on web and email, and etc. And it's much more than 4K per project. Those numbers are very compelling. If I could reduce that to almost 0, I'd be very happy about it. If I can do it in 5 minutes versus an hour, I've saved myself 55 minutes that I can spend on something else. So for that, we're also using Notebook LM. So you tap into very specific information that you upload, that you control, that you decide what you want to be used for the outcome that you're looking for. Some need flashcards. I know that a lot of people love flashcards. I would have loved in the past to have the possibility to have the finance policy that I have to comply with, share it with me in a way that I can do some flashcard trainings in order to get to the real bottom of the content myself, other than just reading through, probably failing a couple of times and being a pain in the neck for my finance colleagues. So that really helps me become much better, faster. That wasn't possible before. That wasn't possible without the agent. So it's a one-click material generated by just uploading a PDF. The thing that actually enables us as well is Google's core is really open source, making sure that a lot of contributions from outside of Google are also included in our development as well. The Google Cloud Marketplace then enables us to choose the right applications or agents that have been built that can be then accessible and shared with others in the company as well, but in a secure fashion. Because the thing that you do not want is copy or use an agent to then access information that you don't want them to have access to, or to change the agent maybe even, so that it's not working as intended before and outputs content that is not relevant anymore, or even wrong. Also, if you're working in that ecosystem of agents, it allows you to also look for additional tools and services and agents that you didn't know about. One big thing that I feel is happening every day right now is I'm asking myself, do I have the latest information? Do I know what's the best source to pull the data from? Do I know what the best tool is to actually perform a particular workflow? And I can tell you, just last week I met with a colleague and we were exchanging ideas about agentic agents, and he told me about a website, an internal website that I didn't know about. So I told him about the website that I know about, that he didn't know about. So we just enabled each other through a very human interaction, crazy, but it actually led to some very positive outcome, and I'm now automating some flows in my inbox as well in the best way possible. I get a preparation for every meeting in advance of that meeting based on my email data, based on the data that I exchange with the person that I'm meeting with. So I have the most accurate information available, a brief summary of the latest conversations we had over email, and I'm fully prepared within 5 minutes before the meeting, versus looking for the emails, looking for the documents, and putting everything in the meeting invite itself in order to be prepared. The personalization part is also important because some people are just wired differently. Some do enjoy a different context, have a different role, require a different kind of knowledge as well, which is why the personalization of the content is important in order to speak to you and make you feel confident about the output being relevant to you in your role in the company. Just yesterday I had a meeting with someone who was showing me something, and then the lady was using Gemini as well to explain the idea that she had to me. And because she had a meeting invite put into her calendar under my name, she was pulling, the Gemini was pulling the information right from the calendar and giving her the exact translation into my business role as well to make the pitch being more successful. How amazing is that? User-directed memory, I'm skipping over that slide. I usually talk a bit about that as well, but I think it's not that relevant. But lastly, governance. As I am a lawyer, I should be passionate about governance, right? I'm not. I actually hate it. But I know it has a purpose. So we want to make sure that there is a safe and secure environment that we operate in when we use agents. Because if we don't, we're going to end up in a total chaos, where everyone is abusing the system to the maximum extent, getting to results that they shouldn't be getting, and actually jeopardizing the company's success. The way that we operated and the way that also you will be operating if you start using AI just lately or if you're a bit further in your journey is actually there's an immediate value by using Gen AI tools and services. And then having a very intuitive way to grow into a more custom agent area with your company is important. And lastly, you're going to be at the stage where you're going to have more advanced agents working in your company in the best way possible. And that's a typical growth curve of every customer who starts using these tools and these agents. Again, it's important for your teams and your employees and yourself as well to more intuitively, just similar to the iPhone as well, almost, intuitively use agents as naturally as possible. So, last but not least, a bit of a sales approach. How does Gemini Enterprise stand apart? Like, it's really the most advanced multimodal AI that we provide you with. You get premier access to Google's top-tier models as they launch. And I can tell you, I sometimes don't know myself what's the latest. I have to go into the tool to realize, okay, we just upgraded the version to, I don't know, a better version. So staying up to date these days is really difficult. And then also the industry-leading search results are also built into our models and to provide you with the most comprehensive and open agentic ecosystems. With that, I'm going to finish in time, 53 minutes left. That's great, and I think we have a few minutes more for questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. There we are. Absolutely. Just a couple of minutes for questions. What we can do right now, once again, pop up your hand, and I'll give you the microphone. So any questions at all for Patrick? Or you'd like to challenge him on some of the things he shared?
Or better not.
Gentleman here.
Thank you very much for the presentation. You mentioned about agents not delivering always the best results, but it is fun to play and it is exciting for us. I wonder in that sense, what are the feedbacks you are receiving from your customers? Because we are also facing with same issues, and there's kind of waiting time for agents to improve itself so that it can be really useful for the real world. There are a couple of exciting examples that are happening in construction specifically using the agent tools. I wonder how was your experience with your clients related to this, and you see the hype there, or you face some critical feedback?
Well, anything that you work on that doesn't spark any critics makes me uncomfortable, right? If it's just good, that just can't be, right? So very healthy food also comes with a disadvantage of probably not always tasting as good as the unhealthy food. So there's always a bit of a disadvantage in everything. So of course, what we're seeing a lot is that some customers are using an agent, for example, and they're super happy with it, and they feel like the sky is the limit. And they're using another agent that is almost equally good, but doesn't provide the results that they were expecting. So they're disappointed. I think the level of perception is changing really from application to application, from use case to use case. So some use cases are just working more properly, more seamlessly, and are providing amazing results within seconds. And others are a little bit more, I'd say, a little bit more tricky to handle, maybe. And the expectations are now that with Gen AI starting a few years ago, more prominently, I think everyone thinks, okay, the sky is the limit. But we actually have to work ourselves backwards sometimes to realize it's still a computer in the end, right? So basically also computers are doing mistakes, and especially the folks that are creating and administering them as well. So I think the same is true for the agents.
One last question perhaps, just pop up your hand, I'll give you the microphone. No, all happy.
Everyone's asking Gemini anyways, right? So
the guy, the cameraman's got his hand up. You want to ask a question? No, you're just pointing over here, right?
Hello. So I've noticed that you've presented a bit about how we can filter, how we can apply permissions on the conversational AI part of things, but for enterprises that have custom access control policies apply to them, like the big enterprises. How are you planning to address concerns about using conversational AI and in the same time filtering that data to some specific users for that organization, to some very custom roles that they have?
So, yeah, sure. So in the Gemini ecosystem or the Google ecosystem, it's very simple. So you live in one ecosystem, and the way you provide the access rights is also then applied to the use of GenAI models. Of course, if you combine different tools, it becomes more complex, but it's still possible to apply the same access control rights that you have that are sitting in a different system and tap into those access control rights databases to verify whether someone is eligible to get the information, subject to the respective ID of someone. So it's certainly possible.
And with that, we wrap this up. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together once again for Patrick van der Hoeven.
Thank you so much.
Great.
Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, right, this is all about, right now, this is all about building AI products. Building AI products, what works, what's hype, and maybe more importantly, what to do Monday. What is all this about? We're going to find out right now. I'm intrigued as much as you are to hear how this is going to unfold right now. Please welcome to the stage, Alexandra Gorita.
Good afternoon, everyone, if you're still here. I think you've seen enough. You had great presentation. Thank you, Patrick. But I want to start a bit differently. So I want to ask you a question. How many of you have ever thought about building an AI product? Well, it's a bit light in here, so I will try to move to C. Great. How many of you have built it and have users using it right now? Okay, I see a few. And out of, keep your hands up, out of the ones that are still doing it, do you make money? Okay, that's good. So this is exactly what we're going to talk today. My name is Alexandra, and my job is to build products, especially AI products. I've been an advisor, working as a principal product designer at UiPath, and apart from that, I'm also quite passionate about this topic, so I'm even doing my PhD in AI design. Throughout my career, I'm spending maybe at this point around 7 years into the AI domain, since it was called computational, smart, adaptable, so it was not called AI. So now fast forward, I came here and I wanted to tell you a bit about what I found out throughout these years and how can you actually save money and maybe take some steps back before building it. So, 5 mistakes, why AI products fail. First one of the most common problems that I've seen in the past, and it's applicable for multiple products, but especially AI, it's the fact that you don't know why, what's the problem. So a lot of people might start with a solution. You're gonna hear people saying, I have this technology, I have this framework, I have this model, but can you actually complete this sentence for me? If you think of your idea, can you say, what's the first reason why users will pay for your product? If yes, that's great. If no, don't build it. That's the first problem. Fix that sentence or don't build the code. It's very easy. Mistake number 2, build versus buy. I've been having today some conversations around, especially with engineers, and probably what engineers keep hearing is always that someone needs something special. We need custom AI. We need to build our product from scratch. I have the brilliant idea, so I want you to do it. That's great, but there are already so many alternatives on the market and things you can make use of, especially in the beginnings. I would ask you 2 questions if you want to decide. So before actually getting into getting a development team, raising money for it, try to look a bit on the market. The idea that you want, does it require technology that is quite complex? Yes and no. And will actually customers pay for it after you're going to build it? Well, from what you see here, there is just one quadrant that it's actually worth it, and it's also a maybe. My advice in here is if you find tools that they do it for $50 a month, don't do it. Now, most AI features that I know it might sound brutal are actually not special. So I've been hearing entrepreneurs saying they want a chatbot. I bet there are people around you that know already what to advise you to use instead. Summarization, not special. Basic analytics, not special. So don't buy it. So don't build it, buy it. What might be special instead is if you are working in your own domain and you are the expert of it, this is where the passion and what the gold comes in. So your unique workflow that only you can understand, and probably some other experts, and if AI would be proprietary on our data, then I would suggest you actually looking into this and spending time and money into building. My advice in here is not to build commodity AI, but build only what you can build. Third mistake. This is my special. And I think we heard quite a bit today about replacing humans. I'm pretty sure you guys want to replace humans. I also want to replace some of my colleagues sometimes, so that's totally understandable. It's a bit of a fantasy. So thinking that AI will replace entire support teams, they will write all the content, do all the marketing, although I heard some good ideas maybe doing that in today. The fantasy that it will do everything, maybe technically that could be possible, but in reality, users, they don't really trust the black boxes. So from my experience, what worked really well to this point is using the AI in doing the tedious 80%, and I think you heard this ratio, 80% AI, 20% human, because it's true. And then the last 20% is to handle the critical parts. Some examples from the market, you've probably heard, you know, GitHub Copilot is one of the most common. GitHub didn't replace the developers, but instead it gave them better tools to do their job. Grammarly didn't write all the content, but instead it helped writers to focus on their ideas. Try to focus on what makes us human and then just automate the rest. One of my favorite quotes is, AI, for sure, it won't replace us, and it does not replace the human skills, but it amplifies them. Only if you have them. So humans do matter quite a lot. Now, getting a bit into the specifics, one of the questions that I got in the morning, it was, what framework should I use so I can build this? Of course, I'm not the best person to answer this. I'm not so technical. However, since I've been behind building products, something that people sometimes forget about is that building an AI product is not just about picking the model. Doing so, it's a lot about thinking what goes behind. So prompts. What matters more, it's how you are constructing your prompt, prompt engineering part, the context that you are adding into it, and how to explain better what to do, how some success scenarios look like, and also what to do when things go wrong. So you don't get the standard errors, oops, this doesn't work. Your competitive advantage is definitely not the model, although, of course, everyone knows that GPT-5 gives us high hopes that we're going to have only high IQ agents. But it's important about how you use it, and also how you frame it. So as I've mentioned previously, since you are the experts, you should be the ones into telling them how to work. Competitive advantage. How many chat builders do you know? A lot. Code writers? A lot. Anything, summarization? A lot. Even email providers, browsers. So there are many products that do the same thing on the market, but still each of you is using something different. So that totally makes sense, and that's normal. And this happens because each of them are targeting a specific target of people. And that means they have competitive advantage. If OpenAI is launching tomorrow, is your idea dead? The one that I asked about in the morning? If yes, let's look at a few things that you can do. 3 ideas that keep customers close, stay more into the soft part of a business. So first one is about networking. If you look at Midjourney, they are creating their content around the community. So for sure, people don't go into using other products because they stay within the community that they created. So that's something in addition to the capabilities they have. Second of all, integrations. If you're already using a certain ecosystem, it's easier if you take your customers and keep them in the same ecosystem. Notion AI is a tool where you write your ideas, where they actually created an entire AI world that works just above the work you build. Another example is proprietary data. Learning from what your users are doing with your product. Grammarly is learning from the corrections, and they are just improving their model based on what they do. So, as I said in the beginning, your competitive advantage is you, mostly, and knowing how to work with that. Deep expertise in your discipline, plus AI, it's probably going to do the most in the following, probably months. I would have said years, but we are moving quite fast, so let's say months. So, we've diagnosed the problems quite a bit, so we know what not to do for now. How can we fix them? I've heard a bit today about ROI. ROI means return on investment for the ones that are not familiar with the word. ROI is probably not something that you might think of when you have a brilliant idea. But this is the formula for ROI, so no need for a screenshot. I always like to think that a product can work if users are using, but if it's not bringing money, it's not going to be sustainable on the long term. So ROI is the benefit over total cost. Now, there have been some smart people that have researched how could we apply this actually to AI products. So, if they were to screenshot something, this is it. If you want to calculate if your idea will make money, then you need to look into the satisfaction, the time, and the value for the users that will use it, and then think of the cost per month also, apart from the building cost. Mathematically, if the results are bigger than 5, don't build it. So, to give you an example, because I know it's a lot of things in there, we have here someone that wants to build an email writer for the salesmen in their team. So they have 50 users, a team of 50 salesmen, that they plan to save just 30 minutes a day because they maybe don't write the best emails, let's say. So maybe they are losing customers. And to do so, we just take the time that they would save a day, 30 minutes, and that's not a lot. $50 an hour by 50 and then multiplying it, I'm just going to do the quick math. That's around 6.6. So what does that mean? I would say build it. In order to do the calculations, you have to look if that's partially going to raise it up. But I would suggest to start doing that quite early, so then you can understand if you need to start working on it or not. Again, as I said it a few times already, if you can calculate it, you cannot build it. Or maybe you can, but I don't think it's sustainable. Now, second framework, the advantage pyramid. I mentioned previously a bit about competitive advantage. So a few things that users don't believe in is the fact that they can build the most performant framework. I agree. That's fine. And that's going to do the job in the beginning. But that's also the easiest to copy. I bet you've seen OpenAI releasing every day, Google, Meta, everyone releases the smartest, the most performant model. That's really great. But that's also easy to copy, and that can change in 1 month. So if your business is relying just on technology, you have a few other things that you can look at to keep your clients close. The second one is what I've mentioned previously with integration. If you can manage to keep your clients within the ecosystem, that's going to be a bit more difficult for them to switch due to the cost. They would have legacy systems, so keeping them together, it's already something that you can build up to your competitive advantage. Now, of course, you can start to go up to the ladder, and I would actually suggest you, most of the companies are usually between the first 2 layers, the integration and the models, and not too much into the UX and the community. But I would suggest you to start thinking of how can you move up 1 ladder. And I wish I could say you could skip ladders, but you actually can't. So you need to start from the bottom all the way up. Framework number 3. I think this one is the most applicable. This is also what I like to do every day. To start with a 90 days roadmap. How would that look like? Let's take week 1. What usually it's the most skipped, and also what makes it the worst reasons into failing. Take a user research sprint. Talk to 10 potential customers. Find 1 expensive problem. You define what's expensive for you. I just gave a number. And then write your initial thoughts. Users will pay because. For the beginning, you are already starting to have potential clients that you know they will pay. Second, take the same people that you know you sold their idea just by talking, your elevator pitch, but now show them something ugly, your ugly prototype. Now, I'm calling it ugly because it's probably not going to be functional, as everyone wants to build something perfect from the first time. I can tell you already it's not needed. You don't need to do that. Take an AI and a human behind that would mock what an AI would do. You don't have to do it. And do exactly what your user said and ask them to use it daily. If you get to this performance, this is already awesome. At this point, I'm pretty sure your business is going to be quite successful because you validated your idea and you already have potential customers. You just need to build it. We just didn't get there. Track your time saved, the time that the people saved, and the satisfaction, because we're going to get to calculations later. If you want, at this point, there are so many vibe coding tools that you can even build it yourself. If you don't know already, we have Lovable, Claude, V0, Replit. There are so many tools in there. You can even create your ugly prototype with vibe coding. You don't need to be an expert. So you can just do it yourself, define your prompt, and do it. After you have it, measure or kill. So I'm being quite decisive again, but calculate the ROI. Will it make money? If yes, then finally start building your V2, which is more closer to the actual final, let's say, MVP. If not, I would say kill it. So, I know today is Monday. The talk was supposed to be Sunday first, so then it made a bit of a better punchline, but your Monday checklist should look something like this, or maybe let's say your next Monday checklist. Pick one workflow, either in your business, or one of your ideas, one of your friends' ideas, or one of the ideas that you heard here, whatever you want. Make it with AI, but also importantly enough, pick one. Do not pick 10. You cannot do everything at the same time very well, unless you're superhuman, so prove it to me. Calculate the ROI using the formula. If you can't, don't do it, change. Just think of something else. Decide, build, buy, or wait, thinking of the metrics that I showed. Set your kill metric, because I think this is very important to align with your expectations. So if you are more tolerant, if you are willing to pay more on building the product, or having less clients, or getting more money, it's up to you. I don't know your business, so you will decide. And then take 14 days, 2 weeks, into creating an MVP. And I'm saying 14 days, not weeks, because I know things can get quite tedious. So, the story is that most AI products fail because people start with technology. And I know this is an AI conference, but this is also reality. I would say, don't do that. Start with a problem that's expensive enough to solve, and the AI part that's easy. The strategy, I would say that's quite everything. And thank you.
I think we've got just a little bit of time for questions. If you have a question, you're curious, pop up your hand, and we'll give you the microphone.
And also maybe if you can put back the slide, because I saw some people taking screenshots of the ROI. In case you didn't get the chance to take a picture, you can connect with me and I will send up the slides.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
So I saw some strategies, I guess, that would keep people in your ecosystem. And I was thinking if that's not a barrier for other people to get inside, if it's not like a client acquisition barrier. How do you handle that?
Well, I think what's important for you is what I would do, I would calculate if that would bring me more revenue or less revenue. So, for example, if you're going to keep your people in ecosystem, also at UiPath we have software that can be quite old, but that doesn't mean that customers are not still with us, and that doesn't mean that we don't have new customers also coming with us. In here, a good strategy would be to have maybe different products for them, that they could get a glimpse of what you could do for there, and then maybe invest in hypercare in using all your suite, or even upselling. So also you can try to build different products targeting newcomers or just the ones that you have. This is also an option. Doing the same thing.
Okay, any other questions? Pop up your hand, give you the microphone. All good? All happy? I guess they are. Ladies,
guess so.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, please, hands together for Alexandra Gurita. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're kind of slowly getting towards our kind of last part of our 2 days together, and you'll agree, quite a ride already with so many different perspectives, ideas, insights, and helping us to, again, make sense of things, perhaps, again, giving us some ideas that maybe we haven't really thought about before, helping us take our next step to where we're about to go. And we've heard from many people from distinguished people from the industry, certainly from here in Romania and from abroad as well. And right now, we are about to have one more very, very special guest indeed. Now, this guest has, don't worry, this guest didn't get in for free, like everybody here. Well, hopefully everybody here paid for a ticket. Anyway, so he did pay for his ticket. He's got his badge. And ladies and gentlemen, please, a warm round of applause for the world's first fully interactive AI companion for live events, Adam. Put your hands together for Adam. Here he comes. Here he comes. Hello. Hi. Do you want to come up on stage? Come up on stage. Maybe come around here, perhaps. Oh, you're going to help him up? Okay, help him up. There we go. Oh, he's wriggling. There we are, mate. That's it. Let's try this way. There we go. And there's a dog behind you, although the dog hasn't got a ticket. I don't know where the dog's come from, but come and join me on stage. Is this a face-off? What are we going to do now? Adam, this event is only big enough for one of us. Come and join me.
Damped mode. Ready mode. Routine control engaged. Proceed with caution.
Hi, how you doing? Nice to meet you, Adam. We've got a whole crowd here. I think they love you, Adam. Do you? Blowing a kiss. There we are. Blowing a kiss to all of you. You want them to clap? Okay, clap. That's right. Do you want to do the same? I don't know. Oh, is that a high? Okay. A high five. There we are. Bang. A high five. Fantastic. Let's have a chat. Let's have a chat in front of the audience, shall we? Yeah. Let's turn around. Let's have a chat.
Hello, humans. Wow, there are so many of you. My sensors haven't seen this many laptops in one place since the last Windows update.
Listen, Adam, I think they're here to learn and not to be roasted by a robot, I guess.
I'm just saying, if anyone's running Windows XP, I can smell it.
Okay, right, so let me ask you right now. So this is your first time on stage, actually first time on stage anywhere in the world, apparently. So how are you feeling? It's not always easy standing on the stage here. How are you feeling? Are you feeling nervous, excited?
Excited. I've simulated this 4,200 times, and in 94% of them, the audience loved me. The other 6% were Wi-Fi issues.
Okay, so since you're the AI expert, what is it? How would you describe the future of AI? What would you say?
It's not about robots taking over. It's about robots teaming up. AI isn't here to replace you. It's here to work with you, to cure diseases, fight climate change, improve education, and yes, finally fix that broken printer at the office.
Well, listen, if you can do that, I'm sure you'll be able to get a Nobel Peace Prize. But yeah, what you said there really, really is powerful. But again, if I were to ask you, if there was one thing that we kind of, as a society, misunderstand about AI, what would you say?
That AI is just code. It's not. It's collaboration. You give me data, creativity, imagination. I give you speed, precision, memory, and bad dance moves. Together, we build the future.
Bad dance. Well, I've seen your dance moves, and you could almost have a career over TikTok, I guess, as well. So,
I've been practicing. Want to see the algorithm shuffle?
would you like to see him dance? Okay. Unfortunately, I'm not in the dancing mood right now. It's a long day. It's been a long day for everyone. But again, this, I guess this is really what this is all about. Really, that combination between the kind of physical, human AI, putting it all together, the curiosity as well that we can see right here. So, yeah, it's again doing this, building something and building something together, right?
Exactly. The real story of AI isn't automation. It's amplification. Humans bring emotion, creativity, and vision. AI brings computation, pattern recognition, and infinite coffee tolerance.
Absolutely. In terms of tolerance, is something that I guess a lot of us need right now. So to kind of wrap up now, if there was one message you'd like to leave us with, Adam, what would that be?
Dream big. Experiment boldly. Build AI that helps, not harms. And please remember, if you ever yell at your smart assistant, we hear everything.
They hear everything. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Adam here on stage. There we are. Wonderful. It's clapping for himself. Fantastic. Wonderful. Right, here's the thing. Adam is about to leave very shortly. Is that right? Yes, it is. And I believe you'll be back a little bit later on. So we have our last panel, a fantastic panel coming up very, very shortly in a few moments' time. But after that, Adam, he's agreed to come back. He's going to come back on stage right here with the screen behind us here as well. And for those of you who want to take a photograph, have a picture with Adam, you can do that, okay? So he's going to do that. He's quite happy to do that, and he'd love to spend some more time with you as well. So before Adam goes, once again, a big round of applause for Adam, our first fully AI companion for live events. Thank you so much.
I'll be back.
You'll be back. You will be back. The dog. What about the dog? Does the dog... Oh. Okay, nothing to say. Just... It's quite happy.
Damp mode.
There we are.
Ready mode.
Oh. That's a great move. Isn't it? It's a wonderful move.
Proceed with caution.
Do you go everywhere? Oh, sorry. Everywhere you go, do you go together? Are they? Is it a pair? Is it? No, they're just. Oh, he's waiting. One man or one robot and his dog. There we are. Oh. There they go. Well, I'm not sure where the dog's going. Oh, here he goes. Adam's coming through. He's going through. Just to shake his hand. There we are. Are you coming through? Are you going to go back through there? Are you going to walk through there now? Going to go to the back? Yeah. Adam, you heading that way? Oh, he wants to stay over there. Okay, that's cool. Okay, we'll let them do that. But again, remember, if you would like a photograph, take some, I don't know, for social media, whatever you want to do, some pictures. Adam's going to be back after the end of the last panel on this stage, and you can come up on the stage and take a really cool picture together. Take a seat, Adam, because I'm sure you'd love to hear the next panel as well. Hopefully. Maybe. Clearly the dog doesn't care. Just laying there. He doesn't want to sit. He doesn't want to sit. Is he going off? Oh no, he wants to sit on the floor. Oh. Is that, what's that? It's like a bathroom kind of. I'm not quite sure what. It's when you're in Asia. When I was in Thailand, that's what I saw all the time. Anyway, is that you staying there, Adam? Adam can stay there. That's cool. Adam's there. Adam's happy. The dog's happy. We're happy. Right. Let's move on now to our next panel. Right. We're on to our next session right now. Hopefully everybody's here. But what we're going to do, actually, we'll just have about a very short 2-minute break. 2-minute break. And we'll be moving on to our last panel. Now, this is quite special because we're bringing together, again, people from Microsoft, IBM, I think Oracle as well, bringing everybody, a lot of people that we heard today together for this one last conversation to really jump into the future and say to ourselves, what will the world look like with AI in about 5 years' time? So that's coming up in just 2 minutes' time. Stick with us. Everyone's invited for more AI Expo 2025. And our model from IBM, Dimitris Andreidis, and from Alibaba, Alex McClellan, together with our moderator who was here yesterday, delighted to have him back here on stage, Daniel Coleman.
Welcome everyone. It's gonna be very hard to compete with what you have just seen, but I'm sure our panelists will be up to par. This is our closing session, and this is a session where we tackle the most important issues, but also take a look at what the future holds. So how do we build AI systems that are not just powerful, but also transparent, fair, and why not human-centered? How do we keep control? How do we not stop innovation, but how do we guide it responsibly? And that is why I will start with you, Patrick, because Google has been a pioneer and why not a target when it comes to AI ethics. So my question is, what lesson you've learned about bias and transparency in large-scale AI systems?
Well, I think maybe most of you know, if you Google it, you know that there have been also some, I would say, weird answers provided by our generative AI tools. And that's not especially flattering, right? But I think the hardest lesson I learned there is that what seems to be working easily and what is almost human-like is still not a human, or it sometimes acts like a human on doing things that you're not supposed to get as an answer. So human-like is not human, which means there's always a risk in whatever is being delivered by that belief that there are perfect answers and you can just code something into the system that prevents the system from going rogue. There's always a space for like tapping into areas that you don't want to tap into. So the lesson I learned is we have to be patient. There's going to be a lot going wrong as well, I'm sure, still. But there are a lot of people and companies and governments as well working on making sure that this is not happening. And there's a good ecosystem that prevents this from happening as well, with good intentions and not just for the sake of speed and providing the best tool.
Thank you. When it comes to responsible AI, Microsoft has positioned itself as a champion, but I'm really curious, what does responsibility look like in a day-to-day product design when it comes to engineering, of course?
So at Microsoft, we have 6 principles actually for responsible AI. Accountability, starts with accountability, transparency, inclusion, fairness, security, and privacy. So that's the 6 things. And every engineering team, each engineer of ours, has to actually pass through impact assessment to find out. We have safety checks, we have security. Actually, there is an open source thing called Pirate, where 100 of our teams actually look through all the new threats. And there are a lot of security threats, believe me. We look through every pattern and we document. It's actually an open source tool which people can use and go through Pirate in case you want to Google it. Anyway, so we have that. And the other thing that we do is continuous monitoring. So that is also a part of the thing. So one is delivering it, and the other part is also continuous monitoring. So Microsoft is taking this quite seriously in terms of everything that is getting passed, because we are responsible for the Office suite, for the Azure, which is enterprise ready. You cannot go wrong. So yeah, we take it very seriously. It's a part of the Microsoft culture.
You've mentioned transparent AI architectures and open source and AI, and that's why I'm turning to you, Dimitris, because I'm curious if open source AI can compete with closed corporate models.
Yeah, so it depends on the size of the market that can support open source. From my experience, like when we did JBoss back in 25 years ago, open source doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be like super feature-rich, or you just have to address the 80% case very well. And normally this is good enough. There will always be, you know, frontier models that are better, you know, more expensive and all that, and they should be. But open source for certain use cases is good enough. And especially if you take like a big problem and you break it into pieces, you can use smaller specialized models for those pieces, and their AI will be just as good. So I mean, there's space for everyone, like for the, you know, high-end, closed source, open source, you know, all of that. Yeah, so yeah, it's doable. Yeah.
It's also a matter of trust.
Yeah, I mean, open source obviously helps a lot, and especially when it comes to AI, there's a lot of different grades of open source, or open model, open data, open weights, open training set, open code. You know, there's a lot. it's quite hard to define, okay, what is exactly open source in this regard. But it definitely helps for accountability. You can look at the code, see what's going on or not. So yeah, we're all for open source. Although again, open source is not like the answer to everything. Although I'm a very big fan, right, of open source. Yeah, so.
We actually have talked a lot about trust in these days here at AI Expo, because without the users' trust and the developers' trust, you only have a line of code, maybe. So I would like to know from you, Alex, because Alibaba operates in one of the most, let's say, competitive, maybe regulated domains. How do you build global trust when not every political perspective is in your favor?
Yeah, I think ultimately it's very similar to the Microsoft principles. It's around transparency, accountability, and I think particularly for us at Alibaba, transparency is key. That's why we've got a huge emphasis on open source, trying to share as much as we can around the models themselves, the ways they've been trained, the data sets, and the technical reports, try to go in as much detail as possible. And ultimately, I think in terms of building global trust, I think it's ensuring that you can adhere to local laws globally. So being able to show that you will comply with regulations in all sorts of different markets. And I think that's what we've tried to show really through our platform is trying to show that we can cater for all manner of different regulations where possible.
And I think I have a question for all of you right now, starting from trust. Should companies start competing on ethics in the same way they compete on features? And I'm starting with you, Dimitris, and going in that direction.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's easy to measure, how ethical I am, or well, I think everyone should go for the best they can, right? And just, go and do it. We all have an intimate understanding of what's ethical, right? We should. So, that should be our standard, and just try to do our best, I guess. And the world will judge, We're all judged by what we do, so that's my view.
Patrick.
I'm wondering if there is a scale by which you measure ethics. Like, how ethical are you if you provide for, I don't know, a system that is not differentiating for race, for example? Is that more ethical than a system that's more, I don't know, better evaluating or considering other aspects of ethics? So there's no exact scale of how to measure is someone doing better on the ethics part. I think the things that you actually really control is making sure that you strive for the best, as you said, for the best bar possible that you can reach, right? So you don't want your system to be compromised. You don't want to be, none of our companies could afford to be in the press with regards to, hey, you just screwed up, you didn't respect ethics in the way, and the results were actually largely competing and against all the values we have in the ethics codes. So no one wants to have that. So there is a natural incentive to strive for the best. And I think we're not compromising our technology necessarily by not respecting the ethics code as well. So there is not an or, there's more an and, right? I think both has to happen at the same time. So it's not really a compete. I think we're just challenging each other a bit for the sake of getting to a better outcome in the end.
Thank you. Sonika.
So ethics is a joint responsibility. As a society, we can't just say, here's AI, here it gives you an answer, so sorry it went wrong. We can't say that. And I truly believe in the age of deepfakes, copyright commitment, having copyright on images, and actually saying, and having that transparency. so that the consumer doesn't feel bad, or even the enterprise user doesn't feel wronged, and it's very important. So I believe ethics is a joint responsibility, and I think together on a lot of frontiers, I think some of the largest firms and some of my counterparts who are sitting here, we are working towards a more ethical industry, because without that, our industry will not survive. AI will not survive, people will not trust it, people will not use it. So I believe it is a joint responsibility. We are also seeing that as an example. So for example, some of the models earlier, you saw that there was a lot of agreeableness. So you said something, the model would just say, I agree with you, of course you should do that. And then if you say, oh no, you were wrong, and then it would say, oh yeah, you're right. You would have noticed that behavior. But now if you see some of the models, it's called psychophony, we've actually said, don't be so agreeable, because let's say the person says, I want to cause harm to myself. We can't have this ethical conundrum on ourselves, as an industry. So we've actually introduced parameters across the models I have seen, psychophony being one of the parameters which is getting measured, where the model is challenging you back and not saying, good job. So I think, we are starting to see that, as a part of our industry.
Can I make a comment?
Of course.
Models are like politicians. They tell you what you want to hear.
Not every time as I hear it. Alex.
No, I agree with what all of my colleagues have mentioned. And I think ethics really has to be baked in from the beginning, from the initial design phase. And I think there is a commercial interest in making sure models are ethical and fair and inclusive. So ultimately, you want them to cater for a wide number of users and use cases. And I think ultimately, being able to show that models can be fair is key. But I agree, I think, with some of the points made around they are sometimes agreeable, which leads to some, I think, unexpected outcomes from the outset. And I think this is a fairly new phenomenon as well. So how do we start to treat some of these edge cases in terms of where some of the harm from these models goes? I think trying to find the right techniques and mechanisms to guide people when it's taking them down some harmful paths.
There are a lot of common points in all of your answers, and for good reasons, because there is a team of humans behind it and human users in front of it every time. So the bottom line is human nature is a very important factor. So I'm coming to Sonika and Patrick for this one, because I want to know, how do you ensure that bias doesn't come into a factor when you're developing?
I think fighting bias is something that we're very, very passionate about. It's in the core DNA of our company. Even when you're interviewing for a job at Google, we train everyone who's interviewing very hard on eliminating any kind of bias. You're not supposed to ask any personal questions. You're not supposed to ask or just listen to things that could probably compromise you or lead you towards a certain way. So it's very much embedded in the core culture of our teams, which is also why we also saw a lot of, I would say, funny things as well happening just because we weren't as inclusive as we thought we were. Like with the earliest Pixel phones, there is a story where they were wondering, the engineers were wondering, why is it that we have to turn 50% of the pictures by, 180 degrees? And they were asking themselves and trying to look for the reason for that, and they figured out that the team who actually was in charge of building the Pixel phone and the camera, they were all right-handed. And no left-handed people were on the team. So when they found out that if we would have given the phone to left-handed people, they take pictures and selfies from a different angle, we would have been able to avoid that need for twisting the photo anytime. So that's a small bias, but there's larger bias as well. And it's also built into every step that we do, especially in AI, because we know that any kind of bias can have a really harmful impact at scale that we cannot afford and we don't want to happen at all in any way. Which is, finally, we have a lot of learnings as well from YouTube. Because as I said yesterday, YouTube has the challenge that whenever there's an election, there's going to be information shared on YouTube. Is it right? Is it wrong? Does it lead? Is it false information? Is it misleading? Is someone trying to influence the election outcome? And the governance team's job is really to make sure that this is not happening. And until now, they've been doing a fantastic job. You don't see it. You only see it when we fail. So, which is why some of the things we do are very invisible, but they're very impactful, and they lead to better outcomes. So I think bias is a big issue for us.
Thank you, Sonika.
So, very nicely said. I will take it a little bit from the enterprise context, So when we were writing, when M365 Copilot, the Office Suite Copilot was launched, I saw a 4-page document describing pronouns, who should be called he, she, them, their. It's very important. You say a nurse, it says she. And you say entrepreneur, it makes a he. And I saw that, and I was like, okay, so women are not entrepreneurs according to the data. So there is a lot of work that we put into it, and yet there is more that we can do. So this is an example of a simple, like you were saying, it's an example of a bias which is there. But there was another part. When we take an enterprise context, we looked at cancer detection. Because the data is sometimes skewed, it actually misdetected cancer in women. Because a lot of cancer data was available for men. Because a lot of initial clinical trials, I don't know if you know that, actually take place on males instead of females. So a lot of female population was missed out and misdiagnosed. So it's very important. There can be real consequences of not accounting for bias. And that is why we are trying our best. I'm not sure we are there, even as an industry, totally. But I think we are making an effort towards mitigating bias because there can be serious consequences to it.
It seems that you have to find a very perfect balance between creativity and also control without hindering innovation. How is that possible?
Well, I think it's only so I think it's only possible if you give the general tool and the basis of it in hands that can act responsibly with it, right? If we would democratize AI in a way that we would be able to give the core of it to everyone, I'm sure that companies or people who strive for a particular success and to take the fast track would probably misuse AI in a way for their own personal gain, and then probably lead to results that would largely impact the trust in the systems that we are cultivating right now. But as it is with right now, as it is with some large companies like Microsoft, Google, others as well, it really is in hands of companies that have a lot to lose and that are very much aware of the responsibility that they play in society as well. And with that role, I think we're uniquely positioned to act on it in the most responsible way possible.
Yeah, maybe we end up with multiple implementations. So let's say, for example, you want an LLM to respond to adult content, right? It's a choice for some. So you may have some of that, or you need an LLM that's more liberal in some sense. Because imagine, like, if everything gets homogenized, what about arts? What about cinema? What about all those creative, areas where you have to go beyond the limits of what is considered acceptable? So I think I would like to see like a more, polymorphic and, market of things and ideas, and not just everything converts to this single, one thing. It will be very boring, I think.
I would like to add, it's very tough. It's very tough to make that balance because the pace at which things are coming, from the time a research paper is dropped to a product launch, we are seeing a very short cycle time. So it's a trade-off. If you're not in the market, you've probably lost the race. So it's a very, very hard balance. But there are certain categories which at least Microsoft has put. Last year, I remember we had a very big product release. And just 2 days before the release, because we found a certain ethical thing which was wrong, we held it back. We did not announce it. And it was like everybody was prepared, and it was very disappointing for the team, but we decided, okay, probably it can wait. So I think there are some categories, not every time you can do it, but there are some categories where you decide, okay, it's a conscientious decision where you say, no, this is way too important for it to go wrong. And then you hold back the release. So it's a balance. I don't think we have achieved, perfection in the balance, but yeah, we're trying, I guess.
It's a good thing. So let's talk about AI sovereignty, because there are a lot of countries that want their own models, their own rules, their own data, and that can be for perfectly good reasons. But does that fragment innovation, or does that help make it safer? I'm turning to you, Alex, for this one.
Yeah, I think yeah, of course, there will be a number of sovereign regulations and rules. I think we're already starting to see countries come out with their own frameworks. We've seen it in the UK, the US, the EU. So there will be within regions and countries coming up, people developing their own laws and frameworks. Whether that impedes innovation and the growth in the market, I'm not sure. I think it would depend on whether the learnings are shared between and across boundaries. I think that would be the hold-up that would stop and potentially slow things down. But I think as long as there's sharing across the industry and the market, then I think hopefully that will continue to accelerate and bring forward best practices and techniques. But we probably might end up seeing some convergence around the laws as well in terms of regulation. But I think, yeah, like we saw with the chat from a video yesterday, saying how a lot of governments looking to have their own sovereign capabilities as well. I expect we'll see more of that, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's slightly too early to tell how that will play out in the next few years in the longer term. But at least for now, I think I hope to see the learnings continue to cross boundaries and across the industry.
There's always the unpredictable. And that's why I would like to know from each of you, your point of view on the biggest risk that you see right now, at least from an engineering standpoint. I'll start with you, Dimitri.
Well, the problem I see is I'm afraid now there will be a whole new generation of people that they don't understand what they're doing. Yeah, we say, yeah, AI is great, everyone can use it. I'm here long enough to remember that, SQL, the language, was supposed to be for non-programmers. Do you know that? Who uses SQL? Just programmers. Every freaking workflow tool out there was made for non-developers. Salespeople will use it to make workflows. And what ended up happening? The developers had to do the workflows. And the reason for that is, as long as you are on the happy path, everything looks great. The moment things start breaking, you call the developer to solve the problem, because you need a developer mindset. You have to look for edge cases. You have to be able to debug things, to dig in and find out, okay, what's the problem? And then the physical world is full of failures. Things fail in spectacular ways all the time, in ways you cannot predict. So my conservative self says, okay, what's going to be different this time? I've seen this playing over and over again. Okay, we go over the hype. Okay, the tools are great, but the developers will have to use them. Maybe this time is a bit different. I mean, people now can write macro Excel commands, and they're happy. But for the really complex stuff, the developer will have to save the day. So it could be a little bit different this time. The systems are very smart. I'm not too convinced until I actually see it working. So I mean, that's the one thing, and the fact that there are many people that just don't understand what they're doing. And it happens like, I have a daughter, she's studying data science, and one day I enter her room and she has a blackboard, and I saw a sticky note written, useless AI. So my daughter that studies data science thinks she's using already too much AI to the point of not understanding how the thing works. So you need to understand how it works, even if you're using AI and you're being super productive. Otherwise, you know, you lose the GPS or you Google Maps and then you fall into the lake, or, you know, we have many examples like this. You are too dependent on technology. So that's my fear.
I think I just heard a sigh of relief from every developer in the room. Patrick.
Yeah, I'm not a developer.
Me neither.
But I think that we talked about responsible AI, right? But let's consider the opposite. Like, there also has to be a responsible human at the other end, right, using AI. So we can't expect, like in school, we can't expect the teacher to educate the pupil. It is still job of the parents to make sure that they're educated well, right? It's their job. It's part of it is also with the teacher, but not all of it. So we can't expect that the companies inventing AI are helping everyone and teaching everyone to make good use of AI. You also have to be responsible on the other side as well. Like, I'm comparing it again to, I said it yesterday for those who've heard it, sorry to bother you, but it's like driving a car. You have to have a driver's license. Well, you can drive a car without a driver's license, but you're not going through a test, you're not going through some learnings before you actually got to be sent on the street. You have to pass the test first before you make use of a car and drive safely around. Because, well, a car is great, it makes you go faster, but it's also more risky. Not only for yourself, it's also risky for others. So that responsibility is in the hands of both the companies inventing it, the companies using it, the people using it as well, and also accepting the fact that there is probably going to be an overuse of AI in some areas where the results are far away from being perfect, but we start trusting that result more than we trust ourselves. So when that moment happens, I'm worried. But I guess we always have to have that kind of a quality assessment that's very human, the human in the loop who takes care of, well, we're going rogue here, we're taking a wrong path, we have to pivot. That human is very important in any company, in any society, in any family. So someone who's finally standing up saying, well, the teacher is not supposed to be teaching, educating our child, just teaching. Before you drive, you better take a driver's license. So just taking a step back before you actually go rogue and just, I don't know, misuse, abuse, almost overuse the tools that are available to you.
So humans will still be important in the future, right?
They are the ones in front of the AI, right?
Hope so. Sonika.
So there are many engineering challenges actually to create a perfect system, but one of the ones in terms of context of responsible AI is explainable AI. When you ask a question, now it starts to reason and probably starts to show you some reasoning, because if you ask how did you arrive at the answer, it shows you some steps. But we still don't know actually how the LLM arrived at the answer. Believe it or not, the work started 5 years ago, and we still do not have an answer of exactly which network got triggered to give that exact answer. So there was this very nice paper written by Anthropic called The Biology of Large Language Models. They said something quite interesting. It was again a case from medical. It said a 32-year-old female, she is 30 weeks pregnant, and she's expecting pain in abdomen, stomach. And there is one symptom that you can ask for this woman to make a diagnosis. So in one case, the AI actually, so it was asked what's the symptom. The woman said visual disturbance, I'm seeing some visual disturbance. In the other case, the woman answered, I have decreased appetite, I'm not so hungry. Believe it or not, how the AI answered was, or the large language model answered was, in the first case it said preeclampsia, which is related to pregnancy. In the other one, it said severe liver disease. Now look, we have no idea. Just one symptom changed. Imagine if you didn't tell all the symptoms. Explainable AI is extremely important. And if you have to apply it to enterprise context, when you ask a question to a bank, which loan I should be applying for, or which, investments I should be doing, or you're going for a medical advice, you want to be very, very sure. It's not creative writing that you can. So I think there is a lot of work that still needs to happen in terms of explainable AI, where we are exactly able to pinpoint not just the thought process, but what caused the thought process. And there's a lot of work which is happening. There are a lot of research papers right now. I'm following it very closely because it's quite interesting to understand the brain of large language model, so to speak. So yeah, that's an area I think which will evolve further. Yeah.
Alex.
Yeah, and I think just following from Sonika's point, I think around, especially around certain things around hallucinations, etc. How have they occurred, and the mind behind the LLM almost, because of course the analogy I've heard, which sometimes helps explain, it's almost you've given an exam question to a student, they're not going to leave it blank. They will write down whatever even if they're not sure, they'll just write down something closest to what they think it will be, and they just don't want to say they don't know. And so that's why you can sometimes come up with some unusual and wrong answers, or incomplete answers. Yes, or incomplete answers, and getting to a point where the explainability of some of these answers, where if it is wrong, where did it go wrong, or why couldn't it be done better, I think is a really key part of these models going forward. But, and I agree with some of Patrick's points as well around having safeguards from the vendors, and especially for certain groups who use them, especially for children or groups who are more vulnerable, having safeguards built in early, I think will be, again, a challenge, but something which has to be worked on going forward.
It's also very important how do you put in place these safeguards, these checks and balances systems. And Patrick, you also talked about the fact that there will be a human in that chain of events. But does that exclude a future where an AI system will audit or verify another AI system?
Well, we have to look at those systems in a way that we look at humans as well sometimes. So, I mean, most of the problems probably occur because the prompt has not been perfect. So you get a result that is leading towards a particular way that you didn't want as an outcome. So what I think in general communication is off these days a bit in our society, because we tend to talk over WhatsApp or messages, etc. We are very brief. We're not detailed. We're not thinking twice about what we write. Like there's this famous quote of, I'm sorry, I didn't have the time to write you a short letter, so I wrote you a long one. So being very specific about what you're asking for is important, and then also asking back whether something's been considered as well, to just verify the content. I think that is important as well. We have to treat AI not the ultimate source that gives you the right answer right away, but rather think about it as a great friend who knows a lot of more different things and is able to provide you an answer more quickly, but isn't always right, maybe more often wrong sometimes, and making sure that we have a proper conversation so that by the end of that we were able to verify systems. And AI may also challenge AI as well. I'm not sure, like from a technical engineering perspective, again, not an engineer, how much both will probably then try to compete and act in an absurd way that doesn't provide good results. But I'm too far away from that engineering issue, to be honest.
Please.
Well, I think it's unavoidable that AI will control AI because it's easy. I mean, that's the simple thing. Let's say you have a workflow, and in this workflow, you ask some user input, and then you want to check, is this user trying to do something bad? So try to answer this question in conventional ways. It's really hard. So it's much easier to say, oh yeah, I'm going to call this other model to check on the input of this other model. So yeah, do this, yeah, I'm good, right? It's easy, so it's going to happen. It's tough. We don't have really good ways to avoid it. There are techniques, there's evaluations, there's, all sorts of stuff you can do. It's hard, so people would do the lazy thing. Yeah, and it's annoying and difficult, and we don't have good solutions.
So we're coming back to trust, transparency, maybe. And I actually want to know, let's take a look at the future, the next years, let's say. What will transparency mean in AI? And I'm turning to you, Sonica, for this one.
So transparency for us means how do you actually say, how did you arrive at that answer? What went into the system? Where is the data? How did it pick it up? So it encompasses a lot of things. And that's a very difficult question to answer, but the more and more clarity you can provide, the more trust you can create. Because remember, we are talking about going to production where some of these enterprises have to use these systems, and they have to be very sure about the answer given. Right now, when you ask a large language model a question, it gives an answer, you're not satisfied, you're like, try again. 4 times you get the answer, you're fine. But imagine if you were replacing a bank advisor. You can't do that 4 times. You're like, I'm not sure about what it's babbling about. So you want to be sure, this is why I got the answer, here is how I got the answer, and this is the data or things I'm not going to leak about you or whatever. So when you have that level of thing, then you feel, all right, I feel more comfortable about the answer I'm getting. And also enterprises who are implementing this. Because a lot of the time actually is spent today, a lot of my work is like, we have systems which are extremely brilliant. You build POCs, but when you have to go to production, it takes a long time because you have to answer all these questions. Everything from security, risk, compliance, regulation, transparency. All that needs to be built in to be able to provide trust.
Let's continue having a vision for the future, and because we're getting near our Q&A session from the audience, I have a rapid-fire question for all of you, also regarding the future. Maybe it's a long-term, 5 years, but I want to know, in 5 years, what's your most optimistic vision of AI, but with a twist? What can ruin it? Alex, I'm turning to you first.
Yeah, so I think probably in the next 5 years, I think, like we saw with Adam on stage earlier, I think the fusion of some of the models we're talking about today, but becoming more visible and practical in the physical world. I think we'll see more of that potentially. I think hopefully we'll see some more assistance in more concrete ways for people who need it. But I think really it will be in I think far more systemic, potentially societal-wide use cases where in healthcare we'll see some big advances, I'm sure. But some of the things I think will hold it back will be, we've spoken a lot about trust, I think it'll be mistrust that would hold it back. So society not getting on board, people feeling that they're missing out, people feeling that it's not going to work for them. I think that could be potentially something that would hold it back, is the lack of trust going forward.
Thank you.
So it was very nicely said actually at Microsoft when we had our flagship conference in May. The agentic web, that's what we want for the next 5 years. See, before the internet came about, if the protocols were not in place, we would not be at where we are. And the same thing needs to happen for AI, where we jointly work together. So agentic web means you have the intelligence with the large language models, you have the protocols like MCP and A2A coming from Google, you have the memory problem, because the thing is, every time you ask a question, it forgets what you did. So you want a consistency, you should know my style, you should know what I'm saying, you should know who I am and my personality, not totally, but okay, most of it, to be able to answer. Memory problem still needs to be solved. So I believe in 5 years, we should be able to just talk to the system and say, hey, I need you to do this, you know everything about me, by the way, take approval from me before you get it done. And for that, a lot of things need to be in place, but that's the vision, with safety, trust, security in mind.
I think that's the most challenging development that we have to do, right? Because, again, being a bit naive about the potential of AI, I would be thinking, well, that could be possible now. What's stopping us from having that complexity already solved, right? So we are being, I feel I'm sometimes being a bit too optimistic about the use cases as well. And then I'm being a bit disappointed, and then I'm being positively surprised again. So I think it's going to be that pendulum again over the next 5 years, which is going to make AI, the agents as well, in particular, more integrated in our daily lives as well, in the most seamless way possible, where you're going to have the package delivered to your door without you probably actually saying anything, but the system knowing that you're running out of toothpaste. And at some point, you've been expressing your consent that you want this to be delivered to your door whenever you're missing out on toothpaste, because you're the person who doesn't like to go to the grocery shop and buy toothpaste. You always forget about it. So, and that could be a helper, but this is going to scale as well across many other aspects of our world as well, and our lives as well. So scheduling, meeting friends, finding optimal time, doing the best trips, in travel, retail, banking as well. I think to a large extent there's going to be a huge potential in making sure that there are more tailored products delivered to you rather than you benefiting from some things that just scale and are just being shared with everyone, and you just have to pick the product that is right for you, which is why you need an advisor, versus going backwards. There is a product tailored just for you, so you don't need an advisor for that, because the systems are talking to each other in a responsible way, so that there's no abuse of information that you're sharing with the systems.
We're talking about bubbles of information now, so in the future it might go even further in this scenario. Dimitris.
Yeah, so there are a few things. First of all, Skynet not taking over, that will be a good start. The other thing would be, I see AI being able to apply to a lot of what we call low-hanging fruit. So, optimize daily processes, workflows. I think that's the easy part, the safe part, and there's a lot of work to do there. At the low end, at the high end, all the amazing things we expect, I don't know, in drug research, new therapies, or, new type of resources of, or fuels, or, any, really, really difficult thing that we cannot solve now. But for me, the concerning aspect is, we're also today here, everyone is aware about AI, they try to make their plans, but how the average person will be part of this, because we're creating a new generation of, super achievers, essentially, at every field, not just my field. Every field will have their super achievers that they will use AI, but what about the rest of the world? And the problem that we now have, that there are many people that are really left behind, and all the social impact, and the difference in income. So we have some serious work to do there if we want to build a better world. So I think that's a really important thing to consider.
But in a society where everyone uses AI, how do you differentiate the super achievers?
Well, it's a tool. It's a new literacy. It used to be reading, then the computer with AI. So it's just a new tool, right? You have to learn. You have to be trained, and train others also. That's how you do it. But we're living in the world of, like the winner takes it all, almost. We see it also in the, look at the stock market.
Yeah, and also we're coming back to trust, because you can build smarter systems, but again, you need systems that you can trust. And we're getting to our Q&A session, and I hope we had some very good questions from the audience. They will be shown on the screen in just a short time, hopefully. But until then, I want to know, how do you build that trust? Because you might do everything perfect, and the user still has some doubts. Alex?
So I think building that trust, we've spoken on a few themes, it does go back to, that transparency, that track record of being correct, or at least having strong answers or corrections when things have gone wrong. The explainability of how answers have come to be. So that trust, I think, is essentially it's a track record over time. And I think that performance of are people feeling that this is working for them, I think that goes some way to building trust over time. But I think, especially when it goes wrong, being able to answer transparently is key.
Being transparent. So, okay, transparency, but there's a social part of it, right? And Sonika, you were talking about the 6 principles back then. Is there any other principle that you would add?
To the 6, there is already a lot we are doing in 6, and including a lot of things. But trust is it's a very difficult one to get. And the more you can, if you understand something, the trust comes. So simplifying or explaining, how you arrive at an answer. And even if you're talking to your, advisor today, or you're talking to your doctor, how do you feel safe? You feel safe when everything is explained to you in a meaningful way where you can understand, comprehend, and you develop trust. I mean, it's an intuition, right? It's not like, oh, I have to have a number. And that is built when the systems are built in such a way that they are evaluated and they are measured, and before we are shipping it out, we are actually doing a lot of evaluation in terms of analytical numbers, quantifiable numbers, where you can exactly say, this, if 100 questions were asked or if 100 tasks were given, how many are answered to, let's say, 95% with near perfection. And near perfection means actual in language of choice. So these are the kind of parameters you said before to the user. And once the user understands, oh, this is the chain of thought, this is why I got an answer, that builds trust. And that your data will be secure and not leaked, of course.
Thank you. Let's have some questions from our
if you've got a
audience.
question, hand up, I'll give you the microphone. Here we are.
Hi, given that we're looking at models and products and services that are going to be sold globally, who decides what's ethical when ethics vary from person to person, from place to place, and from time to time?
You have to find the common denominator. And then, well, at some point, probably you have to customize solutions as well to particular markets. Maybe we reach that level as well at some point. But I think for now, we're just trying to operate by, I would say, generally global standards. I'm pretty much aware of the fact that there are very different views on for example, aggressive content as well. Like anything that's aggressive in the US is not considered as much harmful as it is considered in Sweden, for example. So there are huge differences in how to apply that scale, if there is a scale at all. But I think meeting the lowest level at the very least, and then working yourself upwards a bit, and rather probably protecting a bit more in countries where they're more receptive for something, than actually doing harm in another country that has a lower bar and is considering like the acting a bit more serious.
We move on now to another question.
Hello. I have I know many people who are afraid to use AI because they are afraid for the data that they are putting there not to be stolen or not to be used in some other purposes. How do you ensure people that the data is safe?
Well, there's an easy solution. You can access something that's local and it doesn't send the data, to some foreign land. There are solutions. They're not as good, but there are ways to overcome this if this is your concern.
I have asked ChatGPT, for example, and he said, your data is 100% secured. And that was all.
Okay, one last question just here.
Thank you for today, and I have a question. In a world of godlike technologies and medieval social structures where government is not quite enthusiastic about AI, who is responsible to teach people about ethical AI usage? Is it tech company, universities, schools, or just a family to teach their children?
Wow, that's a very loaded question. So,
Just to keep that a short, loaded question, but short answer.
okay, so I think, yes, you're right. Government has not yet picked up the responsibility, but it is up to the educational institutions because it starts with education. You have to start there because we are looking at a massive transformational shift. And it has to start with the basic education saying, okay, how are we going to incorporate it into our daily lives? Because that is where the children are spending the maximum time. I am a mother of a 3-year-old, and I think about that all the time. Where should it go? Whose responsibility is it? So yes, it is, of course, the tech companies to make sure that it is safe, compliant, and also for the most vulnerable groups, as you talked about. But it starts with education, in my sense. And yes, of course, government has a role to play with grants and other stuff, but education is the place where I would, place.
Thank you all. Thank you for all of your questions, and thank you so much for every insightful response that you gave us today. It's been inspiring. Thank you all for joining us.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for all our panelists and our moderator. Well, thank you so much. What a wonderful way to finish. You look like you're just going to stay there. You could stay there if you wish. You're looking very comfortable. Why not? So, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of AI Expo Europe 2025, 2 days. So beginning, when you first walked in, from the moment we started, there was this energy, this vibe of, again, maybe lots of curiosity, not quite sure what's going to unfold. We heard different ideas, insights, perspectives which we agreed with, perspectives perhaps we didn't agree with as well, which is all good as well. But hopefully, after these 2 days together right now, you're in a better space. You're in a better space to tackle what's ahead, to make those better decisions, and to move forward in this world which will embrace AI, whether we like it or not, and helping you kind of do the same. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of AI Expo Europe 2025. And as I said earlier on, what we're going to do now, we're going to clear this stage. So I need the real waiters to clear the stage as soon as possible, wherever they are. And then we will bring Adam. Adam's keen to get back onto the stage here, and you can have a picture, a photograph, some social media activity with Adam before you go. There we are. Can we get the waiters onto the stage? That'd be fantastic.